Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Unlike ordinary white silcoon, the shiny silcoon had a creamy yellow hue, with striking sky blue eyes peeking out from the cocoon. Looking at this unique Pokemon before him, Sato was immensely pleased. He retrieved the friend ball and returned the shiny silcoon. Based on its evolutionary cycle, it would complete its transformation and evolve into Beautifly within a week. However, the shiny silcoon's level clearly surpassed that of a typical silcoon that had grown under normal conditions. It had accumulated energy far beyond the average threshold. According to Sato's prediction, the shiny silcoon might complete its metamorphosis within 2 or 3 days. It wouldn't be long before he had a powerful, shiny Beautifly in his team. Training continued as Sato checked on the progress of his Pokemon one by one. After ensuring all were on the right track, he sat down to focus on making Pokeblocks. Earlier that morning, he had received several large orders and needed to complete them promptly. Time flew, and by 7:20 p.m., Sato emerged from the restaurant with his well-fed and refreshed Pokemon. They headed to a large Pokemon battle center near the battle tower. After all, real battles were the best way to test the results of training. While the battle tower was an irreplaceable institution in LaRue City, the sheer number of trainers gathered there made it impossible for one tower to accommodate everyone. Seizing this opportunity, savvy entrepreneurs had set up battle centers near the battle tower to provide trainers with facilities for Pokemon battles. These unofficial training grounds served as a kind of proving ground for those preparing for the battle tower. The climb up the battle tower was fraught with challenges. To progress swiftly, one had to put in far more effort than others. Matches in the battle tower often involved long waiting times, and a loss would push a trainer back down a rank. As a result, many trainers preferred to pause their climb when they hit a bottleneck, turning to these unofficial training grounds to hone their skills. Sato was currently at one such facility, training his Nidoran, Marshtomp, Growlithe, and Shiny Wingull. His goal was to maintain a balance in their levels, ensuring no single Pokemon overshadowed the rest. Good. Keep using Water Gun. Don't give your opponent a chance to retaliate, Sato instructed calmly, directing his Shiny Wingull, who was darting through the air in a heated battle. On the battle platform, Sato's Shiny Wingull, now at level 20, was engaged in a fierce aerial combat with a level 23 Swellow. However, thanks to its superior speed and the precision of its water gun, the Shiny Wingull maintained an overwhelming advantage. The Swellow's trainer desperately attempted to close the gap by using Quick Attack to trigger short bursts of speed, forcing a close-range fight. But under Sato's command, the Shiny Wingull refused to engage directly. Instead, it countered with its own Quick Attack or used Aqua Jet to create distance, ensuring a constant gap between them. In this cat-and-mouse chase, the Shiny Wingull also took advantage of its agility to land well-timed water gun attacks during its maneuvers, leaving the Swellow trailing in frustration. The Swellow's only long-range move, Air Slash, failed to hit its nimble opponent. As the intense aerial chase wore on, both flying Pokemon began to tire. Initially, the Swellow could expend extra stamina to close the gap using Quick Attack. However, the Shiny Wingull's use of Aqua Ring to continuously recover stamina allowed it to stay strong. Over time, the Swellow began to falter, falling behind the Shiny Wingull's pace and succumbing to its relentless attacks. Another perfectly timed water gun struck Swellow, drenching it further. Already slowed by repeated hits, its wet feathers caused its speed to drop even more. Darn it, let's go for broke. Swellow used Quick Attack combined with Brave Bird, the opposing trainer shouted desperately. The Swellow responded with determination. Although the combination move often failed during practice, it executed flawlessly in this critical moment. The Swellow was enveloped in the white glow of Quick Attack, followed by a blue aura from Brave Bird. It transformed into a streaking blue bird of light, hurtling toward the Shiny Wingull. The Swellow's fierce momentum sent a chill downwingle spine. A deep sense of danger gripped it. If it couldn't evade, the battle could be lost. However, Sato didn't issue any commands, silently observing his Pokémon. Fortunately, the shiny winged gull recalled Sato's earlier advice, recalling previous evasion maneuvers in its mind. Clarity dawned in its eyes. In a flash, the wind gull activated Quick Attack, followed by Aqua Jet, surrounding itself in a torrent of water. The combination of moves gave it a sudden burst of speed, halting the Swellow's advance. Furthermore, the jetting water soaked the Swellow's feathers once more, further reducing its speed. Well done. Follow up with a series of water guns. Sato praised, excitement evident in his voice. The Swellow, having poured all its energy into the desperate combination, had no strength left to resist. After enduring 3 successive water gun hits, it plummeted to the ground, unable to continue. Next, who's willing to challenge me? Remember, you can only use flying-type Pokémon, Sato declared, placing a high-quality poke block in the shiny Wingle's beak and stroking its head in praise. As his gaze swept over the gathered trainers, a female trainer stepped forward to take the previous Swellow trainer's place. She tossed out a Pokeball, releasing a Ninjask to face Sato's challenge. When it comes to speed, few Pokemon in the world can match the pace of a Ninjask at the same level. With a base speed stat of 160 and its speed boost ability, Ninjask reaches an unparalleled level of velocity. As soon as the female trainer released her Ninjask, it began flapping its wings at an astonishing rate, transforming its body into a blur of light as it zipped around the battle arena. In this 20 by 10 meter space, it completed a lap in just over 2 seconds, showcasing its terrifying speed. The shiny wind gull had initially held an advantage due to its speed, but the battle had barely started when the female trainer's level 22 Ninjask overwhelmed it. The shiny wind gull, despite its nimbleness, quickly fell behind. As time passed, flashes of light, symbolizing Ninjask's increasing speed, repeatedly appeared, further widening the gap. A series of piercing sonic booms echoed above the battlefield. At this moment, Sato witnessed firsthand the relentless, lightning-fast attacks of a Ninjask. It left behind fleeting afterimages in the air, giving the illusion that it had summoned numerous clones to strike the shiny wind gull from all directions using the bug-type Move Fury Cutter. Fortunately, as a flying type, the shiny wind gull only took normal damage from bug-type moves. Additionally, Ninjask struggled to maintain its rapid attacks for extended periods. Otherwise, the compounded damage of Fury Cutter might have already knocked the shiny wind gull out. Even so, in just over 10 seconds, the shiny wind gull, cloaked in Aqua Ring and following Sato's command to use Aqua Jet defensively, was battered and bruised. Without a change in strategy, defeat was only seconds away. Surprisingly, Sato remained calm and composed, in stark contrast to his opponent, who was visibly anxious and restless on the platform. Darn it, Ninjask, stop accelerating and create some distance. Seeing that the shiny wind gull still hadn't fallen after 16 seconds of relentless assault, the female trainer finally lost her composure and issued a new command. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and, as Ninjask's trainer, the girl knew this better than anyone. Ninjask's greatest weaknesses were its stamina and physical resilience. For a Ninjask, unleashing rapid, high-speed attacks in just over 10 seconds consumed an enormous amount of energy. Its fragile body couldn't sustain such a strain. Have you ever seen sprinters collapse after an all-out dash of several hundred meters? Ninjask's current state resembled that. Its body steamed like a freshly cooked shrimp, the result of intense heat from rapid energy depletion. Ninjask needed a cool-down period. Without it, it would collapse before its opponent. In fact, many trainers inexperienced with Ninjask's limits have pushed it too far, resulting in tragic injuries that ended the Pokémon's battling career. Now's our chance, Wingull. Use Quick Attack with Wing Attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sato's eyes gleamed as he issued his command. The shiny Wingull, frustrated from the one-sided battle so far and stung by the burning pain of its injuries, eagerly obeyed. In its weakened state, Ninjask, out of energy and unable to react, had no choice but to endure the shiny Wingle's furious assault. Though Wingle's base attack stat wasn't particularly high, the super-effective wing attack was devastating for the frail Ninjask. With a pained cry, the Ninjask plummeted like a baseball struck with full force, slamming into the ground. The power behind the shiny Wingle's attack was evident from its earlier fury. Even so, Wingull wasn't unscathed. Its left wing had gone numb, and it imagined hearing a faint cracking sound. Thankfully, the soothing effects of Aqua Ring gradually restored feeling to its wing. Taking advantage of Ninjask's weakened state, Wingull ignored the pain in its wing and unleashed a barrage of water gun attacks into the small crater where Ninjask had fallen. Moments later, the thoroughly drenched Ninjask floated lifelessly in the water-filled depression, motionless after spitting out a final bubble of air. With this hard-fought victory, Wingull, now at level 21 after defeating 5 consecutive opponents, was switched out for Sato's Growlithe. Sato also adjusted the arena's rules to prohibit the use of flying types. So far, excluding his initial victory over the previous arena leader, Sato had defended his title 4 times in a row with the same Pokémon. His impressive streak made him the center of attention at the low-level training ground. A large crowd of eager trainers had now gathered around the arena, all determined to take down the reigning leader. Every trainer at the training ground had the same goal: to challenge stronger opponents and grow. Here, only the most skilled could hold onto the title of arena leader. Unbeknownst to Sato, this large-scale battle venue, located near the battle tower in LaRue City, was an official facility. It had a unique rule. Any trainer who achieved a 10-win streak as the arena leader would qualify to compete in the LaRue City Junior Cup next Saturday at the end of the month. So far, only a handful of trainers had earned the right to participate in this prestigious tournament. These individuals would represent LaRue City in matches against the brightest young talents from the Hoenn League. They would also have the rare opportunity to face off against Hoenn's Elite Four, the champion, and the 18 Battle Tower leaders in exhibition matches. Without any prompting from Sato, another eager opponent quickly stepped onto the opposing platform and released a level 25 Graveler to challenge his Growlithe. Sato naturally wasn't aware of the rewards for defending the challenge, and even if he were, he would only give a helpless smile. The time remaining to complete the task Sophia's request was running out, leaving no room for distractions like the LaRue City Junior Cup tournament. Right now, his sole focus was figuring out how to defeat the troublesome Graveler in front of him. According to the data scanned by his system, this Graveler had outstanding potential, with an individual value of 145, making it a Pokémon with rare purple tier 4 ratings. Graveler evolves from Geodude at level 25. Despite Geodude being a common Pokémon, its evolved form, Graveler, boasts impressive combat abilities. Notably, its ability to thrive on a diet of rocks and its potential to evolve further via trade make Geodude and its evolutionary forms popular among trainers, especially those with limited resources. For trainers who own Rock-type Pokémon, it's highly likely that their choice is Geodude or one of its evolutions. As a Rock/Ground-type Pokémon, Graveler holds a significant advantage against Fire types. Its classic strategy involves using Defense Curl to boost its defense and make its body smoother, followed by its signature move, Rollout, to charge at its opponents. Ignoring Growlithe's initial probing attack of Ember, Graveler followed its trainer's instructions, using Defense Curl to bolster its defense and enhance its rolling momentum. It then unleashed Rollout against Growlithe. The Defense Curl not only increased Graveler's rolling speed, but also doubled the power of Rollout. Typically, this combination is enough to incapacitate most Fire-type Pokémon upon impact. However, Graveler's initial rolling speed wasn't fast enough to threaten Growlithe, who skillfully dodged with a slight leftward shift and countered with a Fire Spin, a move it had recently mastered through rigorous practice. Unfortunately, Graveler, currently in its rolling state, was like a heat-resistant bulldozer, breaking through the fire spin with brute force. Rollout is a move that gains momentum and power the longer it's used, reaching a maximum power of 480. When combined with defense curl, its power can soar to a staggering 960. This move has become synonymous with the Geodude line, enabling them to overcome even water types in certain scenarios. For example, in the animated series, Brock's Graveler used Rollout to counter Starmie's Water Gun and claim victory. Every Geodude aspires to become a master driver of Rollout. Being able to turn sharply or maneuver during the move is a core skill, while using terrain to execute advanced techniques is the ultimate goal. The Graveler facing Growlithe was already a seasoned Rollout driver, thanks to its exceptional aptitude and excellent training. It had overcome the two major hurdles of mastering Rollout: dizziness from spinning and the inability to sense ground vibrations. After breaking through Growlithe's first fire spin, Graveler executed a sharp turn and charged again, relying on the vibrations from Growlithe's movements to locate its target. In reality, Graveler wouldn't stop its rollout unless it chose to or was interrupted by an external force. Its second rollout was even more intimidating, with increased speed and power. If the first attack was akin to a motorcycle, this one was a car in full throttle. At this point, a direct hit would surely knock out Growlithe. The second rollout, enhanced by defense curl, had a power of 120, enough to deliver a decisive blow. However, while Graveler's speed increased, so did Growlithe's physical capabilities. From the start, Growlithe's body had been engulfed in the flames of Flame Charge, which temporarily enhanced its agility. Another swift sidestep allowed Growlithe to evade Graveler's second assault. It followed up with another fire spin, which was once again dispersed by Graveler's relentless rolling. For Growlithe, this battle was like walking a tightrope. Every subsequent rollout from Graveler carried the potential to knock it out instantly. By the fifth attack, Graveler's speed resembled that of a high-speed train, leaving it unable to stop. Its momentum had overridden any control over braking. Run, Growlithe, and leap over that thing you hate the most. Sato finally broke his silence, issuing a crucial command. Growlithe hesitated briefly, its eyes showing confusion before clearing. It turned and sprinted toward a small puddle, a remnant of the earlier battle with Sato's shiny Wingull. Leaping gracefully, it cleared the water. Throughout the battle, Sato had been observing Graveler, puzzled as to how it pinpointed Growlithe's location while rolling. After analyzing several dodges, he discovered Graveler's reliance on vibrations in the ground from Growlithe's movements. This revelation provided the key to countering it: the puddle. Sure enough, as Growlithe ran, Graveler adjusted its rolling trajectory to follow the vibrations. By the time its trainer realized Sato's intent and shouted a warning, it was too late. With a resounding splash, Graveler rolled straight into the puddle. As a rock/ground type, Graveler detested water more than anything. To it, water felt like scalding oil. It let out a pained screech as it splashed through the puddle. Although it managed to roll out of the water thanks to its momentum, its speed had noticeably decreased. The now-soaked Graveler was visibly distressed, rolling on dry ground in an attempt to rid itself of the water. Sato and Growlithe seized the opportunity. Under Sato's command, Growlithe used Reversal, a fighting-type move, to knock Graveler back into the puddle. It followed up with a fire spin, creating a steaming hot bath for Graveler, who could only suffer helplessly in its watery torment. Taking advantage of every little opportunity one gets, and having a proper situational awareness was also an essential quality of a good trainer. When Growlithe defeated Graveler, Sato's consecutive winning streak reached 5 battles. The challengers below seemed unwilling to give Sato any rest. No sooner had one defeated trainer stepped down than another stepped up. However, after 3 more wins using Growlithe, Nidoran, and Marshtomp, Sato encountered his first defeat at this battle venue. His shiny Wingull was unfortunately matched against a Persian that could use Thunder Wave, ending his winning streak. These trainers are really strong. Their Pokemon are well trained. You can't underestimate them, Sato thought as he silently stepped down from the battle platform and sat on a bench to rest. After battling 9 intense matches, he felt mentally fatigued. Sato was quite satisfied with this battle venue. Compared to the trainers he had faced in the battle tower, these trainers were significantly stronger and more passionate about battling. The system's detection function revealed that many of these trainers had highly talented Pokemon. For example, the Persian belonging to the female trainer who defeated him had an individual value of 158, marking it as her ace Pokemon. In less than 10 minutes, her Persian had defeated 4 consecutive challengers, but it lost during the 5th match. Without special recovery methods, a Pokemon's endurance in consecutive battles is inherently limited, with combat effectiveness inevitably declining after several rounds. The intensity of these battles had its benefits. Among the Pokemon Sato used, all saw level increases. His shiny Wingull, which participated in the most battles, reached level 21, while Nidoran and Growlithe reached level 26. Marshtomp, now level 27, had surpassed the others in level after its astonishing growth thanks to its exceptional talent and the boost from the mutated Supreme Blue Waterstone. Marshtomp had quickly become a key player in Sato's team, especially after its performance in securing 12 consecutive wins the night before. Barring encounters with Grass-type specialists, Marshtomp could handle opponents of similar levels with ease. Once it closed the distance, the battle was almost always decided in its favor. Thanks to grassy terrain created by his Bellossom, Sato's team quickly recovered from their injuries after the intense battles. However, this action unexpectedly caused a big stir in the training arena. Within seconds, a crowd of eager trainers surrounded Sato, their purpose clear. They sought his Pokemon healing services. This reaction left Sato deeply aware of the high demand for Pokemon medical trainers in such a competitive environment. Injuries were inevitable in Pokemon battles, and most trainers could only afford to battle a dozen times before needing to take their teams to a Pokemon Center for healing, an expensive process. While trainers coming to this venue generally had decent financial resources, living in LaRue City, a place where expenses were astronomical, drained funds quickly. Pokemon battles and training, combined with the purchase of necessary items, meant trainers constantly sought to balance their earnings from the battle tower against the ever-increasing costs of improving their teams. To succeed in LaRue City, most trainers push themselves to their limits, but after staying here for a while, they find their earnings from the battle tower is far from enough to cover their daily expenses in this city. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was always cruel. Those with some strength could still manage to sustain themselves. They could get a good amount of money in the process of climbing the tower and then pause their climb to regroup and stay on a certain level of the tower. Others sought alternative methods to gain resources, such as joining mercenary guilds and accepting missions from different paying clients. However, for those trainers who only come here with dreams but do not possess sufficient strength, they were destined to be used as tools to sharpen others. The competitive environment created a stark divide between the strong and the weak, with winners reaping the rewards while losers paid the price. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. This polarized phenomenon was the most common phenomenon among the trainers in LaRue City. Behind every successful trainer in LaRue City were countless losers who were used as stepping stones during the process. In this context, Pokemon medical trainers were a beacon of hope for the underdog trainers. These medical trainers, unaffiliated with the Joy family, were known for providing affordable services, helping trainers save significant amounts on medical expenses. But their scarcity meant they were a hot commodity, highly sought after in LaRue City. To win over a Pokemon medical trainer, many trainers were willing to offer their most sincere friendships and even offer valuable tributes. In short, now that Sato had revealed his identity as a capable Pokemon medical trainer, his life in LaRue City was bound to become very lively. What's going on? What's with those looks? What do they want? This isn't a prison, and I haven't dropped the soap. Sato thought as he observed the surrounding trainers, who looked at him like a pack of hungry wolves. A deep sense of unease suddenly washed over him. He wanted to run. Sato wasn't one of those inexperienced young trainers. Faced with these overly friendly trainers, he kept his guard up and approached them with utmost caution. For these strangers, he stuck to a fair transaction policy, offering his services in exchange for money. As for unrelated requests, like joining some faction or lending out his bellisum, which felt like schemes to him, Sato outright refused. Of course, exchanging phone numbers was acceptable, but only if he found the other party agreeable. After spending nearly half an hour at the training venue being swarmed by overly enthusiastic trainers, Bellisum finally declared she was out of energy and unable to continue healing. Sato took the opportunity to slip away quickly. Thanks to Ditto's transformation abilities, he managed to evade a group of what appeared to be fervent admirers tailing him. Instead of returning to the Pokemon Center, Sato opted to stay at an affordable inn. After sharing a hearty late-night meal with his Pokemon, he enjoyed a restful sleep. For the next 10 days, Sato lived at this modest, out-of-the-way inn. Apart from occasional visits to the Pokemon Center for comprehensive checkups by Nurse Joy, his routine was remarkably consistent. In the mornings, Sato began with physical training for his Pokemon at a public park near the inn. Once that was done, he'd head to the trainer's market to hunt for valuable items. After lunch around 1 p.m., Sato would move to a large training facility to focus on skill drills with his Pokemon. This training lasted until 6 p.m. After a 2-hour break, Sato would then head to the practice field near the battle tower, using the local trainers as sparring partners to test the day's training progress. The inn, the trainer's market, and the practice field formed the 3 main points of his daily life, connected by a repetitive routine. Over the course of these 10 days, Sato managed to achieve several significant milestones. Milestone 1. Pokemon progression. With his Pokemon leveling up steadily, the highlight was when his shiny Wingull finally evolved into a shiny Pelipper on the 8th day. After evolving, its dual abilities and newfound mastery of Hydro Pump and Hurricane greatly boosted its power. At level 28, Shiny Pelipper had climbed to the 4th position in Sato's team ranking, no longer stuck in the awkward last place. Excluding Ditto and the Shiny Silcoon, Golbat and Bellisum reached level 35 after consistent training. Nidoran, with fewer recent battle opportunities, stood at level 29. Meanwhile, Growlithe showed immense progress over these 10 days. This was thanks to Sato acquiring Flamethrower and Fire Spin for it. Mastering these moves enhanced its hit-and-run tactics, making its offense more aggressive and threatening. Growlithe's level rose to 31, regaining its edge over Nidoran. Mudkip, who had evolved into a Marshtomp, saw the fastest growth among all of Sato's Pokemon. Now at level 33, it had also mastered Icy Wind, Rock Tomb, and Fling. These moves helped address its weaknesses, particularly against agile opponents like Golbat. Combining Icy Wind and Rock Tomb for speed control, Marshtomp could now effectively counter elusive foes. The only disappointing aspect was Shiny Silcoon, which had yet to show signs of evolution. Despite Sato's daily care and feeding it nutritious berry juices, there was no progress, leaving him puzzled. Milestone 2. Skill Reinforcement. Sato found several TMs to strengthen his Pokemon beyond just agility. Notably, he acquired Ice Beam and Shockwave, both of which bolstered Shiny Pelipper's aerial dominance. Currently, Shiny Pelipper had learned Protect, Double Team, Ice Beam, and Shockwave. While Double Team and Ice Beam were already well practiced, progress on Shockwave was slower due to Pelipper's type incompatibility. Nidoran also learned Ice Beam. As for Growlithe and Marshtomp, they had already received TMs best suited to their abilities, significantly enhancing their combat readiness. Milestone 3. Battle Tower Progress. Sato's win streak at the Battle Tower had reached 9 consecutive victories. Over 10 days, he climbed from the 8th to the 15th floor, steadily advancing through the ranks. The once daunting task of securing a 10-win streak now seemed much more manageable, thanks to his team's comprehensive power-ups. Compared to the passionate trainers at the practice field, Sato found the opponents in the Battle Tower rather underwhelming. Still, he exercised caution, choosing not to rush into the 10th battle before his team was fully prepared. Once his shiny Wingull evolved, and Marshtomp had sufficiently trained in Rock Tomb and Fling, Sato deemed the time right. With his reputation as a Pokemon medic spreading, Sato's phone was constantly buzzing with requests. Eventually, he struck a balance, using these calls to schedule battles with skilled trainers. In exchange for healing their Pokemon afterward, they provided him with challenging practice opportunities. This strategy allowed Sato to face a wide range of opponents and gain valuable battle experience for his team. Today, at last, Sato felt ready for the decisive 10th victory at the Battle Tower. At 9:30 p.m., he stood on the battlefield once more. Amid dazzling lights and a roaring crowd, Sato emerged from the 15th floor competitors' tunnel. Tonight, this stage was his. In a large battle arena on the 15th floor of the Battle Tower, the stands were packed with an enthusiastic audience. As the two trainers stepped onto the battle platform from opposite ends of the arena, the atmosphere electrified and cheers erupted, filling the entire space with fervor. Sato's 9-win streak had already garnered attention when he first arrived at the Battle Tower. Many still remembered the overwhelming power of his Marshtomp, which dominated opponents effortlessly in 1-on-3 battles. His impressive performance earned him a small following among regular spectators. However, his subsequent disappearance had been as sudden as his arrival. In a place like the Battle Tower, where countless talents rose and fell like fleeting comets, Sato was soon forgotten. Yet over the past few days, Sato had returned with even greater dominance. His Marshtomp, now more refined and powerful, swept through opponents from the 8th floor to the 15th. The competition grew fiercer with each level, but no trainer could halt his ascent. Except for a brief moment on the 14th floor when he switched to his Golbat to handle a similarly skilled opponent, Sato's Marshtomp continued its streak of 1-on-3 victories. The scene of Marshtomp relentlessly delivering ice punches to subdue its opponents thrilled the audience. Its raw, visceral combat style captivated them, embodying a heroic vigor. Particularly memorable was when Marshtomp, battered but unyielding after defeating the opponent's first 2 Pokemon, defeated a Druddigon in an intense, climactic showdown, standing triumphant on the fallen dragon's body and letting out a victory roar. That image had solidified Sato's place in the minds of many spectators. Today, fate seemed to have orchestrated a climactic encounter. Sato's opponent was another trainer on a 9-win streak. Like Sato, she hailed from Kanto and had begun her journey on the 3rd floor. This young woman, with her Charmeleon and Wartortle, had dominated her matches, achieving 9 consecutive victories on her first day itself, a feat that even surpassed Sato's initial streak in decisiveness and flair. To the predominantly male audience, this stunning trainer, with a beauty rivaling that of champion Cynthia, was seen as a rising star. Cynthia had achieved an awe-inspiring 32-win streak in this very tower 2 years prior, and many believe this girl might follow in her footsteps. Unfortunately for Sato, he seemed to stand in the way of her rise to fame. Unsurprisingly, the audience's cheers overwhelmingly favored the young woman. When she stepped on the battle platform, her confident posture and haughty demeanor elicited even louder applause. Raising a delicate finger, she pointed at Sato and smirked. "So it's her. It sure is a small world," Sato thought, his expression twitching slightly. He was both exasperated and bemused. His opponent was none other than Alice Sasaki, a girl he had deliberately avoided. Looking up at the large screen displaying their details, Sato quickly surmised how Alice had found him, likely through media coverage of his activities in LaRue City. He even suspected the Battle Tower staff had been bribed by Alice. After all, what were the odds of them meeting in a place teeming with trainers? However, Sato's musings led him to a different conclusion. The officials probably engineered the matchup for profit. Pitting 2 9-win trainers against each other was a surefire way to attract attention and boost revenue. "Oh ho ho ho! Surprised to see me, Sato?" Alice's haughty laughter echoed. "Your win streak ends today. You've made it so hard for me to find you, but now you're doomed. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." After boldly making her declaration, Alice turned back to her normal position and looked at Sato with a smug look, waiting for his response. However, the response never came. Sato remained stoic, ignoring her provocations. However, his complete disregard and disdainful gaze made his feelings clear, which only further enraged Alice. She huffed and puffed, throwing a tantrum like the spoiled aristocrat she was. "Oh my, it seems these two know each other," the glamorous commentator remarked, her interest piqued. "And apparently, they're not on the best of terms. Could they actually be rivals?" After hearing Alice's words and witnessing Sato's response, everyone could see that these two clearly knew each other. The beautiful female commentator sitting on the podium immediately showed a gossipy face as if she had something to dig up, and swiftly voiced her thoughts to the audience. The audience, ever the gossip-loving crowd, erupted at this suggestion. If they were rivals, this battle promised to be spectacular. "Rivals? Don't be ridiculous," Alice retorted, her indignation flaring. "This plebeian isn't my rival. I'm here to teach him a lesson, nothing more." When Alice heard that everyone thought they were rivals, she became like a furious cat whose tail was stepped on, yelling at the commentators and the people in the audience. However, her protests only fanned the flames of speculation as the audience reveled in the drama. To many, the tension between Sato and Alice hinted at something deeper, though the single men in the crowd chose to ignore such notions. "Humph, this is all your fault." Alice glared at Sato. "Prepare for defeat. This time, your goblet won't stand a chance against my Charmeleon." Sato sighed inwardly. "Damn, this has nothing to do with me. This girl is really a Tsundere girl who is extremely willful. She is really unreasonable," he thought, shaking his head. Fortunately, the referee, seated on a Pidgeot, received the signal to start the match. With a clear command, the battle commenced. Alice, her earlier arrogance replaced by sharp focus, was a different person entirely. Fortunately, the referee soon indicated the start of the battle, and the match had officially begun. Immediately after, Alice entered a calm state and began to focus. She seemed like a completely different person than the haughty brat from just moments prior. "Go, Polyper. I'm counting on you," Sato called, releasing a well-developed Polyper onto the field. "Strike, Scyther. Cut them down with your blades." Alice countered, sending out a Scyther that hovered menacingly in the air. As soon as Polyper entered the field, its drizzle ability activated, summoning dark clouds overhead. Rain began to fall steadily on the grassy battlefield, signaling the start of a fierce showdown. The shiny Polyper had only recently evolved, and its drizzle ability was still in its infancy. According to Sato's tests, the rain clouds generated by Polyper's ability could currently only cover the entirety of a standard battlefield, with a duration of about 10 minutes. Note, a standard battlefield measures 30 by 20 meters. Unlike in the games, Polyper's drizzle ability couldn't be immediately reactivated after being withdrawn and sent out again. After all, it wasn't a legendary Pokemon like Kyogre, blessed with ancient powers. Polyper required at least 10 minutes of rest before it could activate the ability again. The drizzle lasted for about a minute before escalating into steady rain. Raindrops pattered down, forming a thin layer of water over the grassy battlefield. In the rain, Scyther was visibly distressed. Initially, it was flying comfortably, but the rainwater soon drenched its body, hampering its wing movements. The added weight from the water forced it to descend to the ground. Alice, like her Scyther, was also in a tough spot. Before the battle, she had done her homework and knew that Sato's strongest Pokemon were his Golbat, Bellossom, and Marshtomp. Because of the grassy terrain, she had anticipated that Sato would send out Bellossom. That was why she had chosen Scyther, whose type advantage could easily counter Bellossom. However, she hadn't expected Sato to send out a Polyper with the drizzle ability. Ugh, what are those useless spies even doing? They didn't report that his Wingull had evolved, let alone that it had the drizzle ability. Damn it, this rain completely nullifies my ace, Charmeleon. Glaring at the rain-drenched battlefield, Alice's mood soured as dark as the storm overhead. She cursed the intelligence brokers in her mind more than a dozen times. To be fair, the intelligence brokers weren't entirely to blame. Due to Sato's status as a Pokemon medical trainer, he always traveled wearing a human skin mask crafted by Ditto, rendering his identity nearly untraceable. Moreover, Pelipper had only evolved within the past couple of days, and its drizzle ability was a closely guarded secret known only to Sato and a few sparring trainers. Most importantly, among the Pokemon Sato had used in the Battle Tower, only Marshtomp had appeared multiple times, while Growlithe had made a single appearance. The intelligence brokers, unfamiliar with this outsider, could only deduce Sato's strongest Pokemon, Golbat and Bellossom, from secondhand sources. But regardless of the circumstances, the battle had started and couldn't be stopped. After her moment of frustration, Alice refocused her attention. While the rain severely hindered Scyther's flying capabilities, the grassy battlefield gave the forest warrior a natural advantage. Scyther, seasoned in combat, didn't need Alice's instructions. It swiftly moved across the slick grass, disappearing into the tree line to evade Pelipper's sight. As the shiny Pelipper flew low to search the treetops, Scyther burst forth from the canopy of a large tree behind it. With a powerful kick off the trunk and a burst of quick attack propelled by its wings, Scyther turned into a green blur, streaking towards Pelipper. Great job. Use Slash. Knock it out of the sky and teach it a lesson. Alice's eyes lit up at Scyther's swift assault, and she promptly commanded it to strike Pelipper. While not as powerful as her Charmeleon, Alice held her Scyther in high regard. Its exceptional close combat prowess meant that any opponent caught within range of its razor-sharp blades would fall quickly to its relentless attacks. To Alice, Pokemon like Pelipper, used by commoners, were inherently weak. Just like her opinion of Sato's Golbat, she looked down on Pelipper and its trainer, deeming them insignificant. You're foolish. In rainy conditions, unless you use electric-type moves, my Pelipper is nearly unbeatable. If you'd opted for a drawn-out, evasive strategy using the forest as cover, waiting for the rain to subside, you might have had a chance. But now, you're courting disaster. Sato smirked coldly at Scyther's reckless charge, though he refrained from underestimating it. The information he'd just received about Scyther made him cautious. While Alice might be arrogant, her wealth allowed her access to top-tier Pokemon. Her Charmeleon was already enviable, and this Scyther, too, was an exceptional specimen. Pokemon, Scyther, level 31. Type Bug/Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, male. Known moves, Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack, Fury Cutter, Slash, Steel Wing, Egg Move, Bug Bite, Tutor, Sword Dance TM, Brick Break, TM, Aerial Ace TM, U-Turn TM, X-Scissor TM. Held item, none. Stats, IVs. HP, 29 of 31. Attack, 30 of 31. Defense, 28 of 31. SP, ATK, 28 of 31. SP Def, 28 of 31. Speed, 31 of 31. Overall 4 rating. Purple, total 4. 174, just a point shy of Gold's threshold of 175. Clearly, this Scyther was a cut above the rest, narrowly missing the Gold 4 threshold. Alice had spared no expense in its development, teaching it powerful moves like Swords Dance and X-Scissor early. However, stats were just stats. True combat strength was proven in battle. Perhaps Scyther had effortlessly bested opponents in Alice's hands before, but today, its recklessness would cost it dearly. As Scyther's gleaming blades neared Pelipper, the shiny Pokemon's eyes lit up. A powerful hurricane formed in front of it, an oppressive wall of wind surging to intercept Scyther. The bug Pokemon dove headfirst into the storm. Overwhelmed by the type advantage, it took severe damage. When the hurricane subsided, Scyther was spinning uncontrollably, dazed. The confusion effect had triggered. Pelipper wasted no time capitalizing on the opening. Without needing Sato's command, it unleashed a high-pressure hydro pump from his wide beak. Amplified by the rain, the hydro pump obliterated everything in its path. Scyther, along with 8 trees, was sent crashing down. A significant portion of the forested battlefield lay in ruins. After enduring 2 powerful stab moves, Scyther, despite its incredible talent and durability, was left defeated. You really need to learn your lesson. Never underestimate any Pokemon, especially my Pokemon. There are rarely any weak Pokemon, only weak trainers. Your Scyther is strong, but as a trainer, you've fallen short. Your arrogance clouds your judgment. And don't you dare underestimate me. I won't show you any mercy. Sato turned to the now pale-faced Alice, his expression stern as he delivered his sharp rebuke. Alice was livid. However, her anger wasn't truly because of her Scyther's defeat. What really infuriated her were the words spoken by the commoner standing across from her just moments ago. Defeat, however, was defeat. Alice, proud and thin-skinned as she was, couldn't stoop to shamelessly covering up her failure. Although she dearly wanted to pummel Sato right there and then, she forced herself to endure the humiliation. Yet, alongside her anger, Alice began to let go of her earlier underestimation of Sato and his shiny Pelipper. Perhaps even she hadn't realized it yet, but her sense of superiority had been shaken. This was a 3-on-3 battle, and with her Scyther defeated, she now only had 2 Pokemon left to defeat Sato. As much as she hated to admit it, this opponent of hers was indeed quite capable. Moreover, due to incorrect information, turning the tide with her remaining 2 Pokemon would be no easy feat. Don't get cocky, you plebeian. I haven't lost yet. Come out, Jolteon, and fry that gull to a crisp. Alice recalled her fallen Scyther into a luxury ball before releasing her next Pokemon, a burly Jolteon, from a yellow luxury ball. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed. Jolteon's entry was dramatic. A lightning bolt struck down from the dark clouds above the battlefield, and Jolteon appeared as though descending like the god of thunder, cloaked in a flash of lightning. Seeing such a dramatic display, Sato's pupils contracted, and his expression grew slightly grim. From this entrance alone, it was clear that this Jolteon had an exceptional mastery of electric-type energy. This didn't bode well for his shiny Pelipper. Jolteon's data. Pokemon, Jolteon. Level, 32. Type, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, Female. Known moves, Thunder Shock, Helping Hand, Sand Attack, Tail Whip, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, Double Kick, Thunder Fong, Pin Missile, Agility, Wish, Egg Move, Thunderbolt TM, Thunder TM, Charge Beam TM, Thunder Wave TM, Magnet Rise TM, Shadow Ball TM, Double Team TM, Protect TM, Hidden Power Ice Type TM, Held Item, Magnet, Electric Type moves equals plus 20% power. IVs, HP, 28 of 31. Attack, 27 of 31. Defense, 29 of 31. Special Attack, 30 of 31. Special Defense, 29 of 31. Speed, 28 of 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, 171 out of 175. This Alice really has quite the collection of high-quality Pokemon. Another one that's just shy of a golden rating. Jolteon. In the games, this was always one of my favorite special attackers, Sato thought, a twinge of envy and nostalgia flashing in his eyes before quickly vanishing. There was no time for sentimentality now. He had to devise a way to have his shiny Pelipper either whittle down Jolteon's strength or even defeat it outright. After all, the battle tower didn't allow for mid-battle Pokemon switches. Pelipper, disperse the rain clouds and fly low into the forested area, Sato commanded, glancing at the small wooded section of the grass field, an idea forming in his mind. The rain clouds were summoned by Pelipper, so dispersing them wasn't much of an issue. Following Sato's order, the shiny Pelipper began to descend toward the forest, while focusing to dissipate the storm clouds above. Not so fast. Jolteon, use thunder to strike that Pelipper down. Alice immediately saw through Sato's intent. Wasting no time, She commanded Jolteon to launch a counterattack before the clouds could fully clear. As soon as Alice spoke, Jolteon crackled with electricity. Arcs of lightning shot upward, merging with the lingering rain clouds. In an instant, the dissipating clouds stopped vanishing and instead began glowing with a web of blinding electric light. With a thunderous roar from Jolteon, a massive bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, came crashing down from the clouds. Twisting and zigzagging in midair, it raced toward the shiny Polyper heading into the woods. The saying the tallest tree gets struck first wasn't without merit. However, Sato's precise command and Polyper's quick reflexes proved effective. Before Jolteon's thunder could land, Polyper managed to dive into the forest. The bolt of lightning redirected to the tallest, water-soaked tree instead. The result? The massive tree was split clean in two, its charred halves smoldering ominously. A few small flames flickered but were quickly snuffed out by the damp environment. That was close. Polyper, still shaken, glanced back at the destroyed tree, grateful for Sato's sharp tactical thinking. If that lightning had hit, it would have been fried to a crisp on the spot. Now that the storm clouds had exhausted their charge, Jolteon could no longer maintain their presence, and they rapidly dissipated. At that moment, a high-pressure jet of water burst from the wooded area, targeting the hesitant Jolteon. While the grass field was advantageous for hiding, it wasn't friendly to electric types like Jolteon, especially with so many trees acting as natural insulators. Sato exploited this weakness by ensuring Polyper dried the woods with wind, reducing their conductivity and making Jolteon's electric type moves less effective. Dodge and rush in. Use Thunderbolt. Alice's quick thinking kept her in the game. Jolteon nimbly sidestepped the hydro pump and dashed into the woods at lightning speed. You're still too young. Polyper, fly out and hit it with Hurricane. Sato smirked, watching Alice fall into his trap. The moment Jolteon entered the woods, its speed advantage and type dominance diminished. Polyper quickly exited the forest and unleashed a devastating hurricane, a massive vortex of wind pulling in leaves, twigs, and, unfortunately for Jolteon, electric-type Pokemon. Don't give up. Use Magnet Rise to stabilize and then hit it with Thunderbolt. Alice's command was sharp and decisive. Using Magnet Rise, Jolteon generated a magnetic field, stabilizing itself in the vortex. It then unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt, piercing through the winds and striking Polyper head-on. Polyper let out a pained cry before plummeting to the ground, its body charred and smoking. A quadruple weakness attack was too much, even for a sturdy Pokemon like Polyper. It was struck down in a single, super effective hit. Under Alice's skill direction, Jolteon had successfully turned the tide. Sato's shiny Polyper was down for the count. Return, Polyper. You've done your best, and you were brilliant. Sato retrieved his shimmering Polyper with its Pokeball and offered it words of praise before turning his gaze to the smug woman in front of him, who was now radiating confidence. Her quick thinking in such a critical moment impressed Sato. He silently acknowledged, "Well played," while marveling at Jolteon's extraordinary mastery over electric-type energy. Executing Magnet Rise to stabilize itself within a tornado was no small feat. It required exceptional control over electric-type energy, which was not something every electric-type Pokemon could achieve due to the violent nature of the energy. Even so, his shiny Polyper had performed exceptionally well. Although it hadn't managed to defeat Jolteon as planned, its Hurricane had left Jolteon severely weakened and barely able to continue the fight. The rest of this battle is yours, Marshtomp. Refocusing, Sato pulled Marshtomp's Pokeball from his belt and released it. In the blink of an eye, Marshtomp's sturdy, sky-blue form appeared on the finely manicured grass in front of Jolteon. Take them down, Marshtomp. Go, Marshtomp. Hit him hard. Make every punch count. Let's go, baby. Here it comes. Smash them into the wall with your fists, Marshtomp. Marshtomp's fans in the audience erupted. Some lunatics had even donned T-shirts emblazoned with Marshtomp's image, waving flags and cheering loudly. Gru, Buoyed by the crowd's fervor, Marshtomp's fighting spirit soared. Marshtomp's muscles bulged, and it let out a powerful roar. Marshtomp! 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 The audience chanted in unison, their voices creating a feverish energy throughout the stadium. There wasn't a single person in the audience that didn't love Marshtomp's fights. This feeling, this adrenaline from the cheers, it's amazing, Sato thought, invigorated by the atmosphere. As Marshtomp's trainer, Sato's blood was naturally boiling with excitement as well. He loved intense, physical battles, and Marshtomp's warrior-like nature matched his own preferences perfectly. It was one of the reasons he often relied on Marshtomp in battles. In stark contrast, Alice and her Jolteon appeared tense and uneasy, struggling under the weight of the crowd's enthusiasm. The invisible pressure made it hard for them, making them feel almost suffocated. These people are insane. This is unbearable. What is this? Alice thought, her face pale. She despised the crowd's sudden outburst of passion and felt a growing disgust toward them. She wished she could leave this overwhelming environment immediately. Charge in, Jolteon. Use double kick. Unable to endure the mounting pressure, Alice shouted for Jolteon to attack, hoping a swift victory would silence the spectators. Jolteon, having been with Alice since its days as an EV, understood her frustration. It dashed toward Marshtomp at high speed, sharing its trainer's disdain for the opposing Pokémon. Interesting. Let's give them a good fight. Marshtomp, meet them head-on with Ice Punch. Seeing Alice opt for a direct assault, Sato's face lit up with excitement. He commanded Marshtomp to counter with equal ferocity. Direct clashes were Marshtomp's specialty and favorite form of combat. Marshtomp's muscles tensed, and Ice-type energy enveloped its fists as it charged forward to meet Jolteon head-on. Jolteon's speed was impressive, closing the distance to Marshtomp in a flash. A quick sidestep brought it to Marshtomp's left side, and its rear leg lashed out in a sweeping kick. However, this time was different. Marshtomp didn't budge from the force of Jolteon's double kick. Instead, it swiftly caught Jolteon's leg with its left hand, freezing it solid. With a firm grip, Marshtomp yanked Jolteon into the air. The electric type naturally retaliated with a powerful electric discharge, but it had little effect. Electricity? Marshtomp barely felt it. To the water/ground type, the sensation was no more than a pleasant tingle. But now wasn't the time to relax. Marshtomp needed to respond to the crowd's energy. It decided to showcase its strength in the most spectacular way possible. Flexing its powerful muscles, Marshtomp channeled all its energy into a single, devastating punch aimed squarely at Jolteon's midsection. Boom! The impact was deafening, shaking the battlefield as Jolteon was sent flying like a rag doll. It crashed into the protective wall over 10 meters away and slumped motionless into the crater it created. Just one punch. Just one powerful punch, and Jolteon was down. Marshtomp's precision ensured that the blow rendered Jolteon unconscious instantly, sparing it from further pain upon impact with the wall. Jolteon is unable to battle. Marshtomp wins. The referee, having counted the seconds while observing Jolteon's condition, declared the outcome. Hell yeah. Fuck. There it is again. Holy shit. Daddy chill. Marshtomp. Marshtomp. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The sheer power Marshtomp displayed had ignited their spirits. How? How is his Marshtomp this strong? Alice, still pale, stared in disbelief at her Jolteon embedded in the wall. Her hands trembled as she struggled to process the overwhelming defeat. Currently, Alice has only one Pokémon left, while Sato has two Pokémon that are still full of energy. What will Alice do next? What secret weapon will she bring out to turn the tide? Let's wait and see. The female commentator, witnessing the battle reach its critical stage, passionately picked up the microphone and added fuel to the already electrifying atmosphere with her energetic commentary. Pressure. At this moment, Alice was weighed down by an unprecedented level of pressure. The loss of her Jolteon filled her with an intense sense of crisis. The reason was clear. She was highly likely to be defeated yet again by this detestable commoner in front of her. And this time, it was in such a grand, attention-grabbing setting. Alice wished she could flee the battlefield immediately. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to commit an act more humiliating than defeat itself. She would never tarnish the Sasaki family's honor. Marshtomp was a Pokemon Alice had anticipated encountering, so she had already devised a plan to counter it. Her strategy involved sending out her strongest Grass-type Pokemon, Bayleaf, to face it. Why, among the famous Kanto starters, did Alice possess both Charmeleon and Wartortle, but not the Grass-type starter Bulbasaur? Instead, she had Bayleaf, a Grass-type Pokemon from the Johto region. The reason was simple. Alice found Venusaur, Bulbasaur's final evolved form, unattractive. Thus, she opted for Chikorita, which she considered the cutest and most beautiful Grass-type starter. However, after witnessing Marshtomp's overwhelming performance earlier, Alice doubted that Bayleaf could defeat such a barbaric brute. Sato's Marshtomp was the most savage and violent Pokemon she had ever encountered. Although she had heard reports about its exceptional strength surpassing that of ordinary Marshtomps, witnessing it firsthand revealed just how terrifying its brute power was. It crushed opponents with raw strength, a truly unstoppable force. "Come out, Toadkiss!" After careful deliberation, Alice finally acknowledged Marshtomp's superior strength. This time, she didn't dare pit a Pokemon against Marshtomp in close combat. Instead, she chose her strongest flying-type Pokemon, Toadkiss, as her trump card to counter Marshtomp's brute force. The next moment, a brilliant white light shot out from the Luxury Ball in Alice's hand. A stunning Pokemon appeared midair above the battlefield. Its elegant flight silenced the crowd, calming their previously excited hearts. As expected of a young lady from a prestigious family, she even has such a rare Pokemon. That Toadkiss must have been nurtured from an egg, or it wouldn't have evolved into its current form. Seeing Alice deploy a Pokemon rarer than even pseudo-legendaries, Sato couldn't help but feel astonished again. The Pokemon gracefully gliding in the air was indeed Toadkiss. It was hard to imagine what other rare Pokemon this wealthy heiress might possess. At this point, Sato wouldn't be surprised if she had an undeveloped pseudo-legendary waiting in reserve. As usual, Sato activated his system's scanning ability to analyze Toadkiss. The detailed information appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing Toadkiss's extensive skill set, Sato silently acknowledged Alice as a true spender. Pokemon information. Pokemon, Toadkiss. Level, 32. Type, Fairy/Flying. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Growl, Sweet Kiss, Metronome, Charm, Fairy Wind, Encore, Follow Me, Wish, Ancient Power, After You, Sky Attack, Aura Sphere, Extreme Speed, Air/Future Sight, Egg Move, Psychic TM, Hyper Beam TM, Roost TM, Light Screen TM, Psychic Terrain TM, Solar Beam TM, Protect TM, Safeguard TM, Shadow Ball TM, Reflect TM, Flamethrower TM, Shockwave TM, Grass Knot TM, Dazzling Gleam TM, Heal Bell TM, Nasty Plot TM, Water Pulse TM, Heat Wave TM. Held item, Life Orb. 4 stats. HP, 25 of 31. Attack, 21 of 31. Defense, 29 of 31. Special attack, 28 of 31. Special defense, 27 of 31. Speed, 25 of 31. Overall 4 rating, purple, total IVs 155, below 175. Sato felt a mix of awe and concern. Alice's Toadkiss, much like her Charmeleon, was clearly a Pokemon she adored. The sheer number of moves it had learned was enviable yet intimidating. Even without considering the TMs, Toadkiss's level-up moves alone were enough to give Sato a headache. If Alice was clever, she could easily exploit Magical Leaf and Extreme Speed to make things extremely difficult for Marshtomp. Still, if Alice's training of Toadkiss wasn't thorough, Marshtomp might still have a chance to win. Toadkiss's clear advantage lay in its flight. If Sato could bring it down, victory would be within reach. With the referee's signal, the final showdown began. Alice's extensive background and expert mentorship, combined with her own talent as a trainer, shone through when she was pushed to the edge. Forcing herself to stay calm, Alice's demeanor transformed, her eyes now radiating icy determination. Toadkiss used Magical Leaf. Attack with full force. Right from the start, Alice commanded Toadkiss to unleash its full power. The elegant Pokémon became an aerial bomber, showering the battlefield with waves of shimmering green leaves. Each leaf homed in on Marshtomp with unerring accuracy, resembling a barrage of heat-seeking missiles. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Marshtomp instinctively dove underground using Dig, sealing the tunnel entrance with a layer of frozen soil for added protection. Unfortunately, this measure was temporary. The frozen soil quickly gave way under the relentless assault of Magical Leaf, forcing Marshtomp back to the surface. Emerging from the ground, Marshtomp found itself surrounded by a storm of glowing leaves. The relentless assault left no room for escape. With the 4 times damage from the Grass-type move, one hit would spell defeat. Toadkiss had set a trap from which there seemed to be no escape. If you can't dodge, face it head-on. Start spinning and use Icy Wind to freeze them. Sato's eyes gleamed as he issued his command. Cornered, Marshtomp took a deep breath. Its belly swelled as it unleashed an icy blue wind, spinning rapidly to spread the freezing air in all directions. The shimmering green leaves slowed as they became coated in frost, eventually falling harmlessly to the ground. Marshtomp had narrowly escaped disaster, but Alice was quick to capitalize. "Use Aura Sphere," she called, her voice cutting through the tension. A glowing blue energy orb shot forth from Toadkiss, striking Marshtomp and sending it flying. As Marshtomp struggled midair, a massive air slash descended, a white energy blade over 8 meters wide, slicing through the sky with terrifying force. The ultimate attack was heading straight for Marshtomp, who had nowhere to escape. Use Water Gun to change direction. Seeing Toadkiss's air slash about to hit, Sato's expression shifted as he yelled instructions to his Marshtomp. A Toadkiss with the Serene Grace ability was a threat not to be underestimated. If Marshtomp were hit, there was a daunting 60% chance it would flinch due to air slash's added effect. If Marshtomp succumbed to flinching, it could lead to a disastrous chain reaction. Perhaps the creator of Pokémon had favored Toadkiss, as its luck was unmatched among Pokémon. With sufficient fortune, a relentless barrage of air slashes could turn into a nightmare for most opponents. Note: Air Slash is a flying-type special move with 75 power. Effect: 30% chance to cause the target to flinch. Without hesitation, Marshtomp fired a quick water gun forward. Using the backward thrust, it managed to shift slightly, narrowly evading Toadkiss's lethal air slash. Aura Sphere, don't let it escape. Watching Marshtomp dodge under Sato's command, Alice gritted her teeth and ordered Toadkiss to launch a homing Aura Sphere at the airborne Marshtomp. Use Ice Punch to counter it. Sato's command came immediately after Alice spoke. In an instant, a glowing blue energy ball formed in front of Toadkiss's open beak. With a sharp whoosh, the Aura Sphere shot forward, tracing a curved, blue path toward Marshtomp. Marshtomp, following Sato's command, enveloped its right arm in icy energy. A frosty gauntlet of solid ice formed over its fist. As the Aura Sphere neared, Marshtomp swung its now muscular right arm with lightning speed, colliding with the attack. A shockwave rippled through the air upon impact. The Aura Sphere proved no match for Marshtomp's Ice Punch, bolstered by its raw power. Within a second, the sphere shattered, dispersing into a burst of blue sparks. Extreme speed? Don't give a chance. Alice was relentless, instructing Toadkiss to seize the moment when Marshtomp was still recovering. Toadkiss, the result of Alice's meticulous training, demonstrated exceptional physical fitness and combat instincts. It glowed with brilliant white light before accelerating, weaving through the air in rapid Z-shaped turns, and suddenly appearing in front of Marshtomp. With a powerful wing slash, Togekiss struck Marshtomp midair. A loud boom echoed as Marshtomp crashed into the ground, creating a large crater on the grassy field. The next moment, however, Marshtomp leapt out of the crater, glaring at Togekiss with renewed determination. Despite taking hits from Aura Sphere and extreme speed, it appeared largely unscathed. Its slightly weakened aura quickly regained strength. Marshtomp's durability, enhanced by its mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, allowed it to grow stronger over time. Fully incited by Togekiss, its battle spirit now burned fiercely. When Togekiss launched a barrage of magical leaves under Alice's orders, Marshtomp narrowed its eyes and exhaled sharply. It countered with a 360-degree blast of icy wind, nullifying most of the attack. Ignoring a few stray magical leaves that grazed its body, Marshtomp's fists began to glow with a brownish light. With a thunderous punch to the ground, it summoned numerous glowing, earth-toned boulders. These volleyball-sized rocks, created by Marshtomp's rock tomb, possessed a unique property. They slowed the speed of any target they struck. Great! Marshtomp is thinking exactly what I had in mind. To defeat Togekiss, we need to bring it down from the sky. Since Icy Wind couldn't manage that, we'll have to use another approach. Sato's eyes lit up with pride as he saw Marshtomp taking the initiative to create rocks with Rock Tomb. Marshtomp's growing battle awareness made him genuinely happy. Oof. Togekiss, stop using Magical Leaf. Kite it with Aura Sphere instead. Acknowledging the ineffectiveness of Magical Leaf, Alice switched strategies, instructing Togekiss to rely on its highly practiced Aura Sphere for a sustained offensive. Togekiss, hearing this, ceased generating magical leaves. Although it had excellent stamina, maintaining such a large number of magical leaves was draining. Just as Togekiss prepared to launch another Aura Sphere, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A boulder shot past its left wing like an anti-air cannon, close enough to disturb its balance. Startled, Togekiss glanced down and saw Marshtomp, poised in an unorthodox stance. A second boulder shot up, this time aimed directly at Togekiss's face. Alarmed by the imminent danger, Togekiss hastily fired its partially formed Aura Sphere to intercept the rock, gaining just enough time to maneuver away with a sudden flap of its wings. The deflected rock continued its trajectory, smashing into the spot where Togekiss had been moments earlier. "Watch out!" Alice cried, but Togekiss couldn't dodge the next projectile in time. Another boulder, slightly off course but well-aimed, clipped its left wing. A loud crack resounded as the impact fractured Togekiss's wing bones, sending a wave of searing pain through its body. "No!" Alice screamed, her face pale. Togekiss let out a heart-wrenching cry as it plummeted from the sky. Below, Marshtomp grabbed another boulder, his muscles flexing with raw power. His movements resembled a textbook pitching stance as he hurled the rock with precision and force. Thwack! The rock struck Togekiss mid-fall, driving it into the arena's protective wall with a heavy impact before both it and the rock crashed to the ground. With just two well-aimed Rock Tomb projectiles, Marshtomp had brought down the seemingly invincible Togekiss. The crowd erupted into cheers as Marshtomp stood tall, its stance exuding both strength and willpower. "Marshtomp! Marshtomp! Marshtomp! Marshtomp!" The once dominant Togekiss had fallen, and the crowd's enthusiasm surged to its peak. Spectators gazed in awe at the light blue Pokémon still holding its pose, embodying the perfect image of a triumphant warrior. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the bustling port of LaRue City was beginning to awaken. Standing on the pier, a plain-looking, taciturn young man gazed out at the horizon. His clothes were slightly tattered, his hands bore thick calluses, and a belt with pokeballs hung at his waist, clear signs of a struggling, impoverished Pokémon trainer. The young man turned his head, his eyes lingering on the city perched atop the island cliffs. A trace of regret and reluctance flickered across his face. After a long sigh, He shook his head and headed toward an aging cargo ship docked nearby. Onlookers observed him with mixed reactions. Most offered sympathetic glances, while a few smirked with schadenfreude. Yet not a single person showed pity. To many, this young man was no different from countless other trainers who had come to LaRue City with lofty dreams and ambitions, only to have them crushed by the city's harsh realities. Now, like so many before him, he was leaving, burdened with disappointment and regret. Sympathy, they thought, was unnecessary for someone who had chosen this path. The young man handed over a tattered half-note worth 1,000 poke dollars to a grizzled, bald sailor, securing passage in the cargo hold. Joining a line of similarly dressed passengers, he followed them up a narrow plank onto the heavily loaded ship. With a low, resonant whistle from its smokestack, the ship began to pull away from the port, cutting through the calm morning waters toward the open sea. In no time, the ship was but a tiny speck on the horizon, disappearing from the view of the laborers on the pier. Once the city of LaRue had vanished from sight, the taciturn young man on the deck finally turned away. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, he seemed unburdened at last. This taciturn young man was, of course, Sato. Having taken a black market ship to quietly leave LaRue City, he was now on his way. Despite his stunning victory over Alice the day before, achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive wins, he knew his days in the city were numbered. Aware of what had happened with others like Fujiwara Carey, Sato didn't wait for retaliation from Alice or her associates. As soon as the battle ended, he decided to make his escape. Where there are people, there's always a market. Many trainers, stripped of their resources, couldn't even afford a proper ticket to leave the city. In response, black market transport like this cargo ship thrived. Sato had spent 1,000 poke dollars for a makeshift ticket that granted him space in a storeroom on board. Thanks to this ticket, Sato had left LaRue City safely, though not without some lingering regret. He had completed his mission 3 days ahead of schedule, leaving him time to explore the city. Unfortunately, Alice's unexpected appearance forced him to abandon those plans. Originally, Sato had intended to relax after fulfilling Sophia's mission. He had wanted to visit LaRue City's antique market, a prospect that still tugged at his heart. Imagining the treasures he might have missed brought a pang of disappointment, but he quickly refocused his attention. In his hand was a small, seemingly ordinary slip of paper, yet its contents and handwriting commanded his full alertness. The message was simple. He had completed his task and was required to report to Sophia at the rocket team base in Pewter City within 10 days. The note had appeared in his pocket shortly after his 10th victory, as though placed there by an unseen hand. Seems like Rocket Team has been shadowing me with someone incredibly skilled at concealment, Sato mused, tearing the paper into tiny pieces and scattering them into the sea breeze. Watching the fragments vanish, his expression grew more serious. I need to work on my detection skills. He shifted his gaze to the shadow at his feet, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the grandest hotel of LaRue City, the lowest floor echoed with the sounds of shattering objects. Alice, her face tear-streaked and red with frustration, was throwing everything within reach. Outside the room, a group of maids stood trembling, unsure what to do. After a while, an elderly man with impeccably groomed hair and a neatly trimmed beard appeared. Dismissing the maids with a wave, he waited for the noise to subside before entering. Inside, Alice was curled up on a leather sofa, staring blankly ahead. She looked up at the old man, but said nothing. "I don't want anyone to touch him," she said coldly after a long silence, her voice steady despite the tears she wiped away. "I won't give up. I'll defeat him myself one day." The elderly man, Grandpa Pino, smiled faintly. "As you wish, Miss Alice. But you won't find him now. He's already gone. It may be a long time before you see him again." "I don't care," Alice retorted sharply, her expression hardening. "I'll get stronger. Grandpa Pino, I don't want to be a frog trapped in a well anymore. I want to travel. Alone." Grandpa Pino's smile widened, his approval clear. "Very well, Miss Alice. I'll make the arrangements. Your father will be thrilled to hear this." Alice nodded resolutely, her earlier frustration replaced with determination. The journey ahead, for both her and Sato, was only beginning. The cargo ship's speed was significantly slower compared to the luxury vessel Sato had previously taken. After spending a full day, night, and an additional morning on the journey, Sato finally set foot in Lily Cove City once again. Sato didn't remove the human disguise crafted by his Ditto, continuing to move through the port in the guise of a taciturn teenager. It seemed to be a special day for Lily Cove City. By noon, the harbor was bustling with people carrying various types of fishing rods. Curious about the gathering, Sato inquired with a young boy holding a fishing rod and learned that today marked the monthly fishing competition held at the Lily Cove City docks. This time, the prizes were especially enticing, attracting numerous participants, both locals and visitors. The third-place prize is a Mudkip, one of Hoenn's starter Pokemon. The second-place winner gets a Mudkip, as well as a high-quality fishing rod. The first-place prize includes all of the above, plus a Feeba egg. This is indeed a generous set of rewards, Sato mused after thanking the boy for the information. While debating whether to participate, Sato noticed a familiar figure, a stunningly beautiful woman walking past him, surrounded by a group of chattering children. It was none other than Elsa, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Sato felt as though her radiant presence had momentarily blinded him. Elsa was dressed in a stylish pink floral blouse with an open neckline and a matching layered skirt. Her outfit revealed a glimpse of her fair skin and complemented her long, slender legs. Paired with her golden hair shimmering under the sunlight and her delicate, flower-like face, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Today, Elsa exuded an air of confidence and charm akin to a superstar. Her every gesture and smile seemed to captivate everyone around her. Sato also noticed that she had grown more mature since their last encounter. After enduring trials of life and death and the sorrow of parting, she now bore a quiet resilience. Accompanied by her disciple, AJ, and others, a faint, serene smile occasionally graced her face. Even such a subtle smile transformed Elsa's usual cool demeanor into something warm and approachable, like the soft light of dawn melting the frost of winter. She seemed at peace, her aura vastly changed. Is she participating in the fishing competition too? Of course, the Feeba egg must be her goal, Sato speculated, watching her walk away with her group. Elsa held a fishing rod, though its design appeared outdated. Still, it was well-maintained, showing signs of regular care. Sato decided against approaching her. Elsa seemed to be doing well now, and he didn't want to risk rekindling any painful memories by appearing before her. As for the fishing competition, Sato was well aware of his amateur fishing skills. Competing against the seasoned locals of Lily Cove City, who had grown up alongside the sea, felt like a futile endeavor. Yet, Sato wasn't one to shy away from challenges. In the world of Pokemon, fishing was an essential survival skill for trainers in the wild. Perhaps it was time to improve his technique. Following Elsa's earlier path, Sato soon found the registration area for the competition. Using an alias, he signed up for the event. The competition was scheduled for 2 p.m. at the eastern coastal area of Lily Cove Harbor. With over an hour to spare, Sato decided to enjoy a meal at one of the temporary seaside eateries set up by opportunistic vendors. This rare moment of relaxation wasn't one Sato planned to enjoy alone. Except for his shiny Silcoon, whose presence would draw too much attention, he released all his Pokemon and claimed a large table for himself and his team. Thanks to the profits from selling Poke Blocks to trainers in LaRue City, Sato had amassed a small fortune. Even after various expenses, his bank account still held over 5 million Poke Dollars. With ample funds, Sato spared no expense. Plates of fresh seafood and icy beverages soon filled the table. His Pokemon, who usually trained diligently, now had a chance to unwind and indulge. Marshtomp and the shiny Pelipper, both notorious gluttons, wasted no time. The moment Sato began eating, they dived into the feast, devouring the dishes with unmatched enthusiasm. The other Pokemon quickly followed suit, enjoying the delicious food with relish. Under the blazing sun, Eating freshly grilled seafood by the sea and sipping on chilled drinks was an unparalleled pleasure. In no time, the table was cleared, leaving only empty plates and bowls. Marsh Tomp and the shiny Polyper, especially fond of grilled seafood, left a noticeable pile of discarded shells nearby, drawing disapproving glances from other diners. Despite the high demand for grilled items, the chef manning the grill, a seasoned expert, kept up admirably. While he was overwhelmed by the Pokemon's ravenous appetite, he was also delighted by their approval, knowing it meant good business. Marsh, Pelly, the last grilled lobster on the table caught the attention of both Marsh Tomp and the shiny Polyper. Almost simultaneously, they reached for it, their eyes locking in a silent, fiery challenge. Neither willing to back down, they resorted to their usual method for settling disputes, a water gun duel with Sato or another Pokemon serving as referee. Sato picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the air, signaling the start of the contest. Both Pokemon fired their water gun attacks simultaneously. In the end, the shiny Polyper emerged victorious, its closer range giving it the edge. Begrudgingly, Marsh Tomp conceded defeat, turning away to avoid watching the lobster become Polyper's prize. However, just as Polyper was about to claim its hard-won reward, a volleyball suddenly came hurtling through the air. With a loud clang, the plate hit the ground, sending the grilled lobster flying into the sand, where it rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Pelly, the shiny Polyper let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Not long after the distressed cries of the shiny Polyper echoed through the beach, the culprits responsible for ruining her grilled lobster appeared. Not some mysterious group, but a few rowdy kids in swimwear. These kids, realizing their mistake, looked visibly panicked. Seeing the shiny Polyper's furious expression, they were too scared to approach her for the moment. Polyper, still heartbroken and enraged over her ruined delicacy, was on the verge of flying over to teach them a lesson, if not for Sato and Marsh Tomp holding her back. Never underestimate the fury of a foodie whose meal has been ruined. Soon, the rest of the kids who had been playing beach volleyball with the culprits arrived to check on the situation. Among these were AJ and his group, who had previously been with Elsa. AJ and his friends, having experienced more daunting situations in the past, were far less intimidated. Moreover, since Sato wasn't wearing the Ditto mask disguise he used earlier, they quickly recognized him as their savior from before. So it's you lot causing all this trouble. Hurry up and apologize to Polyper. Your stray ball ruined her grilled lobster, Sato remarked, recognizing them with a hint of amusement. Unexpectedly meeting these familiar faces, Sato felt genuinely delighted. After exchanging greetings, he firmly instructed the kids to apologize to Polyper. Unfortunately, Polyper wasn't moved by their empty apologies. Turning her head away, she made it clear she wasn't forgiving them so easily. One clever child, however, quickly bought a 3-scoop chocolate ice cream for 100 poke dollars from a nearby vendor as a peace offering for Polyper. Winning over a foodie with treats is always the best approach. The shiny Polyper's anger melted away as soon as she tasted the delicious chocolate ice cream. Seeing this, the other kids scrambled to buy treats for Polyper, and before long, she was happily bonding with her newfound friends. One even got to enjoy a brief flying experience with her, further cementing their friendship. The kids' delay prompted the adults accompanying them to arrive shortly after. Among them was Elsa, along with a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, with strikingly handsome features. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Sato. What a pleasant surprise to meet you here." Elsa greeted warmly, her genuine smile lighting up her face. She didn't hesitate to approach Sato, showing none of the reservations one might expect from their benefactor. During their encounter in the sea cave, Sato had not only saved Elsa's life, but also gifted her a significant portion of the spoils, a rare premium waterstone and 8 high-quality waterstones. These treasures had allowed her to resolve several long-standing issues, including restoring the dilapidated facilities of the Lily Cove Gym and reclaiming assets previously sold off to cover her late father's debts. Grateful for the monumental changes in her life, Elsa had been determined to thank Sato properly. Running into him so soon felt like fate, and she wasn't going to miss the opportunity this time. The handsome young man accompanying her, who was clearly an admirer, couldn't hide his envy. Though he maintained a polite demeanor, his frustration was evident to Sato, who caught the fleeting glimmer of resentment on his face. "Hello, I'm Matisse, a friend of Miss Elsa. A pleasure to meet you." The young man introduced himself with a flawless smile and extended his hand to Sato. Sato, noting the brief flash of jealousy earlier, still reciprocated politely. "I'm Sato Kaede. Nice to meet you as well." Matisse's subtle disdain became apparent when he discreetly wiped his hand with a handkerchief after shaking hands with Sato. While the gesture went unnoticed by others, Sato caught it effortlessly, thanks to his sharp perception. When Sato invited Elsa and Matisse to join him for lunch, Elsa readily accepted, noticing how much the children were enjoying themselves with Sato's Pokémon. Matisse, despite his distaste for dining in such a casual setting, agreed as well, determined to maintain his gentlemanly facade in front of Elsa. Over the meal, Matisse revealed that he was the second son of a prominent shipbuilder from Lily Cove City and had participated in the Hoenn League. His polished manners and cultured conversations dominated the table, though his occasional air of superiority betrayed his privileged upbringing. Sato, however, remained unfazed. Having recently interacted with individuals like Alice, a true heir of a prestigious family, he could discern the difference between genuine nobility and a second-generation rich kid trying to emulate it. He also noticed Elsa's subtle but consistent attempts to distance herself from Matisse, confirming her lack of interest in him. "So, Mr. Matisse, you mentioned you recently participated in the Hoenn League. That must mean you've earned 8 gym badges, right? Would you be open to a Pokemon battle with me? I'm still early in my journey and would love to experience the strength of a skilled trainer," Sato asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Matisse, eager to show off his prowess in front of Elsa, immediately accepted. Of course, a battle after lunch sounds perfect. Thus, the stage was set. On a sandy patch of the beach, Sato and Matisse prepared for their Pokemon battle, with an eager crowd gathering to watch. Matisse was unlike many of the wealthy second-generation elites of Lily Cove City. His father, the shipping king, had placed high expectations on him from an early age, hoping he could become a strong trainer capable of supporting the family business. As a result, Matisse received systematic and rigorous training as a Pokemon trainer from a young age. To ensure Matisse gained a wealth of Pokemon knowledge, his father spared no expense in enrolling him at the finest trainer academy in the Hoenn region. He also made substantial annual donations to the league, allowing Matisse to acquire the league-affiliated trainer qualification at the age of 10, along with a starter Pokemon of commendable aptitude. In truth, Matisse, who was a bit sharper than his brothers, excelled at fulfilling the tasks set by his father. He eventually graduated with solid marks from the Advanced Trainer Academy and, as a result, earned himself a spot in this year's Hoenn League tournament. However, Matisse hadn't traveled extensively through the Hoenn region. He hadn't collected a single gym badge, but had still participated in the Hoenn League tournament. As for the notion Sato had assumed, imagining Matisse traveling the region and earning 8 gym badges to qualify for the league, that was purely Sato's own embellishment. Matisse had never clarified, nor would he admit that he hadn't undertaken a proper journey through the region. After all, Matisse was more than happy to let others build a more favorable impression of him. Although Matisse hadn't achieved stellar results in the Hoenn League, reaching the top 16 in his first ever league tournament was enough to brag about. His father was so impressed by this accomplishment that he had decided to buy him a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Upon learning this, Matisse became exceedingly self-assured. He believed that his lack of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon was the sole reason for his quarterfinal elimination. Seeing a previous classmate win the championship with a Salamence only deepened his jealousy. Matisse's ardent pursuit of Elsa wasn't just because of her breathtaking beauty, but also due to her inheritance of Lily Cove Gym's Pokemon training knowledge. As a student at a prestigious academy, Matisse was privy to secrets many weren't. Most of what he learned was common knowledge, truly advanced Pokemon training techniques were monopolized by the League and powerful affiliated families. Matisse had discovered that Elsa held an invaluable inheritance of Water-type Pokemon training knowledge passed down through generations at the Lily Cove Gym. This knowledge represented years of research and was of immeasurable value. The gym had declined in recent years, but Matisse dreamed of marrying Elsa, not just for her beauty, but also for the priceless training legacy she possessed. Unfortunately, despite relentlessly pursuing Elsa for over a week, using every trick he learned from his academy seniors, she remained indifferent. Were it not for the fact he couldn't best her in battle, he might have resorted to more underhanded means. Still, his efforts weren't entirely fruitless. At least Elsa no longer treated him with disdain, and after he facilitated the reacquisition of 2 fishing boats she had pawned off, she was now willing to speak to him. When Sato unexpectedly appeared, Matisse initially saw him as a threat. But after some conversation, Matisse dismissed the idea that Sato could be a rival for Elsa's affection. The reason? To Matisse, Sato was clearly a civilian trainer, perhaps doing reasonably well financially, given his ability to sustain his Pokemon's substantial food costs, but still a commoner. In Matisse's worldview, commoner trainers were akin to toads wishing to eat swan meat. Utterly impossible. While rare prodigies occasionally emerged from masses, they were exceptions. Matisse firmly believed he wasn't unlucky enough to encounter one. Confident in his superior background and trainer skills, Matisse saw no reason to worry about Sato. Instead, he viewed him as a stepping stone to winning over Elsa. The mere thought of Elsa gazing at him admiringly after this upcoming battle sent Matisse into a fervor. He couldn't deny her beauty. It far surpassed any woman he'd ever met. If he could win her, he'd gladly trade 10 years of his life for it. Marry the perfect woman, inherit Lily Cove Gym's Pokemon legacy, obtain a pseudo-legendary, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. That was the dazzling vision in Matisse's mind. Unaware that Matisse had relegated him to being the first stepping stone in his grand plan, Sato simply smiled. Right now, his focus was on testing the strength of a league tournament-level trainer to gauge the gap between himself and those who had earned 8 gym badges through travel. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. As word of their Pokemon battle spread, a crowd quickly gathered, forming a human wall that created a makeshift battlefield. A burly man volunteered as the referee for their one-on-one match. As the challenger, Sato released his Pokemon first. Unsurprisingly, he chose his Marshtomp. A Marshtomp, huh? Perfect. I'll use this battle to teach this commoner a lesson, Matisse thought with a smirk. He pulled out a luxury ball and released his chosen Pokemon. A beam of white light revealed a much larger, blue-skinned Pokemon towering over Marshtomp. The onlookers gasped in unison, their attention drawn to Matisse's Pokemon. Sympathy flooded their expressions as they glanced at Sato and his Marshtomp. Even Sato's supporters, like the young Akira and his friends, appeared crestfallen. In their eyes, Sato was doomed to lose. Matisse had sent out none other than Swampert, Marshtomp's evolved form. It's actually a Swampert. This guy must be doing it on purpose. But that's fine. An opponent like this is perfect as a whetstone for my Marshtomp. Seeing that Matisse had sent out a Swampert, the evolved form of Marshtomp, to battle against his Marshtomp, Sato was briefly surprised. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself. At the same time, a faint blue light flashed through his eyes as he examined the Swampert's stats carefully. Swampert's data: Pokemon, Swampert. Level: 38. Type: Water/Ground. Ability: Torrent. Gender: Male. Known moves: Mudshot, Hammer Arm, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Rock Slide, Protect, Bite, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Ice Punch, TM, Surf, TM, Waterfall, TM. Held item: Mystic Water. IVs: HP 25/31. Attack 21/31. Defense 21/31. Special attack 23/31. Special Defense, 2331. Speed, 2731. Overall rating, Purple, total 4140, barely meeting the threshold for Purple tier Pokemon. From the data, Sato could tell that this Swampert was quite well trained. Although its IVs barely reached the Purple tier, it was still an exceptional Pokemon. Considering the substantial fees Matisse family paid to the league annually, obtaining a Purple tier starter Pokemon as a result was certainly worth it. Judging by its condition, Matisse had clearly invested significant effort into this Swampert. Its development was above average, and it had even learned HM moves like Surf and Waterfall. It was evident that Matisse considered Swampert his main Pokemon. As Sato analyzed Swampert, Matisse was equally focused on Sato's Marshtomp. As Swampert's trainer, he naturally knew a lot about Marshtomp as a species. What caught Matisse's attention most was Marshtomp's voracious appetite. Throughout their conversation, Sato's Marshtomp hadn't stopped eating. It had consumed nearly half of the grilled food that the waiters brought to their table, its stomach seemingly bottomless. The pile of empty clam, shrimp, and crab shells beside it was nearly as tall as the Pokemon itself. Matisse couldn't help but think, I've never seen a Marshtomp that can eat like this. My Swampert's appetite isn't even a tenth of his. There's a saying, to possess the strength of a dragon, one must first have a dragon's appetite. It's well known that dragon-type Pokemon have enormous appetites, which are essential for fueling their immense power. Moreover, they require only the most nutritious and high-quality food to develop properly. If a trainer doesn't have sufficient financial resources, raising a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokemon can easily lead to financial ruin, and that's just during its juvenile phase. Once it's fully grown, the cost multiplies tenfold. Matisse recognized that Marshtomp's enormous appetite was indicative of something extraordinary. Furthermore, instead of fear or apprehension, the battle-hungry expression on Marshtomp's face as it stared at Swampert, its evolved form, made it clear that this Pokemon had a competitive nature, a highly desirable trait among trainers. Well, this commoner sure got lucky, Matisse thought bitterly. It's a waste for him to have such an outstanding Pokemon. At the referee's signal, the battle began. Without hesitation, Matisse took the initiative. Swampert used Mud Bomb, a signature move for water/ground types. Mud Bomb was launched from Swampert's mouth. Meanwhile, Sato remained silent, arms crossed, as Marshtomp took action on its own. With a well-practiced ice punch, it struck the ground, creating an ice wall mixed with sand to shield itself. The impact of the mud bombs created a series of explosions, but when the smoke cleared, the ice wall remained standing, scarred but unbroken. At the same time, Marshtomp had vanished from view. Stay alert, Swampert. The opponent might not be where they were before. Matisse's caution proved warranted. Moments later, Marshtomp burst from the sand behind Swampert, a glowing ice punch ready to strike. Despite Matisse's warning, Swampert barely reacted in time, countering with Hammer Arm. Boom! The clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield. To everyone's shock, it was Swampert, not Marshtomp, that was sent flying. The larger Pokemon skidded across the sand, leaving a deep trench. Its right arm hung limp, clearly fractured. How was this possible? That Marshtomp's strength is monstrous, almost inhuman. Matisse exclaimed, his prior confidence all but gone. However, Marshtomp himself was not feeling very well either. After all, Swampert was his evolved form, although it was far inferior to Marshtomp in strength. With the help of Arm Hammer, a 120 power fighting type attack move, its entire right arm was almost numb. Despite Marshtomp taking some damage as well, its incredible resilience, bolstered by the regenerative effects of its mutated Supreme Blue Waterstone's Aqua Ring, quickly soothed its pain. That incredible raw power. It's Marshtomp's greatest weapon. In close combat, only fighting or dragon types could hope to match him, Sato thought, pride swelling in his chest. As the crowd buzzed with disbelief, Elsa, watching from the sidelines, looked at Marshtomp like a rare treasure. Her gaze shifted to Sato's composed demeanor, and her resolve to pursue her decision only grew stronger. The battle continued. Marshtomp, undeterred, switched to its left hand for another ice punch. Matisse, regaining his composure, ordered, Swampert, use surf, but Sato smirked. Keep going. Just swim over and deliver another punch. On the sandy terrain, surf churned up a muddy wave. Yet instead of hindering Marshtomp, the murky water enhanced its agility. Under the terrified gaze of the Swampert, who was already a little shaken up, Marshtomp once again surged forward with incredible momentum. In moments, it closed the gap with Swampert, whose confidence crumbled as it turned around and fled, refusing to face another icy fist. The severe pain from its right hand was a constant reminder of the possible consequences of that strike. In fact, Swampert was not the first Pokemon to be frightened by Marshtomp's fists. Many Pokemon who had faced Marshtomp in head-on combat were extremely reluctant to face it again, almost developing a psychological shadow. Fleeing from a fight was the greatest shame for a warrior. Marshtomp was unwilling to fight such an opponent and stopped its pursuit, sneering at its cowering opponent. With disdain, it turned and calmly returned to Sato's side. The Swampert fled mid-battle. Although Marshtomp chose not to pursue, the outcome of this one-on-one Pokemon battle was already clear. The Swampert had been completely intimidated by Marshtomp, and its defeat was only a matter of time. Swampert has lost its fighting spirit, so the winner of this battle is Marshtomp, declared the burly referee, well-versed in Pokemon battle rules. Hearing the verdict, Matisse stood frozen, his face dark with humiliation. Swampert's retreat had thoroughly disgraced him as a trainer. The curious glances and murmurs from the surrounding crowd only deepened his embarrassment. This battle had utterly tarnished Matisse's reputation. Since returning from the Hoenn League, he had been proudly promoting his impressive record there. In Lily Cove City, he was considered a public figure of some standing. But now, being defeated by an unknown civilian trainer like Sato, and worse, with Sato using a Marshtomp to defeat his Swampert, left him with no chance to explain or save face. Matisse could already foresee the rumors spreading, that his Swampert, in a blatant display of cowardice, had been beaten by a civilian trainer named Sato. To avoid further humiliation, Matisse quickly withdrew his Swampert into its Pokeball. With a hateful glare at Sato and his Marshtomp, he turned abruptly and stormed off without so much as a word to Elsa or anyone else. The crowd erupted into laughter as they watched Matisse flee, but Sato remained stoic. After glancing at Matisse's retreating figure, he quietly led Marshtomp back to the nearby seaside restaurant. Elsa emerged from the crowd and followed Sato with her students in tow. Her gaze carried a trace of concern. "Mr. Sato, you should leave Lily Cove City quickly. Matisse's father is a well-known shipping magnate here and holds considerable influence. Matisse is narrow-minded, and now that you've disgraced him, I fear he may seek revenge," she said after some hesitation. "Yeah, Mr. Sato, that guy's really nasty, having all kinds of bad intentions. Even though he gives me snacks sometimes, I don't like him one bit," chimed in AJ before Sato could respond. "Exactly. He's always ogling Miss Elsa like a creep," added the kid who had first suggested bribing the shiny Pelipper with food. "Yeah, he is very creepy," echoed the other kids in unison. Elsa playfully glared at the naughty children, feigning anger, and they quickly quieted down. When she turned back to Sato, her face was slightly flushed. It was clear from the children's candid remarks that Matisse's reputation among them was equally poor. Evidently, Matisse was indeed the petty type Elsa had described. Matisse wouldn't go that far, would he? If he does, I'll have caused trouble for you. He's a friend of yours, right? I'm sorry for involving you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have battled him. But thank you for your concern, Miss Elsa. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, Sato replied, looking at Elsa with sincere gratitude. Her kind warning had left a favorable impression on him. He silently mused that saving her in the sea cavern had indeed been worth it. "No, Mr. Sato, you misunderstand. I'm not close to Matisse. That annoying man has been pestering me, thinking I don't realize his true intention," to seize my late father's inheritance. You've helped chase him off, and for that, I should thank you, Elsa clarified, her eyes flashing with deep disdain at the mention of Matisse's greed. With Matisse gone, the atmosphere became slightly awkward, given Sato's reserved nature. However, Elsa skillfully steered the conversation toward Pokemon training. Although not particularly talkative, Sato was very capable in training Pokemon. As two capable trainers, they quickly found common ground and engaged in a lively discussion, sharing their unique insights. Both walked away from the conversation having gained valuable knowledge. If not for the upcoming fishing competition, their exchange might have continued much longer. In the end, Sato heeded Elsa's advice and decided to leave Lily Cove City early. Though he wasn't afraid of Matisse's retaliation, avoiding unnecessary trouble was always a better option, especially since the fishing competition wasn't particularly important to him. At the western exit of Lily Cove City, leading to Route 121, before parting ways, Elsa presented Sato with an extraordinary gift, something she had long since decided to give him. I can't accept this, Miss Elsa. This book is far too valuable, Sato said earnestly, looking at the book titled Lily Cove Compendium in his hands. Although he had only skimmed through a few pages, he immediately recognized its worth. The book detailed comprehensive training methods for water-type Pokemon and included techniques for teaching moves such as Surf, Waterfall, Dive, and Whirlpool. Clearly, this book was the inheritance Matisse had coveted, a priceless treasure painstakingly compiled by generations of Lily Cove gym leaders. It could serve as a family heirloom. Sato now fully understood why Matisse harbored such animosity toward him. Not only had Sato humiliated him and destroyed his romantic aspirations, but he had also shattered Matisse's chance of acquiring this invaluable legacy. Although Sato deeply desired the book, he ultimately chose to decline. Its immense value was something he felt he couldn't rightfully accept, even though he had saved Elsa's life. No, Mr. Sato, please take it. Without you, I would have perished in the sea cavern. And it's thanks to the 9 water stones you gave me that Lily Cove Gym overcame its crisis. I owe you a debt of gratitude I can't repay. This copy of the book is the only thing worthy of expressing my thanks. I'm certain my ancestors would understand, Elsa said with a warm smile. Before Sato could protest further, she tossed the book to him and flew toward Lily Cove Harbor with her Pelipper. I didn't expect her to be so headstrong. Still, this book is a priceless treasure. With it, I can finally begin assembling my rain team, Sato murmured with a wry smile, watching Elsa's figure disappear into the distance. After carefully storing the book in a secure compartment of his spatial gear, Sato released his Growlithe and headed in the opposite direction. Route 121 was a densely forested area located west of Lily Cove City. To the north, it bordered Hoen's Safari Zone, while to the south, it connected to Route 122. Continuing west eventually lead to Route 120. Sato currently had 9 days to return to Pewter City in Kanto. To reach his destination as quickly as possible, the best plan was to head to Slateport City in Hoenn and take a flight back to Saffron City in Kanto. According to the map of Hoenn in his possession, Sato's shortest route to Slateport City was to cross Route 122 to reach Route 123, traverse Route 118 to Mauville City, and then take Route 110 southward. If everything went smoothly, he estimated it would take him 4 days to reach Slateport City. At the moment, Sato was making his way toward Route 122. According to the map's description, there was a dock on Route 121 that provided transportation to Route 123. He could catch a boat or a ferry there. However, Sato's journey had actually been far from smooth. The reason was simple. This densely forested area was home to a large number of wild Pokemon. Even sticking to the main road hadn't spared him from frequent encounters with aggressive wild Pokemon. Furthermore, this region appears to be a primary habitat for packs of Pochina. These Pokemon, known for their strong territorial instincts and vindictive nature, have been targeting Sato, who was traveling alone. They viewed Sato, a lone human traveler, as an easy target. So far, he'd already fended off 5 waves of attacks from Pochina packs. Just now, after having his Marsh Tomp and Growlithe fend off an attack led by a Mytena, another wave had appeared. This time, 3 Mytena accompanied by nearly 20 Poochyena. Despite their numbers, the levels of these wild Pokémon weren't that high. The leaders, the Mytena, were only around level 30, while the Poochyena were typically level 20 or 21. Sato wasn't too worried. Go easy on them. Just drive them away, Sato instructed. Given the large number of attackers, Sato sent out Golbat and Bellossom to join the battle. Packs like these were skilled in coordinated attacks. Letting them form a unified assault would spell trouble. Marsh Tomp, towering and muscular, charged forward. Even holding back, as per Sato's command, his Ice Punch dealt significant damage. Only the 3 Mytena leaders posed any challenge. The Poochyena fell with a single blow. Growlithe radiated intense orange flames, creating a barrier that deterred any enemies from approaching within a meter. A powerful flamethrower erupted from his mouth, and agonized howls echoed as the fire swept across the battlefield. Golbat, gliding effortlessly through the air, focused on the strongest Mytena. With a well-aimed air cutter, he forced the leader into a frantic retreat, rendering it unable to coordinate its pack. Bellossom, true to her gentle nature, adhered strictly to Sato's command to hold back, preferring not to engage in unnecessary violence. Her job was to stay by Sato's side, using grass not to entangle any Pokémon daring to approach within 5 meters. The battle ended rather swiftly. After Marsh Tomp took down 2 of the Mytena leaders in direct combat, the remaining Poochyena fled with their tails between their legs, following the last Mytena leader. Following the battle, Marsh Tomp finally reached level 36. Throughout the journey, Sato had deliberately relied on Marsh Tomp as the primary defender against wild Pokémon. As his body began to emit the light of evolution, Sato couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. Reflecting on Marsh Tomp's journey, Sato found it almost unbelievable. Less than a month had passed since they met, back when Marsh Tomp was a small mudkip at level 13. Now, he was undergoing evolution for the second time. As the light of evolution enveloped Marsh Tomp, his body underwent significant changes. His already robust frame grew over twice its size. Previously standing at about 1.2 meters, just reaching Sato's chest, he now towered at approximately 2.5 meters, with Sato now barely coming up to his chest. Marsh Tomp's once sleek form transformed into a massive Swampert, now a true powerhouse. His once small fists were now massive, resembling sledgehammers as large as an adult human's head. His gills had expanded and gained an additional protrusion, giving him a distinctive whisker-like appearance. The fins on his head split into 2, while his tail fin merged into a single, broad fan. After about 2 minutes, the light faded, revealing a fully evolved Swampert. Standing before Sato was a massive, powerful Pokémon. "Let's keep working together, Swampert," Sato said, looking up at the powerful Pokémon with immense satisfaction and pride. He held out a fist. Swampert's voice had deepened, resonating with power. He carefully extended his massive fist and bumped it against Sato's much smaller one. Though their sizes had changed, the bond between the trainer and his Pokémon had grown even stronger. With this evolution, Swampert became Sato's first Pokémon with a base stat total exceeding 500, cementing Sato's position as a true professional trainer. The evolution of Swampert brought great joy to Sato. Perhaps it was the newfound aura of intimidation Swampert exuded, or maybe it was because the pack of Mytena had already failed in their most aggressive assault earlier. Whatever the reason, Sato's journey was now completely unimpeded, with wild Pokémon in the area opting to steer clear of him. Sato followed the well-trodden path forged by countless travelers over the years. After trekking for over 3 hours, as the sun began to set, he finally spotted the smoke rising from chimneys ahead. Phew, finally, a settlement. Otherwise, I would have had to camp out in the wilderness tonight, Sato muttered with a hint of relief as he quickened his pace, invigorated by the sight of the distant smoke trails. Following the direction of the smoke, Sato soon arrived at a small riverside village. The settlement was built upstream, with a grove of berry trees to the left of the downstream side and several paddy fields sprawling to the right. It was twilight, and many modestly dressed farmers were returning to the village along the country paths. Mischievous children trailed behind them in small groups, and a few Maitena and Puchina, trained as guard dogs, accompanied the villagers. Sato, having lived in Pewter City after leaving his rural hometown, hadn't seen such picturesque pastoral scenes in a long time. The familiar sight of the golden-hued evening brought back memories of his early days in the Pokemon world. Those were simple times. We didn't have much, but the family was together, and that was enough, Sato reminisced with a bittersweet smile. With a gentle sigh, he looked at his Growlithe, who was gazing up at him with trusting eyes. The sense of loneliness in his heart faded. He crouched down, softly stroked Growlithe's head, and murmured, "Well, I'm not alone anymore. I have all of you. You're my family, too." Together, Sato and Growlithe walked down the country path into the village. The arrival of this unfamiliar traveler stirred the village's guard Pokemon. Before he could enter the settlement, two Maitena, flanked by a dozen Puchina, charged out, blocking his path and barking loudly at him in Growlithe. "Big Blackie, little Blackie, don't be rude to the stranger. Big Brother isn't a bad person. If you misbehave again, you're not getting dinner tonight." Just as Sato was preparing to handle the situation with his Pokemon, a little girl rode up on a small tricycle, a beautifly fluttering beside her. Jumping off the tricycle, she stood with her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks, and scolded the pack in her sweet, high-pitched voice. The two Maitena, Big Blackie and Little Blackie, seemed particularly afraid of the girl. At the mention of missing their meal, the pair immediately became submissive, licking the girl's hand to appease her before trotting back into the village with their pack of Puchina in tow. "Thank you so much, little miss. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Impressed by the girl's ability to defuse the situation with just a few words, Sato took out a packet of White Wave City's specialty squid jerky and offered it to her. The girl, about 5 or 6 years old, wore a floral dress and had golden pigtails shaped like horns. Her chubby cheeks and lively demeanor, combined with the beautifly sticking close to her, made her look like a little butterfly fairy. Shortly after, 3 boys dashed out of the village, panting heavily as they caught up to her. "Mana, wait for us." One of the boys, the sturdiest of the group, grumbled between gasps, his flushed face betraying his frustration. However, his eyes were glued to the squid jerky in Mana's hands. Mana, with a smug look, tore open the packaging and began munching on the treat, but she wasn't selfish. After a moment, she handed portions to the boys and declared, "See, I'm a girl, and even I'm faster than you." The boys were too engrossed in savoring the jerky to argue, nodding absent-mindedly as they indulged in the delicacy. Unbeknownst to the kids, the squid jerky was a high-end snack that Sato had received from a restaurant after spending nearly 200,000 poke dollars on lunch. It was far superior to the inexpensive treats sold in the village. With the children's enthusiastic escort, Sato finally entered the village. The villagers were warm and hospitable, showing no signs of hostility toward the outsider. Seeing the children chatting and laughing with Sato, many locals even greeted him warmly. Through the kids' excited introductions, Sato learned that the village was called White River Village, named after the river that flowed through it. The village was a hub of sorts, serving as a supply point for travelers heading to Route 122's dock and occasionally attracting people from the Northern Safari Zone. Its location, at the crossroads of White River, Route 122, and the hunting area, made it quite significant. However, the village's connection to Slateport City wasn't as strong due to the infamous Puchina Forest, which teemed with Maitena. Their relentless breeding and aggressive behavior made the route perilous. Travelers often opted for the safer waterway along Route 122. After parting ways with the children, each of whom received their own packet of squid jerky, Sato checked into a well-regarded and called White River Inn, then offered both food and accommodation, and Sato noticed several other trainers enjoying dinner with their Pokemon. Sato was naturally no exception. After the long journey, both he and his Pokémon were quite tired and hungry. Following suit, Sato ordered some of the village's famous dishes and shared a much-needed meal with his Pokémon. Just as they were settling in, Mana returned with an elderly man in tow. From the direction they approached, it was clear they had come looking for Sato. "Have you two had dinner? If not, feel free to sit down and join me," Sato said calmly, noticing the anxious expressions on Mana and the elder as they approached. Although his Marshtomp had just evolved into Swampert, significantly boosting its strength, Sato was new to this area. He knew it was essential to act cautiously. "Big brother, we came to ask for your help. Please, you have to help us. My father hasn't returned from Puchina Forest yet. Please help Mana find my dad." Mana was a child with a simple mind. She went straight to the point, pleading with Sato with a hint of tears in her eyes. "Hello, Mr. Sato. My name is Carlot. I'm Mana's grandfather and the village chief of White River Village. I heard from the villagers that you came from Puchina Forest. You must be very strong." Mana's father took the village's guard team into the forest at noon to collect supplies, but they haven't returned yet. "I fear something has happened to them, so I'd like to request your help in finding them." The elder introduced himself respectfully and explained the situation with sincerity. Initially, the elder was deeply worried after learning from Mana that Sato seemed young and dressed like a regular civilian Pokémon trainer. He doubted whether Sato was capable of handling such a significant task. However, upon entering and seeing the powerful Pokémon by Sato's side, particularly the imposing Swampert, Golbat, and Bellossom, his doubts subsided. The elder began to trust the villagers' claims that this young trainer was genuinely skilled. The elder's experience allowed him to notice finer details. He saw that the Pokémon food Sato provided was of premium quality, especially the heaping bowl of top-tier water-type food in front of Swampert. He knew premium Pokémon food cost at least 1,000 Poké dollars per container. Judging by the size of the portion Swampert had, it was equivalent to over 20 containers of standard Pokémon food, meaning one meal likely cost more than 20,000 Poké dollars for a single Pokémon, not even considering the food for his other Pokémon. Even as the well-off village chief, the elder couldn't help but be shocked at Sato's wealth. Now, the elder no longer worried about Sato's strength. Instead, he feared Sato might refuse the mission due to dissatisfaction with the offered reward. After all, it was nighttime, and the forest was far more dangerous after dark. "Sir, I did come from Puchina Forest, but as you know, it's dark now, and the forest becomes significantly more dangerous at night. Even I can't guarantee I'd make it out unscathed if I ventured in," Sato said seriously after giving the matter some thought. Though the elder offered a reward of 1 million Poké dollars, Sato wasn't particularly enticed. Still, he was willing to help out in saving people if he could. However, it wasn't one to boast recklessly in front of the client, potentially putting himself and his Pokémon in a disadvantageous position. Thus, he chose to speak honestly. "That said, I understand the urgency. If we can gather a few more capable trainers to join me, I believe we'll have a much better chance," Sato added, noticing Mana and the elder's disheartened expressions. He shifted his gaze to 3 trainers nearby who were obviously eavesdropping. Sato had already assessed their capabilities. While not as strong as him, they were competent. One of them, a bald man specializing in fighting-type Pokémon, had a Breloom at level 35. If this trainer joined, the mission success rate could increase significantly. Breloom's fighting-type abilities would be effective against the Dark-type Puchina and Mytina. Another was a young woman who specialized in Bug-type Pokémon. Her 2 Iliumais, both level 30, would provide excellent lighting for the forest, where visibility was poor at night. Additionally, Bug-type Pokémon had exceptional sensory abilities, making them ideal for detecting movements in the forest. The elder's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Being sharp, he immediately understood Sato's implication and approached the 3 trainers to discuss the rescue mission. The 3 civilian trainers were not stupid. They could tell from the strength of his Pokémon that Sato was a very capable trainer and would very likely be the backbone of this rescue operation. Under the promise of generous rewards, the 3 agreed without hesitation. Although their rewards were less than a third of Sato's, They were thrilled, as they were clearly trainers of modest means. Hello, I'm Hanks. I specialize in fighting-type Pokemon. Hi, Mr. Sato. My name is Maya. I specialize in bug-type Pokemon. Greetings, Mr. Sato. I'm Luke, and I specialize in ground-type Pokemon. After reaching an agreement with the village chief, the three introduced themselves to Sato and stood by, awaiting instructions. Hello, everyone. I'm Sato. You all know the mission. We're here to save lives. It's a dangerous task, so I hope we can work together to find the village's guard team and bring them back safely, Sato said seriously, addressing the group. Once he finished, Sato sat back down. Under the astonished gazes of the others, he and his Pokemon rapidly devoured the delicious food on the table. Before setting out, it was crucial to eat well and replenish energy. After all, both he and his Pokemon were famished after their long journey. At 6:32 p.m., Sato led Hanks, Maya, and Luke into the nighttime Puchina forest from White River Village. In reality, Sato had only been following the main road, not venturing deep into Puchina territory. However, upon entering the forest at night, he realized the danger level was far beyond his expectations. The forest's nighttime hazards rivaled those of the Ursaring territory in the Viridian Forest, where he had once stayed. As night fell, all kinds of rarely seen threats began to emerge. Among these, the malicious ghost-type Pokemon were the most lethal enemies in the forest at night. In the Hoenn region, well-known ghost types in games include Shuppet, Banette, and Dusclops. In the real world, however, forests host a wide variety of ghost types. Ghost Pokemon generally have low habitat requirements, with their primary food source being the life energy of living creatures. As such, ghost Pokemon are frequently spotted even in large human cities. Jengar's terrifying urban legends have given many children chills when listening to ghost stories. Moreover, perhaps due to Route 121's proximity to Mount Pyre on Route 122, the area attracted a large number of ghost Pokemon at night, boasting considerable diversity. Among them, Misdreavus had the mildest disposition and posed the least threat. Misdreavus feeds on fear, usually creating illusions merely to scare people. Other ghost Pokemon, such as Banette, Spiritomb, and Litwick, were far more dangerous. These Pokemon were highly hazardous, even unprovoked, and would actively seek targets. Since entering Puchina Forest, Sato's group had encountered 5 waves of attacks from ghost Pokemon. Their illusions and frequent use of curse proved particularly troublesome. Fortunately, Sato had Bellossom, an excellent healer. Without her, they might already have Pokemon incapacitated from the lingering effects of curse, a serious issue. After these battles, Sato's authority within the group was firmly established. His Swampert, Golbat, and Bellossom played pivotal roles, repeatedly turning the tide of battle. The group also improved their teamwork. After identifying the ghost Pokemon's preferred attack methods, they had Pokemon with the move Foresight scout ahead. Hanks's Machamp and Hitmonlee, both equipped with Foresight, now led the group. Meanwhile, Swampert, also proficient in Foresight, anchored the center as the team's cornerstone. Luke, have your Sandslash support Hanks's Machamp and Hitmonlee. Maya, have your Butterfree use Gust and coordinate with Bellossom's Stun Spore, Sato instructed from the team's core position. Yes, Captain. Luke and Maya responded without hesitation, commanding their strongest Pokemon to launch an attack according to Sato's orders. Swampert's power had surged after evolving. Now facing 3 opponents, its Foresight rendered the surprise attacks of 2 Haunter and a Banette futile. Swampert swiftly defeated the 2 level 32 Haunter with its newly learned Hammer Arm, scaring off the remaining Banette with its menacing aura. At night, Golbat's combat prowess skyrocketed. While not as physically overwhelming as Swampert, its unparalleled flight skills in the dark made it lethal. Using echolocation, no enemy or obstacle could escape Golbat's detection. Its enhanced air cutter overwhelmed a level 32 Misdreavus and a level 31 Haunter, both of which fell to its relentless assault alongside the immobilizing mean look. As for Bellossom, she was a stabilizing force akin to Swampert. Her grassy terrain provided vital support, ensuring her teammates could fight without concern. Within minutes, the sixth wave of ghost Pokemon attackers was defeated by the team's combined effort. Sato showed no mercy to these malevolent Pokemon, eliminating as many as possible. After 6 consecutive victories, the remaining ghost Pokemon lurking in the forest learned through painful lessons that this group of human trainers was not to be trifled with. They stopped their reckless assaults. With the illusions no longer hindering them, Sato and his team made swifter progress. After traveling for over an hour, they reached a wild fruit grove in Puchina Forest, following the detailed map provided by the village chief. While the forest was perilous, it was also resource-rich. One notable feature was the fong fruit trees that grew in clusters where canine Pokemon gathered. These trees thrived on canine Pokemon droppings as unique fertilizer. Without this, the trees wouldn't bear fruit. Fong fruit trees were highly particular about soil and climate, making transplantation nearly impossible. Throughout the Hoenn region, significant clusters of these trees had only been found near Route 121. The fruit's fong-shaped appearance made it highly coveted by canine Pokemon, especially Furfru, a favorite among affluent families. Due to its rarity, wealthy families were willing to pay steep prices for these fruits. The wild fruit grove Sato's group reached contained several fong fruit trees, which were currently bearing fruit. Marcus, Mana's father, had led the village's guards here to harvest these fruits for sale. Every year around this time, White River Village's guards collected fong fruit from this area. According to the village chief, the guards were skilled trainers. Each member owned 2 or 3 level 20 Pokemon, and the captain and vice-captain were elite-level trainers. Typically, this group of over 10 people would have no problem fending off Puchina packs, and even if outmatched, retreating should have been easy. In previous years, the task had been uneventful. What went wrong this time remained a mystery. This should be the place. Galbit, expand your supersonic coverage and try to locate the missing people. Everyone else, stay alert. The locals here won't welcome intruders, Sato said, eyes locked on the faintly glowing eyes visible in the forest at night, his expression grim. By this point, the group was in the heart of the Puchina Pack's territory. The glowing eyes in the darkness belonged to the pack members observing them from the shadows. Despite this, the Puchina seemed to remember Sato's overwhelming strength from earlier in the day, especially the now-evolved Swampert. Many eyes in the dark flickered with fear. Without orders from their leader, the Puchina dared not act rashly. Galbit proved itself to be one of the most outstanding natural radars of the night. After meticulously analyzing the feedback from its ultrasonic waves, it finally found a lead. Following Galbit, Sato and his team delved deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the glowing green eyes surrounding them grew more numerous. Aggressive Puchina and Mytena occasionally leapt from the underbrush to test their resolve. Now was not the time for mercy. Each time one of these dark types lunged at them, Sato ordered Swampert to swiftly dispatch them with overwhelming power. This show of strength deterred the rest of the lurking pack, reasserting their wariness. Eventually, Galbit led Sato to a grim discovery within the forest, a group of mangled corpses. Judging by the tattered uniforms on the bodies, these were members of the White River Village's defense squad. The bodies were stiff, indicating they'd been dead for quite some time. Yet, the whereabouts of the other defense squad members remained unknown, and Galbit couldn't uncover any further clues. In addition to the corpses, Sato and his team found evidence of a fierce battle nearby. The scope of the battlefield suggested that the squad had engaged in a heated conflict with their enemies. However, with no remains of the attackers and the squad's prolonged absence, it was clear the defense team had been defeated, with most members likely captured. Faced with this tragedy, only Sato and Hanks maintained their composure. Luke and Maya turned pale, with Maya even succumbing to nausea. Unperturbed by Maya's condition, Sato focused on searching the scene for overlooked clues. The attackers had been careful, leaving little behind to trace their identity. Finally, Sato spotted a red scrap of cloth snagged on a tree branch and hidden behind a large rock, a black, horn-like object partially concealed by leaves. If not for Galbat's alert, he might have missed it. This, yes, no doubt about it. This is one of the decorative pieces from a Team Magma cap, Sato said, examining the object. After some tinkering, he found a hidden button on the item. Pressing it triggered a crimson flame to flicker at its tip. This confirms it. The defense squad was attacked by Team Magma, Sato concluded, his expression darkening. Team Magma, one of Hoen's two major criminal organizations, was infamous. While not as powerful as Team Rocket and Kanto, it was still a force to be reckoned with. With this revelation, Sato knew the matter had escalated beyond what a skilled elite trainer like himself could handle. Captain, is that really from Team Magma? Does this mean the defense squad fell to them? Luke, a Hoenn native, recognized the peculiar lighter and turned pale. Yes, Sato admitted. It's very likely the defense squad was attacked by Team Magma. We're leaving. This is far beyond our capabilities. Hanks, Maya, and Luke all heaved sighs of relief at Sato's decision. They had grown to respect their captain's sense of duty and feared he might recklessly pursue the attackers. Throughout Hoenn's history, groups like Team Magma had sought control of legendary Pokémon to dominate the world. Team Magma was formed by remnants of a previously dismantled criminal organization and had a dangerous goal: awakening Groudon. While Team Magma often clashed with its counterpart, Team Aqua, their recent activity had been a persistent thorn in the Hoenn League side. For Sato and his team, going up against such a powerful group would be suicidal. With some items retrieved from the deceased to prove their identities, Sato's team prepared to head back. Just as they were about to leave, a chilling howl froze them in place. Green eyes glimmered in the shadows as Poochyena and Mytena emerged, encircling them. The cunning dark types had outmaneuvered them, tightening the noose while the team had been preoccupied. Follow Galbat's flight path and break through. Sato barked. Hanks, stay with me and charge ahead. Maya, guard your Ilium eyes. Luke, stick to the plan. Our escape depends on you. With the pack closing in under their leader's command, Sato led the charge with Swampert. At his signal, Growlithe, Bellossom, and Galbat unleashed powerful ranged attacks. Flamethrower, Energy Ball, and Air Cutter tore into one side of the encirclement, creating a gap. Seizing the opening, Swampert, Machamp, and Hitmonchan surged forward. Swampert's Ice Punch sent Poochyena and Mytena flying, leaving them with broken bones. Its fierce aura cowed even the boldest wolves. Machamp and Hitmonchan followed suit, taking advantage of their fighting-type moves to subdue the remaining dark types. A piercing howl rang out as the wolf leader ordered an all-out assault. Shadow Balls rained down on the team, but Luke sprang into action. He released 3 Tauros, who shielded the group with their robust bodies. The Tauros then charged forward, clearing a path and allowing Sato's team to mount them. Riding the Tauros, they dashed through the opening Swampert had created. As they fled, Sato recalled his Pokémon, a tactical advantage offered by Pokeballs. The team sprayed repels behind them, deterring the pursuing pack. Guided by Galbat and the Ilium Eyes, the Tauros pulled ahead, leaving the dark types behind. Finally, they broke free of the forest and escaped the wolves' territory. After successfully escaping the wild forest, the Mytena pack, which had been relentlessly pursuing Sato and his team, finally abandoned the chase. Their retreat was prompted by a resonant howl from the pack leader, though they left reluctantly, filled with frustration. Phew, we made it out alive. I thought we were done for. No way I'm ever stepping into a forest at night again. It's way too dangerous, Maya exclaimed, visibly shaken. She patted her chest, still reeling from the experience, as relief washed over her. Hanks and Luke also glanced back, confirming that the pack had indeed retreated. They finally allowed themselves to relax, taking a deep breath and exchanging relieved nods with Maya. Don't let your guard down just yet. We're still in the forest, and the danger isn't over. Stay alert. No slipping up now, Sato said sternly, his sharp gaze sweeping over his team. Luke, recall your Tauros. The upcoming mountain path won't be easy to traverse. Given that this mission had already involved the Team Magma operatives, Sato wasn't ruling out the possibility of their return. If luck turned against them and Team Magma came back, their rescue team would be in grave danger. Sato's leadership had long been established among the group. His words immediately wiped away their brief relief, prompting the others to refocus and stay vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any threats. With the 3 panting toros recalled into their pokeballs, Sato and his team resumed their journey on foot. Fortunately, Galbat's radar-like echolocation prevented them from wandering aimlessly through the dense forest. They were now close to exiting the woods and returning to the main road. The remainder of the trek was relatively uneventful, apart from occasional encounters with startled wild Pokémon. Thanks to their cautious approach, the 4 of them eventually made it out of the Maitaina forest. This time, even Sato allowed himself a sigh of relief. The moment they stepped onto the main road, the risks of traveling at night diminished significantly. However, just as they started walking along the road toward White River Village, Galbat gently nudged Sato's hand with its wing. The subtle gesture immediately put Sato on high alert. Without a word, his right hand reached for the Pokeball containing Swampert on his belt. At the same time, Growlithe and Bellisum, fully aware of the situation, quietly positioned themselves alongside Galbat, forming a triangular formation to guard Sato. Among the group, Hanks was the most experienced and mentally resilient in battle. Though he often appeared easygoing, he was a keen observer. Since joining the rescue team, he had been silently admiring Sato's meticulous and pragmatic approach. Noticing Galbat's silent signal and the movements of Growlithe and Bellisum, Hanks's expression instantly grew serious. He discreetly retrieved his Breloom's Pokeball, readying himself for a potential confrontation. The change in atmosphere didn't go unnoticed. While Maya and Luke were slower to react, they quickly realized something was amiss and heightened their vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, 6 Team Magma operatives in red uniforms lay in wait on either side of the road ahead. Equipped with high-tech night vision goggles, they observed Sato's team like predators sizing up their prey. "Boss, those 4 seem to have noticed us." Their alertness suddenly spiked. A short operative whispered to their burly leader, concern evident in their tone. "Yeah, boss. These 4 made it out of Maitaina forest unscathed at night. They must be strong." "Are we really going to fight them?" a female operative added hesitantly. The burly leader pondered for a moment before pulling out a communicator to contact someone. "Yes, Commander Flare." "Understood. Mission accepted," he replied in a low, firm voice after a brief exchange. Hearing this, the other operatives fell silent. They reluctantly drew their pokeballs, their expressions sharpening as they prepared for battle. These 6 were subordinates of Flare, one of Team Magma's top lieutenants, tasked with ambushing the rescue team sent from White River Village. Initially, the noise from Sato's group in Maitaina Forest had caught their attention. They assumed the group had been eliminated by the pack. Yet, seeing them emerge unscathed left the operatives wary. Though they preferred avoiding unnecessary confrontations with powerful trainers, their orders left them no choice. "Don't worry," the leader said, rallying his team. "Commander Flare has sent reinforcements. We just need to hold these guys off for a bit. Plus, if the mission succeeds, our rewards will double." Motivated by the promise of backup and extra rewards, the operatives regained their composure. Their gazes shifted from apprehension to a predatory confidence as Sato's team drew closer. "6 of them, huh? Let's hope they're not too strong," Sato muttered, deducing the enemy's numbers from Galbat's wing taps. As the distance closed, his cold, steely gaze grew sharper. The Team Magma operatives were preparing to ambush Sato's team when something unexpected happened, something that left them scrambling in panic. Galbat Air Cutter, Bellisum, Energy Ball, Growlithe, Flamethrower, Sato ordered without hesitation. Galbat's wing signals had pinpointed the enemy's positions, prompting him to launch a preemptive strike. A torrent of powerful attacks, a razor-sharp blade of wind, a glowing sphere of energy, and a blazing column of fire tore through the air toward the hidden operatives. Although caught off guard, the experienced Team Magma trainers quickly released their Pokémon, shouting commands for protect. The two sides' moves collided with a resounding explosion, obliterating parts of the surrounding forest. Illuminated by the glow of two Ilium eyes, the operatives emerged, battered and exposed. Sato's ambush had forced them to burn their defensive options early, leaving them vulnerable. Seeing this, Hanks, Maya, and Luke didn't hesitate. They unleashed their strongest Pokemon and joined the battle, determined to take down Team Magma. The confrontation left no room for doubt. This was a fight to the finish. Sato swept his gaze over the 6 Magma team members before him, instantly assessing their general strength. Apart from the squad leader, whose Pokemon, a Mytana and a Camerupt, were at level 30, the rest of the team had only one Pokemon each that had reached level 30 at most. Mytana, Numel, Camerupt, Zubat, and Golbat were the Magma team's usual staples. As expected, the Pokemon wielded by these Magma team members fell largely within these types. Each of the 6 Magma team members had a Mytana, and most of them possessed the Intimidate ability. As the battle commenced, the 6 Mytana unleashed deafening howls, activating their intimidating presence. Unfortunately for them, intimidation only works on those who harbor fear. Having recently broken through a Puchiana pack siege and endured the relentless pursuit of the Mytana, Sato and his team, both trainers and Pokemon alike, were unshaken by such tactics. The Mytana's attempt at intimidation was entirely ignored, causing their momentum to falter. As the strongest member of his team, Sato took charge, immediately releasing his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. Commanding his 5 Pokemon, he launched an assault on the squad leader and 2 of his subordinates, taking on 3 opponents at once. Hanks, Maya, and Luke quickly picked one of the remaining Magma team members each. Sato had already taken the brunt of the pressure upon himself. If they couldn't handle a one-on-one battle, it would be downright humiliating. Arrogant fools. Mytana, Shadow Ball. Camerupt, Lava Plume. Mytana, Takedown. Golbat, Shadow Ball. Numel, Flamethrower. Graveler, Rock Slide. The squad leader and his 2 subordinates, all trainers around 25 years old, were incensed at the audacity of this young trainer, who thought he could handle them alone. They immediately commanded their Pokemon to counterattack with renewed vigor. However, they soon realized the formidable enemy they were facing. Swampert charged forward like a storm, delivering a devastating ice punch that sent a hapless Mytana flying into the air like a baseball struck for a home run. Its fate, where it landed and whether it survived, was left unknown. After dispatching the Mytana, Swampert moved like a tiger through the enemy ranks. Dodging a Shadow Ball from another Mytana, it tanked a Flamethrower from Camerupt head-on and retaliated with a powerful hammer arm to the face. The resounding impact reverberated through the battlefield, shaking everyone to their core. The Camerupt, massive as it was blasted back several meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground and knocking over trees before collapsing defeated. In under 10 seconds, 2 Pokemon were felled by Swampert's overwhelming strength alone. Victorious and emanating an intimidating aura, it instilled fear in the remaining 4 Pokemon. Only the squad leader's Mytana managed to hold its ground. The other 3 Pokemon, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Sato's other Pokemon sprang into action. His Golbat engaged the male Magma Grunt's Golbat, landing a decisive steel wing before finishing the fight with a flurry of air cutter strikes. Growlithe faced off against the squad leader's Mytana. Despite being smaller, both were level 31. With its blazing flame charge enhancing its speed and strength, Growlithe overcame Mytana's close combat tactics, steadily gaining the upper hand and ultimately defeating it. Shiny Pelipper used a single Hydro Pump to overwhelm the female Magma Grunt's Numel, while Bellissum dispatched the Graveler with a precise Energy Ball. Within minutes, the squad leader and his 2 subordinates' strongest Pokemon were defeated. Witnessing this, the 3 Magma Grunts battling Hanks, Maya, and Luke turned pale and tried to flee. But with their leader demonstrating such dominance, Hanks and the others, now brimming with morale, weren't about to let the grunts escape. They commanded their Pokemon to intercept them with renewed determination. This wasn't a formal Pokemon battle. It was survival. After defeating the trio, Sato knocked them unconscious and directed his Pokemon to assist Hanks's group. Like a storm sweeping through, the remaining magma grunts were swiftly subdued. "Umph, you're strong, kid, but defying Team Magma is a death sentence. You're finished. You'll end up on a pyre, your body and soul burned to ash, and your companions will meet the same fate." The squad leader spat venomously even after being tied up, his loyalty to Team Magma unshaken. His threat earned nothing but contempt. Sato's eyes gleamed coldly as he kicked the squad leader hard in the face, sending him sprawling several meters away and knocking out a few teeth. "Fucking pig, you dare threaten me? Who the fuck do you think you are? I couldn't care less about Team Magma. Cross me, and I won't hesitate to delete you. Since you seem to like pain so much, let me oblige you," Sato said icily, drawing a gleaming hunting knife. The chilling killing intent and malice emanating from Sato made everyone present tremble. The magma grunts, who had entertained similar thoughts of resistance, were now gripped by abject terror, their heads lowered submissively. The squad leader soon paid the price for running his mouth. With a swift motion of the knife, Sato severed 3 fingers from the squad leader's right hand. The man's blood-curdling scream was abruptly silenced as Sato knocked him unconscious with a knife handle. "Luke, release your Tauros. This place isn't safe. We're leaving immediately. Release their Pokemon, knock them out, and take them back to White River Village for interrogation," Sato ordered, putting away the knife. Hanks, Maya, and Luke, now fully convinced of Sato's ruthlessness, obeyed without question. They rode the Tauros, dragging the 6 bound magma members on makeshift sleds, swiftly making their way back. For now, the road was clear. Not long after, 6 magma team members riding Swellow arrived from the south. Upon reaching the site, all they found was a desolate battlefield strewn with wreckage and 3 severed fingers. By the time it was nearing 11 p.m., Sato and his group finally returned to the now silent White River Village under the cover of night. Inside the White River Village chief's home, Sato and the others were treating their Pokemon while reporting their findings to the village chief and some family members of the village's guard squad. Upon hearing that members of the squad had been captured by Team Magma, the faces of the village chief and the guards' families turned pale. Some of the family members even recognized the belongings of the fallen guards that Sato and his group had brought back. Instantly, the sight of these items caused several to break down in grief, sobbing uncontrollably. The elder's house was quickly enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. "This is how the events unfolded, Chief. Forgive us for our lack of power. This is beyond what a group of civilian trainers like us can handle. We must report this to the League immediately so they can send investigators to look into the matter," Sato said, his expression stern. Though he felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the despair on the elder's face, he knew he couldn't act beyond his abilities. "No, on behalf of all the families of White River Village's guards, we should be the ones thanking you. Without your efforts, we'd still be in the dark. I imagine you encountered many dangers during your mission. I will double your reward," the chief replied, his expression softening slightly. He had noticed that among the belongings Sato returned, none of them belonged to his own son. The village chief sighed deeply, his face still shadowed with worry. The guard were the village's precious defense force, and now, with them captured and their fate unknown, his concern was palpable. "Bring them in, guys." "Chief, these individuals are members of Team Magma. They probably know quite a bit, but they're tight-lipped. Without special methods, we can't extract any information from them for now. When the League sends someone, you can hand them over," Sato instructed, signaling Hanks and the others to bring in the 6 captured members of Team Magma, who were being held outside. The sight of these Team Magma members filled the room with a mix of fear and anger. Some of the bereaved family members even rushed at the captives, punching and kicking them in a frenzy of hatred, wishing for revenge. Fortunately, others intervened, realizing these captives were crucial to finding their missing loved ones. They managed to restrain the grieving families, preventing further harm to the prisoners. As the night grew late, the village chief contacted the nearest Alliance police station in Rustboro City. Upon learning that the Alliance would send specialists the next morning, the guards' families felt some relief and returned home to wait for news. After receiving their promised rewards, Hanks and the others also left for the village inn. As ordinary trainers, risking their lives further to cross Team Magma was something they wouldn't consider. Before long, the room was left with only Sato, the village chief, and the sleeping Mana. "They've all left, Chief. You specifically asked me to stay. Do you have something to discuss?" Sato asked after ensuring his Bellisum had used sleep powder to subdue the bound Team Magma members. He turned to the chief, who now bore an expression of pleading. During the transaction of their reward earlier, Sato had noticed a message intentionally left by the chief, indicating that he knew something. Perhaps it was related to the guard's abduction by Team Magma. The urgency of the situation likely drove the chief to seek Sato's help as the strongest trainer currently available. "Please help White River Village, Mr. Sato. My son and the other guards may not survive long enough for the Alliance's aid. Only a powerful trainer like you can rescue them now." The chief fell to his knees and bowed deeply, imploring Sato. However, Sato's expression remained cold. He silently gazed at the elder, unfazed by the dramatic gesture. After a long pause, Sato finally spoke. "I want the truth. If you're unwilling to reveal it, I will not assist you. Forgive me, but I refuse to be manipulated by anyone exploiting my goodwill," Sato said firmly, his voice steady but resolute. Why would Team Magma target White River Village's guards? Sato had pondered this question since discovering the abduction. The village seemed unremarkable, with no apparent significance. If Team Magma had set their sights on it, there had to be something hidden here, something worth their effort. The elder, having been the village chief for many years, likely knew the answer. "Ah, very well, Mr. Sato. Have you heard of the Guardians of Mt. Pyre?" The chief finally began, his voice heavy with resignation. "Guardians of Mt. Pyre? Hold on. Ditto, transform into Ralts," Sato interrupted. At his command, the Ditto on his head, disguised as a trainer's cap, morphed into an adorable Ralts. As the transformed Ralts fixed its gaze on the chief, its red head crest began to glow faintly. "You're an experienced elder, so you must be aware of Ralt's abilities. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm simply cautious. This ensures that no critical details are omitted," Sato explained calmly, his unwavering gaze fixed on the chief. With Ralts acting as a living lie detector, Sato had no fear of being deceived. "Ah, young people these days. Fine, I will tell you everything, Mr. Sato, and if you agree to help, I'll even prepare a great reward. Here's the truth." The elder sighed deeply, finally resigning himself to honesty. About half an hour later, Sato stepped out of the old village chief's house. His expression was calm, but there was a frightening intensity in his bright eyes. Instead of heading anywhere else, he returned directly to the inn to rest. In a single room on the inn's third floor, Sato lay on a sofa. The room's lights were off, but it was still somewhat illuminated due to a crimson stone resting on the table before him. This crimson stone, roughly the size of an adult's fist, was translucent and gleamed brilliantly, with what seemed like flames flickering inside it. From within, it radiated intense light and heat. In the dark room, an Omega symbol faintly emerged from the stone's interior. The warmth and light from this extraordinary stone made the room not only bright, but also cozy, warding off the chill of the night. At the doorway, Grolive lay down, staring intently at the stone as if it were a delectable treat. Its small eyes glimmered with a strong desire. The other Pokemon in the room, however, showed little interest in the glowing stone. Most were curled up in comfortable spots, sleeping soundly. Among them, Bellisum seemed to dislike the stone, deliberately keeping her distance. This was no ordinary object. It was a fire stone, one of the rewards Sato received from the village chief. Not just any firestone, it was of unparalleled quality, exceeding even the highest grade examples. The system's appraisal revealed its details. Item: mutated firestone. Quality: unknown. Effects: facilitates evolution for specific Pokemon, significantly enhancing their potential and offering a chance to awaken new fire-type abilities. Notes: this firestone once came into contact with Groudon's primal orb, absorbing a faint trace of its power. As a result, its quality has been greatly elevated, and it now possesses a transformative power capable of fundamentally enhancing fire-type Pokemon. The moment Sato saw this firestone and verified its details using the system, he was utterly shocked. It was this extraordinary firestone that convinced Sato of the truth behind the information the old village chief had shared with him earlier. The so-called Guardians of Mt. Pyre were an ancient lineage tasked with safeguarding Groudon's red orb and Kyogre's blue orb across generations. Unfortunately, this ancient lineage vanished over 500 years ago, lost to the sands of time. Since the creation of these orbs, which held the power to awaken Groudon and Kyogre, countless villains had sought to seize them. Whenever the orbs fell into the wrong hands, the Hoenn region faced catastrophic turmoil. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre bore the heavy responsibility of protecting and recovering the orbs. They waged countless fierce battles against evildoers, playing pivotal roles in many legendary tales of salvation sung across the Hoenn region. However, these constant battles exacted a steep toll. Over 500 years ago, during a rebellion, the last legitimate heir to the Guardians' title perished. With their rightful lineage lost, internal power struggles erupted among the Guardians' remaining branches, fueled by the schemes of malevolent forces. The once glorious lineage fell into disarray and near extinction. Only a handful of family members who had left the main clan survived. Without sufficient strength, the Guardians of Mt. Pyre could no longer fulfill their duties. Their place was taken by another powerful family, the illustrious Mikuri clan, now the most formidable family in the Hoenn region. The Guardians of Mt. Pyre became scattered remnants, clinging to survival. They abandoned their ancient mission and began spreading across the world. White River Village was established by a branch of the Guardians claiming to be the most legitimate heirs of their lineage. Their aim was to restore their former glory, but time's relentless march proved unforgiving. The once proud lineage was now a shadow of its former self. Today, the Mikuri clan has transformed Mt. Pyre into an impregnable fortress. Attempting to breach it and claim the orbs is an almost impossible task. Since the rebellion 500 years ago, when the Guardians' internal strife led to the orbs falling into villainous hands, the two orbs have remained securely in the shrine atop Mt. Pyre. Not even the precursors of Team Magma and Team Aqua, with their deep ties to this history, managed to claim the orbs from the Mikuri clan. Instead, they met utter destruction. Though the Guardians of Mt. Pyre are no longer a powerful force, they retain detailed knowledge of Mt. Pyre's secrets, passed down through generations. This knowledge remains invaluable. Team Magma's current objective is to seize Groudon's red orb from Mt. Pyre. However, compared to the Mikuri clan, Team Magma is like a novice learning to walk. Recently, Team Magma discovered that White River Village housed descendants of the Guardians. They also learned that the village chief, Margit, and his son were key inheritors of the Guardian secrets. Initially, Team Magma planned to abduct Carlot. However, his constant presence in the village and the protection offered by its guards made this difficult. His influential status also meant any action against him would immediately draw the League's attention. Instead, they targeted Marcus, Carlot's son, who led White River Village's guard into Pucciina Forest to harvest berries. Seizing this rare opportunity, Team Magma captured him. Pucciina Forest, known for its dangers, provided the perfect cover. Even if Marcus and his team vanished there, few would suspect foul play. By staging the scene to look like a wolf pack attack, Team Magma could easily avoid suspicion. Marcus was currently undergoing intense interrogation by Team Magma, who were also using the lives of the village guards as leverage to extract information about NT Pyre's secrets. Sato admired the firestone of unknown quality for a moment before putting it away, much to the disappointment of his grow life. Turning on the light, he retrieved a book from his belongings. "Don't worry, this stone is meant for you. You're still young. Once you grow a bit more, I'll use it to evolve you into a majestic Arcanine," he teased, patting Growlithe's head as it gazed at him pitifully. "Woof! Woof!" Growlithe barked happily at his words, enthusiastically licking him in gratitude. After playing with Growlithe for a bit, Sato redirected his attention to the book on the desk. The cover was pitch black with 6 crimson characters boldly spelling out the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Volume 1. This was the second reward the old village chief had given him. Despite its ominous title, the book wasn't about malicious ghosts but referred instead to Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokemon. Sato had skimmed the book earlier and realized its value far exceeded the Lily Cove compendium given to him by Elsa. However, the contents were somewhat limited. It provided detailed information about some Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokemon, but specific training methods were only included for the Poochyena line and the Shuppet line. According to the old village chief, the descendants of the Volcano Guardians were a family with special abilities. These abilities made them exceptionally skilled at raising Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokemon. Additionally, due to their connection with the orbs of Groudon and Kyogre, the clan was also adept at training ground, fire, and water-type Pokemon. This book was merely a small piece of the family's extensive heritage. The old village chief had also been candid. The book in Sato's hands was only a reproduced and heavily abridged version. The original Grimoire of Dark Spirits had vanished into history with the death of the last direct heir of the clan. The current version was compiled by a branch of the family that had merged its own training insights and knowledge. The proverbial camel still stands taller than a horse, even in death. No matter how much the Volcano Guardians declined, their most valuable knowledge remained intact. Just a fraction of it would make any ordinary trainer envious, Sato thought as he carefully read the book. Even though the book was abridged and possibly further edited by the village chief, Sato couldn't help but marvel at the depth of knowledge it contained about Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokemon. It was a testament to the clan's former glory. With such a profound heritage, any competent descendant could have ensured the family's stability for thousands of years. Unfortunately, the heavy burden of guarding the legendary orbs had sapped the clan's strength, forcing them to fade into history. To Sato, their fall was inevitable. Guardianship seemed like a grand excuse. With the immense value of those orbs, the clan must have exploited them to enrich themselves. The old man really understands the struggles of ordinary trainers like me. He knows someone with humble beginnings and big ambitions can't resist this temptation. Owning this book could save years of effort for most people, or even lay the foundation for a new family specializing in dark or ghost Pokemon. Sato mused after finishing a significant portion of the book in about an hour. The mutated Firestone of unknown quality and this Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Volume 1, were just the upfront rewards the old chief had provided. If Sato wanted to obtain Volume 2 and other rewards, he'd have to rescue the old chief's beloved son. Sato had no choice but to accept the temptation. With only 10 years to complete his system-mandated challenge of defeating all regional champions and Elite Four, every second mattered. Among all Pokemon types, Dark and Ghost types stood out as some of the most formidable. Pokemon of these types were notoriously tricky and often terrifying in battle, with their versatile and unpredictable moves giving them a significant advantage. Several Elite Four members specialized in these types, including Agatha of the Kanto Elite Four, who was as powerful as many champions. In her youth, she was a peer of Professor Oak. Unlike humans, Ghost-type Pokemon didn't age in the traditional sense. If he could glean insights from this book, Sato could gain an edge against such opponents. Additionally, mastering the power of Dark and Ghost Pokemon could turn them into valuable allies on his journey. Sato's excellent memory and dynamic vision allowed him to absorb most of the 200-page book with its tiny tadpole-sized text, in a little over an hour. However, cramming such a vast amount of information into his brain left him slightly dizzy. He put the book away, popped a few gem-grade poke blocks into his mouth, and felt the fatigue begin to dissipate. Thanks to his systems analysis, Sato knew the poke blocks he crafted accelerated energy absorption, rapidly restoring stamina and focus. The downside was an increased appetite soon after. After eating some beef jerky, Sato set an alarm on his digital clock for 6 a.m. the next morning. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, ready for the challenges ahead. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Sato woke up on time. Unlike his usual sluggishness, he completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with his Pokémon in just half an hour. Before the sun fully rose, he had Golbat carry him out of the inn and White River Village through the window. This plan had been arranged with the village elder the previous night. Sato needed to rest and recover quickly to rescue the elder's son and the members of the village guard. However, before embarking on that mission, he had another important task to complete. The elder of White River Village, though not exceptionally gifted in battle to the extent of reaching the level of an Elite Four champion, was a formidable trainer in his younger days. Even now, he possessed a Jengar at level 55. If not for his advanced age and the fact that no one else could properly command the increasingly disobedient Jengar, the elder alone could have dealt with the Team Magma unit that dared to abduct his son. In truth, Team Magma's decision to avoid targeting the elder directly was wise. Had they done so, Sato likely wouldn't even have needed to get involved. The elder's Jengar, with its immense hypnotic powers, quickly turned the 6 previously defiant Team Magma members into puppets willing to answer any question. From their confessions, Sato easily learned the whereabouts of Marcus and his group. According to the Team Magma leader, who knew the most, Marcus and his group were alive and currently being held at a dock on Route 122. A shocking revelation followed. The dock on Route 122 had fallen under Team Magma's control 2 days ago. They had set up checkpoints along the primary routes leading to the area, using Pokémon to block anyone attempting to pass. The reason why the League had not yet detected this was that the dock staff had been subdued and all outgoing communications were falsified. Team Magma even replaced workers who needed to leave the dock with their own disguised members. Upon learning this, the Elder realized why the crew on the supply boats coming from the dock over the past 2 days seemed unfamiliar and overly anxious. As for whether Marcus had revealed the secrets of Mount Pyre to Team Magma, that was something even their leader didn't know. However, based on the Elder's description of Mount Pyre's hidden paths, it seemed plausible. Mount Pyre was riddled with secret passages that led directly to its summit. If Team Magma obtained this information, they could bypass the numerous traps and guardian Pokémon the Mikuri clan had set throughout the mountain. Mount Pyre wasn't just a storage site for the red and blue orbs. It was akin to Kanto's Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town, a sacred resting place for departed Pokémon. According to legend, Mount Pyre was the battleground where Groudon and Kyogre once clashed. The mountain itself was said to have been formed by Groudon's mighty powers. Consequently, it was a massive burial ground and a haven for Ghost-type Pokémon. The Guardians of MT Pyre, as they were known, initially rose to prominence by training Dark and Ghost-type Pokémon. Every member of the Guardians was required to raise at least one Ghost-type Pokémon. The Guardians of MT Pyre also possessed unique abilities akin to spiritual energy used by Shrine Maidens. These powers allowed them to communicate with and command Ghost-type Pokémon. Mount Pyre's unique geography made it perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds, save for a small sunlit area at its peak. This perpetual gloom made it a paradise for ghost types. Thus, ordinary individuals couldn't easily enter Mount Pyre. Even experienced trainers required companions, and preferably Dark-type Pokémon, to protect themselves. Team Magma's target was clearly the red orb at the mountain summit. To rescue Marcus and the others, Sato had to venture into the perilous mountain as well. The Elder warned Sato of the dangers within Mount Pyre, particularly the second half, where the number of ghost types increased exponentially. He advised Sato to acquire a strong Dark-type Pokemon to counter the spectral threats. While Maitena and Puchina, abundant in the area, were good candidates, Sato didn't have time to capture and train one. Instead, he planned to borrow one from the Elder for the mission, returning it afterward. Sato already owned a canine Pokemon and wasn't particularly interested in adding Puchina to his team due to its limited potential. Sato knew he couldn't defeat Team Magma head-on. His rescue mission relied on strategy, not brute force. The Team Magma members predominantly used Puchina and Maitena, giving Sato an opening to infiltrate their ranks. Using his Ditto's disguise ability and the intelligence he had gathered, Sato was confident he could slip in undetected, protect Marcus, and create an opportunity to free him and the others. Direct confrontation was a task better suited for the League. Sato's role would be that of a covert operative, supporting the League in rescuing Marcus and his team. It was time to showcase his acting skills, the first step in Sato's journey to becoming a master spy. The Elder's house stood at the entrance of the village. As Sato descended with the help of his Golbat, the Elder, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, immediately emerged from his home. Accompanying him were 3 mighty hyenas and over a dozen Puchinas. "It seems you've been waiting for me, sir." "Don't worry, since I promised you, I'll get it done," Sato assured, stepping forward after signaling Golbat to let him down. He spoke earnestly as he stood before the Elder. "That's not it, young man." The Elder waved dismissively. "You mentioned yesterday you were heading to the Puchina forest to catch a Maitena, but I had advised you against it. Our village, White River, has its own mighty hyenas and Puchinas. You can choose one here. I've personally trained them, and they're far stronger than those used by Team Magma's grunts. Oh, and I've prepared a speedboat for you to take to Route 122. It'll save you more time," he said, emphasizing the phrase, "save more time," with notable gravity. Sato silently acknowledged the Elder's thoughtfulness. Without wasting words, he activated his system's scan function to assess the mighty hyenas and Puchinas before him. A thorough evaluation revealed that the Elder's claims were no exaggeration. The Pokemon had indeed undergone rigorous training, boasting far more advanced move sets than wild mighty hyenas. This bespoke the Elder's specialized training methods. Among them, the most exceptional was a Puchina with a rare purple tier aptitude. The Elder clearly recognized her potential, as she stood out noticeably from her siblings. She was larger, more robust, and had a broader range of moves. Most strikingly, her level was an impressive 25, towering over the others. Additionally, Sato noticed an anomaly: her eye color. Unlike the black pupils typical of her species, this Puchina's pupils were gray, a detail subtle enough to escape casual observation. "I didn't notice yesterday that her eyes were gray. This Puchina is different," Sato mused, observing the Pokemon, who was peeking at him from behind Maitena. He recalled reading in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits about a unique type of Puchina with gray pupils. According to the text, such Puchinas were highly intelligent, often destined to become alpha leaders of their packs. Their special eyes granted them the ability to see through illusions created by ghost-type Pokemon and detect hidden ghost types. Remarkably, these Puchinas could sense ghost types within 100 meters, rendering them virtually undetectable. Moreover, they could attack ghost types using normal-type moves without requiring abilities like Odor Sleuth or Foresight. Puchina data. Pokemon Puchina. Level 25. Type Dark. Ability Runaway. Gender Female. Held item Everstone. Known moves: Tackle, Howl, Sand Attack, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Swagger, Pursuit, Scary Face, Fire Fong, Egg Move, Ice Fong, Egg Move, Thunder Fong, Egg Move, Double Team, Tutor, Protect, Tutor, Thief, Tutor, Taunt, Tutor, Foul Play, Tutor, Snatch, Tutor, Iron Tail, Tutor, Shadow Ball, Tutor, Rest TM. IVs. HP 25 of 31. Attack 28 of 31. Defense 24-31. SP ATK 27 of 31. SP Def 25 of 31. Speed 30 of 31. Overall 4 rating Purple, 159 total, exceeding 140 threshold. The data showcased the elder's meticulous efforts in raising her, with numerous advanced moves painstakingly taught to her. "I'll take the Puccina with gray pupils," Sato declared without hesitation. The elder sighed deeply but smiled. "I see you did your homework with the grimoire of dark spirits. This little one is my treasure. I intended to let her mature a bit more, but since you've chosen her, I'll lend her to you. Just make sure you don't lose her. She's meant for my granddaughter," he added wistfully, leading the reluctant Pokemon to Sato. "Don't worry, sir. I'll only borrow her briefly and return her soon," Sato replied with a reassuring smile. The Puccina, though boasting a timid ability, had a proud and fierce disposition. She bared her teeth at Sato, clearly displeased with him. Were it not for the elder's presence, she might have attacked outright. "She's a feisty one. If you want to take her, you'll need to earn her respect. Battle her, and only if you defeat her will she submit," the elder suggested, stroking his beard with a sly grin. "That's fair. Come out, Swampert. Have a sparring match with her, but be gentle. She's a lady, after all," Sato said with a chuckle, releasing Swampert from its Pokeball. Just a few minutes later, Sato was aboard the elder's speedboat with a now docile Puccina curled up by his side. The Pokemon had quickly submitted after experiencing Swampert's overwhelming strength. Puccinas and Mityinas, by nature, recognized and followed those stronger than themselves. Once they pledged loyalty, they remained steadfast and unwavering. Sato had already removed the Everstone necklace from her neck. The battles ahead would require her full potential, and evolving into Mityiana was the first step. At level 25, she was well past the threshold for evolution. Though unsure why the elder had delayed it, Sato decided the time had come, silently apologizing to the elder in his mind. The speedboat sped downstream, and before long, Sato spotted the towering lighthouse marking the pier on Route 122 shoreline. Instead of docking at the pier, Sato stopped the boat roughly a kilometer away from the sea's mouth. Concealing the vessel with branches and dry grass, he proceeded on foot toward the pier. The journey was eerily quiet, with no sign of travelers, only wild Pokemon, mostly Puccinas and Mityinas, seeking early meals. After fending off the wild Pokemon with minimal effort, Sato arrived at the pier, only to find it deserted. The once bustling area was now eerily empty, with every docked boat violently destroyed. It seems Team Magma is quite cautious. Realizing the capture of those 6 members could expose their plans, they probably chose to move their schedule forward and retreated overnight. Sato thought grimly as he surveyed the desolate dock and the broken ships scattered before him. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Judging by the damage to the docked ships, Team Magma had left some time ago. However, they appear to have been in a rush, destroying only the vital parts of the ships, such as the hulls and engines, without resorting to the drastic measure of blowing them up entirely. What worried Sato more was the eerie silence blanketing the entire dock. It raised concerns about the safety of the people here. Team Magma was a criminal organization, and who knew if some of their more ruthless members might have decided to silence witnesses entirely. Come out, Golbat Growlithe. Golbat, use your abilities to check if anyone is still around. Puccina, Growlithe, you two assist in searching for survivors. If you find anything, alert me immediately. Sato released Golbat and Growlithe and gave instructions, including Puccina in the search efforts. The 3 Pokemon immediately sprang into action. Golbat soared high into the sky, emitting visible waves of sound as it used its echolocation abilities, while Growlithe and Puccina exchanged glances before heading off in opposite directions to search the dock. Meanwhile, Sato released his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper to accompany him in searching the wrecked ships, hoping to find one that could still be salvaged. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Golbat, relying on its ultrasound to scan the area, seemed to have discovered something. It quickly returned to Sato and led him to an empty building. When they arrived, Puccina and Growlithe were already there, sniffing the ground intently after breaking down the door. With the help of his Pokemon, Sato eventually found a concealed door disguised as part of the floor beneath the bed in the master bedroom. The door was tightly sealed and made of a special alloy. Even Swampert's powerful punches couldn't dent it, though the house shook from the impact. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, Sato instructed Growlithe to use its flames to melt the door. However, even under the intense heat, the door glowed red-hot without showing any signs of melting. It had an extremely high melting point. Frustrated but undeterred, Sato began searching the room for any mechanism or hidden switch that might open the door. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly scouring the bedroom, he found nothing. He then asked Swampert to try digging around the door, only to discover that the floor beneath was made of the same alloy. It seemed this house was hiding a meticulously constructed secret base belonging to Team Magma. Given how much time he had spent attempting to open the base's entrance without encountering any resistance, Sato surmised that the Team Magma members stationed here had likely already evacuated. A door like this won't stop me. Growlithe, heat it up again. Polyper, once it's red hot, use Ice Beam on it. As Sato pondered his options, an idea struck him. Metals become brittle or even shatter when rapidly cooled after being heated. He immediately set his plan into motion. Under Growlithe's intense flames, the metal door glowed red-hot once more. Sato then commanded his Pokémon to retreat a safe distance before instructing Polyper to fire its Ice Beam at the glowing metal. As the icy blue beam struck the superheated door, a dense cloud of white mist formed, followed by a loud explosion. Fortunately, Swampert used Protect in time, shielding everyone from the blast. When the smoke cleared, the room was in shambles, and the floor now featured a large crater. At the center of the crater, a staircase leading down into the underground appeared before Sato's eyes. Damn it, here goes nothing. This should be Team Magma's secret base. Let's hope most of them have already left, or I'm walking straight into a lion's den, Sato muttered under his breath as he stood by the crater, observing for any movement below. After a long pause with no signs of anyone emerging, he decided to proceed. Sato donned a human skin mask created by his Ditto and recalled all his Pokémon except Golbat. Carefully, he descended the staircase into the underground. The staircase wasn't very deep, about 10 meters down. At the bottom, a passage wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side extended before him. As Sato suspected, this was indeed a secret base built by Team Magma near the dock on Route 122. The Team Magma insignias adorning the walls confirmed it. The base appeared to be relatively small and hastily constructed. While the entrance was quite sophisticated, the interior seemed somewhat shoddy, resembling a glorified mining tunnel. The passage was lined with metal panels on the walls, but the ceiling and floor remained bare rock. The numerous hanging lanterns illuminated the space, casting eerie shadows as Sato advanced, feeling like he was walking through an upscale mine. The base seemed abandoned, as Sato had not encountered a single Team Magma member thus far. However, the Pokémon left behind to guard the place posed significant challenges. Every few steps, Geodudes disguised as rocks would launch surprise attacks. These Pokémon seemed to have been given strict orders before Team Magma's retreat, going so far as to use Explosion to hinder Sato's progress. At first, Sato narrowly avoided being caught off guard, thanks to Golbat's quick reflexes and use of Protect. After that, Sato released Swampert and Poochyena to deal with the threats. Swampert's damp ability was a natural counter to the self-destructive Geodudes and Graveler, rendering their explosion unusable. Without commands from their trainers, the Team Magma Pokémon were quickly taken down by Poochyena's Ice Fawn. Sato intentionally allowed Poochyena to take the lead in combat. The experience gained from defeating the Geodudes and Graveler caused Poochyena to glow with a beautiful evolutionary light. Without the constraints of an Everstone, Poochyena was finally about to evolve. The Mytiana was bathed in the light of evolution, her body undergoing a remarkable transformation. The size of a Poochyena was typically comparable to an adult native dog, slightly larger than a Growlithe. But now, Her form grew significantly, eventually reaching the size of an adult cheetah. This newly evolved Maitana was approximately 1.5 times larger than a typical one, standing notably taller. Anyone observing her would immediately recognize her as a Pokemon of exceptional upbringing. After completing her evolution, her once gray fur gained an additional thick layer of black fur, resembling a protective black armor that covered her head, back, tail, and limbs, giving her an imposing appearance. Her eyes, however, remained largely unchanged from when she was still a Pochina. Her irises retained their rare gray hue. Perhaps due to her ability shifting from runaway to intimidate, Maitana's wolf-like aura of dominance, which had been present even as a Pochina, now grew overwhelmingly powerful. She exuded the majesty of a true wolf king. Sato had a strong feeling that if a wild Pochina or Maitana encountered her now, they would unconditionally submit to her authority. You're truly impressive after evolving. You've grown so large that I feel like I could ride you, Sato remarked, gazing at the transformed Maitana, whose appearance and demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. He now understood why the village elder had hesitated to allow her evolution. The current Maitana was a completely different being compared to her previous self. Her pride had more than doubled, and with the further awakening of her Lupin bloodline, her rebellious nature and bloodthirsty gaze had become even more pronounced. If not for the presence of his Swampert, which was even stronger than Maitana, Sato wasn't entirely sure she would obediently listen to him. Now, Maitana would only bow to true strength. A trainer lacking sufficient power would not be able to command her and might even suffer her backlash. Maitana turned her sharp, crimson gaze towards Sato, then shifted her eyes towards Swampert, who radiated an intimidating and menacing aura, and the Golbat perched on Sato's shoulder, staring coldly at her. Finally, she lowered her proud head to Sato, allowing him to gently pat her. However, her tail remained still, unlike the wagging tail of Growlithe. This indicated that while she acknowledged Sato's strength, she did not yet see him as her true master. Sato wasn't surprised by this. Maitana's wolfish nature made her difficult to truly tame. In terms of loyalty, she was far behind a Growlithe, who would remain steadfastly devoted to their trainer. Maitana's allegiance was reserved for those who could defeat her. A trainer who failed repeatedly might find themselves abandoned without a second thought. The evolution of Pochina into Maitana was merely a brief interlude. Sato soon shifted his focus to the spacious room before him. The numerous screens displaying various feeds confirmed his suspicion. This was the surveillance room of Team Magma's underground base. The monitoring system was still operational. The screens provided a clear view of the docks and surrounding main roads, covering at least 70% of the area. Surveillance within the base itself was even more comprehensive, sparing only areas requiring privacy. Sato inspected each seat in the room, noting their cold, untouched surfaces. It was evident the base had been abandoned, with Team Magma temporarily relinquishing their hold on this hidden facility. Demonstrating his skills as a former top-tier programmer, Sato quickly breached the base's relatively weak cybersecurity measures. Using simple hacking techniques, he gained control of the base's systems. However, Sato was frustrated to find that Team Magma's secrecy was impeccable. They had thoroughly erased and destroyed all critical data before leaving no chance of recovery. He suspected they had refrained from triggering the base's self-destruct mechanism only because they intended to return someday. Fortunately, his efforts weren't in vain. By accessing various camera feeds, he located several members of the White River Village Guard, dock workers, and Pokemon imprisoned in the lowest level of the underground base. The surveillance footage revealed that the captives had been beaten and forcibly sedated, leaving them in a deep sleep. Their faint breathing was the only reassurance that they were still alive. Time was of the essence. Sato deactivated all the base's defenses, granting himself unrestricted access. Apart from occasional resistance from Pokemon left behind by Team Magma, his journey was unimpeded. Before long, Sato arrived at the lowest level of the base, the dimly lit dungeon. Flickering lights above cast eerie shadows, while the air reeked of decay and foreboding, prompting Sato to heighten his vigilance as he approached the cell holding the White River Village guards. Just as Sato advanced, Maitaina suddenly growled toward the darkness ahead. A large shadow ball formed in her mouth and shot forward. Unfortunately, the attack was intercepted mid-air by an invisible force. From the shadows of the dungeon, a pair of crimson eyes opened, followed by a dozen smaller, similar eyes appearing one after another. A Dusclops and its cohort of Duskulls emerged from the darkness, confronting Sato. So, there's still guards here, and not weak ones at that. Dusclops, Duskulls, you're no match for me, and I'd rather not harm you. Swampert. At Sato's command, his Swampert stepped forward, letting out a thunderous roar. Its battle-hardened presence surged outward, filling the air with an imposing aura. The Duskulls recoiled slightly under Swampert's intimidating presence, their crimson eyes betraying a hint of fear. However, the level 38 Dusclops stood its ground, silently challenging Sato's declaration. Its spectral fists, charged with ghostly energy, lunged towards Sato. Pokemon Dusclops. Level 38. Type Ghost. Ability Pressure. Gender Male. Held item None. Known moves Shadow Punch, Future Sight, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Gravity, Bind, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp, Confuse, Ray, Curse. Egg moves Pain Split, Skill Swap. TMs Shadow Ball, Trick Room. IVs HP 31 of 31. Attack 25 of 31. Defense 27 of 31. Special Attack 25 of 31. Special Defense 29 of 31. Speed 20 of 31. Overall 4 rating. Purple, total 4, 157, greater than 140. Note, I tried out another format of Pokemon information. Let me know if you'd prefer it like this, or should I just use the old version? The stats alone were enough to prove how formidable this Dusclops was. Sato couldn't fathom why Team Magma would leave such an incredible Pokemon here as a jailkeeper. Was it possible this Dusclops had simply wandered in on its own? There was no time to ponder further as the Dusclops attacked. The ghost Pokemon launched a Shadow Punch. Though the spectral fists seemed almost weightless, their speed was astounding. One moment they were far away, the next they were upon him. Ditto, block it, Sato commanded, his eyes flashing with determination as he addressed the Ditto masquerading as his face mask. Just as the Shadow Punch was about to connect, Ditto shifted from its disguise into its original form, stretching its body to create a defensive wall in front of Sato. Dusclops' red eyes gleamed with surprise. Its Shadow Punch struck Ditto's elastic form, but was absorbed like a raindrop disappearing into the ocean, leaving no visible damage. With Dusclops' attack neutralized, Sato's other Pokemon sprang into action. Swampert, Golbat, and Maitaina launched a coordinated assault. Swampert, already in Foresight mode, led the charge with a freezing Ice Punch aimed directly at Dusclops. To Sato's surprise, Dusclops reacted swiftly. Using Fire Punch, it met Swampert's Ice Punch head-on. A resounding thud echoed as the two moves collided, sending a shockwave through the dungeon. Dusclops held its ground against Swampert's immense power, its bandaged form rippling, but otherwise unyielding. However, Dusclops didn't seem unscathed. Its crimson eyes flickered, betraying discomfort. Instead of continuing the clash, it retreated several meters, its body convulsing with peculiar movements as if something was writhing beneath its bandages. Meanwhile, Golbat and Maitaina unleashed Shadow Balls from different angles. Just as the attacks were about to hit, two tiny spatial black holes appeared on Dusclops' surface, swallowing the Shadow Balls without a trace. Incredible! This Dusclops has already begun to harness its innate talent, Sato thought, his pupils narrowing. He was impressed, yet wary. The ability Dusclops displayed, Black Hole, was a rare talent described in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Every Dusclops possessed a black hole-like dimensional portal within its body, normally sealed by the mysterious bandages it wore. These bandages were both a seal and a safeguard, preventing the black hole from consuming the Dusclops itself. Only a daring few Dusclops would attempt to control this dangerous power. Those who succeeded became incredibly formidable, capable of feats like deflecting powerful attacks or absorbing enemies entirely. Still, Sato remembered the weaknesses detailed in the grimoire. Weaknesses of Dusclops. Eyes. Dusclops' eyes cannot utilize the black hole ability. They are its most vulnerable point. Striking them can inflict severe damage. Focus. While using black hole, Dusclops must remain immobile and fully concentrated. During this time, it becomes an easy target. These thoughts raced through Sato's mind as Dusclops formed a dark, basketball-sized sphere between its hands, a condensed black hole ready to obliterate them. The sphere began exerting a terrifying gravitational pull. Swampert, Galbut, Maitena, and even Sato found themselves inching toward the vortex. Oomph. If you're going to expose your weakness, I'll take advantage of it. Galbut, stabilize yourself and strike its eyes with Shadow Ball. With Swampert's help, Sato regained his footing and issued the command. Galbut flapped its wings fiercely to counteract the pull. As it neared the black hole's edge, it suddenly propelled itself upward, soaring above Dusclops. From its mouth, it unleashed a basketball-sized shadow ball aimed directly at Dusclops' glowing eyes. The attack hit dead center. Dusclops let out an agonized wail as the shadow ball's super-effective impact forced it to clutch its eyes, causing the black hole to dissipate. Galbut seized the opportunity, bombarding Dusclops with smaller shadow balls. Despite its high special defense, Dusclops couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught. Its battered body collapsed to the ground, the crimson glow in its eyes fading. Sato hesitated for a moment before pulling out a great ball. "Let's see if you're willing to join me," he murmured, tossing the ball. It struck Dusclops, converting it into a beam of red light and drawing it inside. The great ball wobbled on the ground, its red central button flashing incessantly. Just as Sato thought his assumption was correct, that the Dusclops was a wild Pokemon, the Pokemon emerged from the great ball as a streak of white light. Regaining some strength, the Dusclops quickly realized that Sato and his team were not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, it used an ability inherent to all ghost types, melding into the ground and vanishing from sight. What a pity. This Dusclops already has a trainer. It hasn't been released yet. Watching the Dusclops retreat underground, Sato couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. However, he didn't stop the cautious Pokemon from escaping and signaled to Swampert and Galbut to let it go. Although the Dusclops was impressive, it was only that, impressive. Sato had been interested in it primarily because of its level, not because it had mastered the black hole move. The Guardian clan of MT Pyre was undeniably skilled in nurturing ghost-type Pokemon. The Elder's Grimoire of Dark Spirits detailed comprehensive methods for training Duskuline Pokemon, including how to systematically teach Dusclops the black hole move. Thus, if Sato wished, he could capture a higher potential Duskull and raise it meticulously, eventually nurturing a Dusclops far stronger than the one he just encountered. That said, raising a Dusclops capable of black hole would demand significant resources and effort. The level 38 Dusclops he encountered, which already knew the move, was essentially a shortcut, saving Sato considerable time in training. Meanwhile, the Duskulls that had been lurking in the dungeon's shadows fled in panic after seeing their leader defeated. They vanished through the walls without hesitation. With the ghost types gone, the oppressive, eerie atmosphere of the dungeon dissipated rapidly, leaving it far less intimidating. Sato didn't dwell long on his failure to capture the Dusclops. He quickly refocused on his purpose for being in the dungeon and made his way to the cell holding the White River Village guards. The prisoners, both humans and Pokemon, were in a state of deep sleep. Even the commotion caused by Sato's battle with the Dusclops hadn't stirred them. Seeing that the dozen White River Village guards remained unconscious, Sato released Bellisum and instructed her to use her healer ability to wake them one by one. Before long, the imprisoned guards were roused. At first, they looked at Sato with suspicion. However, after witnessing him awaken their companions and distribute food among them, they gradually realized he had been sent by the village elder to rescue them. Good. But where are Marcus and the others? According to the elder, aside from those who were lost, your group should have 16 members. There are only 12 of you here. Where are the rest? As the guards devoured the rations, Sato turned to one man who hadn't touched the food or water. This man, Good, was the vice captain of the guards, a towering figure over 6 feet tall. However, like the others, he bore signs of severe torture, with scars and welts covering his body. Unlike his comrades, Good remained silent, his eyes shadowed by grief. Marcus was taken by those Team Magma bastards, Good said bitterly. As for the others, they're traitors. They betrayed us, attacking us from behind. That's why we ended up in this state. Otherwise, those Team Magma scum wouldn't have been able to capture us. At Good's words, the other guards paused their eating. A mix of sorrow and rage appeared in their eyes, their hatred for the traitors palpable. Sato's lingering doubts were resolved. The White River Village Guard were descendants of the MT Pyre Guardian clan, all trained in Pokemon lore and combat. Their strength and familiarity with the terrain should have enabled them to evade capture, even if surrounded. The betrayal from within had been the decisive factor. Sato suspected that the traitorous guards had revealed the Guardian clan's secrets to Team Magma. I'm sorry to hear that. This Team Magma base is now undefended. I'll have Bellisum provide some healing, but you'll need hospital treatment for full recovery. I'll do my best to rescue Marcus. Meanwhile, I need you to lead the others out of here. The League support team should arrive by noon. You'll be safe then. Good's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard Sato planned to rescue Marcus alone. Determined, he offered, "Let me come with you. I've been to MT Pyre before and know the way. My Pokemon aren't badly hurt. Bellisum's healing will suffice. I can assist you." Sato shook his head firmly. "I appreciate the offer, Good, but you're severely injured and emotionally unstable. You understand what I mean, don't you? Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I can move more safely alone, and I'll do everything I can to save Marcus. For now, focus on recovery and leading the others to safety." Good opened his mouth to argue, but closed it, realizing Sato had a point. His current state was a liability, and having to look out for him might only increase Sato's burden. After about 10 minutes, Sato emerged from the Team Magma base with the 12 guards and several dock workers who had been held captive. These dock workers, though unharmed, were overjoyed at their rescue and effusively thanked Sato. When Sato mentioned needing a boat to reach MT Pyre, one of the older dock workers stepped forward. "Don't worry, Mr. Sato. Those magma scoundrels may have destroyed the main boats, but we've got spare engines hidden in the warehouse. Give us half an hour, and we'll piece together a fast boat for you from these wrecked ones." The elderly dock worker, exuding confidence, quickly organized the team to get to work. Sato soon witnessed their remarkable skill in boat repair. A little past 10 a.m., Sato set sail in a speedboat that dock workers had quickly prepared for him. At the helm was a seasoned captain who specialized in ferrying passengers between the docks and MT Pyre. With decades of experience, the old captain boasted that he could navigate the waters blindfolded and still safely and swiftly reach MT Pyre. True to his word, even with the engine running at full throttle, the captain maintained an impressive combination of speed and stability. Sato speculated that the Team Magma must have coerced Marcus into leading them, given his knowledge of the secret paths described by the village elder. According to the elder's information, Team Magma couldn't have directly accessed the heart of MT Pyre because the concealed paths leading to the volcano's summit were located on the cliffs at the mountain's rear, hidden and nearly impossible to find without a guide. Thanks to his extensive seafaring experience and familiarity with the coastline of MT Pyre, the captain quickly identified the ideal landing spot based on Sato's descriptions. It seems Team Magma landed here, Sato remarked, turning to the captain. Thank you so much for your help. You've been invaluable. Now, stay hidden around this area. Your task is to guide the League rescue team when they arrive. After an hour at sea, Sato, standing at the bow of the boat, finally spotted Team Magma's ships anchored near the cliffs of Mt. Pyre through his binoculars. Thrilled, he went into the cabin to inform the captain and crew. Don't worry, young hero. We'll do as you say, the captain assured him, thumping his chest for emphasis. But be careful. Team Magma is extremely ruthless. They even kidnapped an old man like me. No respect for the elderly, and they're always plotting to destroy the world. The captain's chatter was relentless, but Sato left the cabin with a smile, stepping outside to release his Swampert into the water. Let's go, Swampert. Take me to them. Swampert, now massive enough to serve as a reliable sea transport, carried Sato cautiously and steadily toward the cliffs where the Team Magma's ships were anchored. Team Magma's guards had decent security measures in place, but many of them were gathered in small groups, either chatting or playing cards, with only a few keeping a vigilant eye on the water. Suddenly, a dense white fog began to rise over the previously clear sea, spreading rapidly and obscuring the guards' view. However, the guards didn't seem alarmed. Instead, they cursed their luck and grumbled about the strange weather, attributing it to Mt. Pyre's peculiar environment. The fog, however, was anything but ordinary. In this area, sea fog often indicated danger. Frequently, it was the result of water-type Pokémon using mist to create a veil. Moreover, the appearance of such fog tended to coincide with ghost-type Pokémon becoming restless, even during the day. These Pokémon, born from various dark phenomena, often sought to satisfy their eerie needs when they sensed the presence of the living. Come out, Galbit Pelipper. Galbit guides Swampert. Pelipper, keep an eye on the surroundings and be ready to act. Sato, now on high alert, released Galbit and Pelipper into the fog. As he scanned his surroundings, a shadow appeared on the water ahead. A chill ran down his spine as the world seemed to lose its color, turning into a black and white still frame. Everything fell silent. The shadow had a single, malevolent eye that stared directly at him. Though the contact lasted only a moment, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of death and danger. Sato felt as though he was being judged by death itself. Yet, despite the fear, Sato did not avert his gaze. He clenched his fists and stood firm, his unyielding while meeting the shadow's presence head-on. After a moment, or perhaps an eternity, the shadow's eye closed and vanished. You're quite impressive, young human. An ancient, icy voice echoed in Sato's mind as the shadow disappeared. The words sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively looked around, but the presence was gone. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the world regained its colors, and the sound of waves and wind returned. Sato, drenched in sweat, checked his surroundings but found nothing. Even Galbit and Pelipper reported no signs of other Pokémon. What was that shadow? Sato wondered, his face pale. I couldn't have imagined it. But why was I the only one who saw it? Even Swampert didn't sense anything. Despite his resilient nature, the encounter had shaken him deeply. The shadow felt like the embodiment of death itself, a predator to all living beings. With Galbut leading the way, Swampert carried Sato safely to a large rock near the cliff, only 10 meters away from Team Magma's ships. Using the fog as cover, Sato quickly changed into a Team Magma uniform he had confiscated from a captive. After the fog dissipated, Sato used infrared binoculars to survey the area from behind the rock. He soon spotted a hidden path on the cliff, a narrow opening marked by a long rope ladder, guarded by a 6-member Team Magma squad. To his shock, all 6 guards and their Pokémon were asleep, lying on the ground with unnaturally pale faces, as if trapped in a nightmare. The same eerie scene extended to the Team Magma's ships, where every crew member and Pokémon appeared similarly affected. Sato's heart raced as cold sweat dripped down his back. He couldn't help but recall the shadow. What in the world was that thing? I'm certain I saw it, but why did it target only me? Sato wore the uniform of Team Magma and carefully boarded one of their ships. He lightly tapped one of the members who appeared to be in distress, their eyes tightly shut. When the person showed no reaction, Sato increased his efforts, slapping the member hard across the face. The sound echoed, and the member's face swelled, but there was still no sign of them waking up. It was clear that they were trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. As time passed, Sato noticed that not only the humans, but also their Pokémon, all in a similar sleep-like state, were becoming increasingly pale. Their life force seemed to be growing weaker, indicating they were suffering even in their dreams. It must be that guy. Looks like the old village chief didn't tell me everything. Or maybe even he didn't know that Mount Pyre had something like this. After all, it's been a long time since this place changed hands, Sato muttered to himself, a chill creeping into his heart as he looked at the people and Pokémon locked in nightmares. He considered himself lucky to have escaped the same fate. Had his will not been strong enough, he would likely be no different from them now. Thinking about how he and his Pokémon could have fallen into such a deep slumber at sea, Sato felt a pang of fear. If that had happened, they'd likely have sunk to the bottom of the ocean by now. However, upon observing the state of the Team Magma members, Sato began piecing together the truth about the shadow he'd seen earlier. If his guess was right, the figure was none other than Darkrai, the nightmare Pokémon. Darkrai was a terrifying Dark-type legendary Pokémon. However, Sato recalled it as being somewhat righteous. It had once protected the space-time tower in the movies, playing a significant role. But judging from the current situation, it seemed that Darkrai was still Darkrai. Its kindness seemed reserved for only a select few it deemed worthy. For those it didn't approve of, the result was likely what he saw with the Team Magma members. Sato tried using a Chesto Berry's juice, known to cure sleep, on one of the Team Magma members, but the effect was minimal. Although the person's eyelids twitched slightly, they soon fell still again. He then summoned his Bellisum to use its healer ability, but even her normally effective methods failed. This Darkrai's Dark Void is terrifying. Normal means can't even break their sleep. Just how strong is this Darkrai? Sato wondered. Despite exhausting his options, he couldn't wake the Team Magma member. His estimation of Darkrai's power rose sharply. Only Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, might be able to counter Darkrai's nightmare-inducing powers. Not good. Darkrai must be the guardian Pokémon placed at Mount Pyre by the Mikuri clan. It must have discovered these Team Magma members entering the mountain improperly and came to deal with them. If that's the case, Marcus is in danger, Sato realized, his expression darkening. He glanced up at the cliffside entrance to the cave above and connected the dots. Darkrai's sudden appearance could only mean trouble. The more Sato thought about it, the more convinced he became of his theory. His strong will had spared him from being attacked outright, likely because Darkrai recognized him as a non-hostile party. But Team Magma wasn't so lucky. To Darkrai, they were nothing but invaders, and against a legendary Pokémon, they had no chance. No wonder the Mikuri clan hadn't stationed guards at Mount Pyre. From what Sato knew, only an elderly couple was tasked with guarding the mountain's two sacred orbs. Their greatest defense was undoubtedly this powerful Darkrai. Indeed, with such a formidable Dark-type legendary Pokémon present, any intruders who didn't follow the proper procedures would face dire consequences. Even the Ghost-type Pokémon in the area likely submitted to Darkrai's overwhelming might. Man, if all this is true, the Mikuri family's influence must be incredible. It's clear that the anime is just fantasy. In reality, it's nearly impossible for a common trainer to rise to prominence in the face of such powerful families and factions, Sato thought, feeling the weight of his path ahead. But now wasn't the time to wallow in self-pity. Sato steeled himself, determined to fulfill the old village chief's request to rescue Marcus. If Darkrai had entered the tunnels to pursue the intruders, Sato would need to act swiftly to retrieve Marcus. He could only hope that Darkrai would show some leniency, allowing him to bring back a conscious Marcus. If not, then even an unconscious one would have to suffice. Sato had already braced himself for the risks. Few would dare to rescue someone from the clutches of a Dark-type legendary Pokemon. After climbing the rope ladder to the cliffside entrance, Sato entered the dark tunnel. It was pitch black, save for the occasional breeze that indicated a possible exit. Not daring to use a bright light for fear of attracting Darkrai or Team Magma, Sato broke a glow stick for faint illumination. With his Golbat and Maitena at his side, he cautiously advanced through the tunnel. Darkray's unexpected appearance had disrupted his plans, but also provided an advantage in rescuing Marcus. Along the way, Sato passed more Team Magma members who had been forcibly dragged into nightmares by Darkray's Dark Void. As he ventured deeper, Sato finally spotted the bulk of the Team Magma group ahead. Guided by flickering lights and the sound of intense combat, he saw them locked in battle with Darkrai. Surprisingly, Team Magma seemed to have the upper hand. It was evident they had come prepared to deal with Darkrai, bringing Pokemon with Insomnia, those trained to use Taunt and Fighting types. With these two countermeasures, Darkray's nightmare-inducing tactics were significantly curtailed. Furthermore, the Fighting-type Pokemon's aggressive attacks left Darkrai struggling to fight back effectively. With a major battle unfolding, Sato cautiously hid on the sidelines, closely observing the scene. His attention was focused entirely on the side of Team Magma. What he saw further confirmed the strength of this group. However, the might of Team Magma now served only as a backdrop to emphasize the terrifying power of their opponent, Darkrai. Battling 36 Pokemon single-handedly, Darkrai was only slightly at a disadvantage, showcasing just how formidable their adversary truly was. Even with Team Magma employing strategies specifically to counter such a formidable opponent, Sato, watching from his hidden spot, clearly understood the battle's dynamics. Though Team Magma seemed to hold the upper hand, there was no way they could actually defeat Darkrai. The reason was simple. Through his system scan, Sato discovered that Darkray's level was extraordinarily high. While Team Magma's Pokemon were strong, they paled in comparison to their opponent. Even though they managed to counter Darkray's signature nightmare tactics, the legendary Pokemon had plenty of other moves at its disposal. While slightly less effective, these moves were still enough to push its enemies to the brink. Darkray's details. Pokemon, Darkrai. Level, 70. Type, Dark. Ability, Bad Dreams. Gender, None. Held item, Heal, Orb. Known moves, Ominous Wind, Mean Look, Quick Attack, Hypnosis, Feint Attack, Nightmare, Double Team, Haze, Dark Void. Tutor moves, Calm Mind, Ice Beam, Shadow Ball. TM moves, Toxic Hidden Power, Dragon-type Taunt, Blizzard, Protect, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Psychic, Brick Break, Sludge Bomb, Rock Tomb, Torment, Rest, Thief, Focus Blast, Will-O-Wisp, Embargo, Thunder Wave, Swords Dance, Rock Slide, Venoshock, Dart Pulse, Foul Play, Drain Punch, Trick Room, Knock Off, Icy Wind. Base stats, Maxed IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Overall 4 rating. Gold, Max Individual Value Total, 186. Seeing these frightening stats, Sato couldn't help but feel chills run down his spine. Not only was Darkray's level ridiculously high, but its stats were top tier. Coupled with the full support of the Mikuri clan, this Darkrai was nothing short of a monster. On Team Magma's side, there were 12 members in total. At the center of the group was a short-haired woman with purple hair, clearly being protected as their leader. Based on her appearance, Sato deduced that she was one of Team Magma's 3 key officers, Courtney. This officer's strength was notable. Despite her young age, she commanded a team that included a level 55 Camerupt, a level 53 Blaziken, and a level 58 Ninetales, making her the main force against Darkrai. The other members of Team Magma were all elite trainers. Each of their Pokemon was at least level 35, with most of them being Noctowl, Maitena, and Machamp. As for Marcus, the target Sato had been searching for, he lay unconscious at the back, closely guarded by a Team Magma member despite the group's struggle against Darkrai. The coordinated teamwork of these elites allowed Courtney to maneuver her three main Pokémon effectively, temporarily holding their ground against Darkrai and even gaining the upper hand at times. Perhaps it was due to the vast level gap or the fact that Darkrai was a legendary Dark-type Pokémon, but the taunt moves used by the Mytina to prevent Darkrai from employing Dark Void lasted less than 5 seconds before dissipating. The moment Darkrai felt the shackles lift, it unleashed a barrage of shadowy orbs imbued with dark energy. Reacting swiftly, the Noctowl dove in without their trainer's commands, using Aerial Ace to accelerate and intercept the dark orbs. Upon contact, their bodies turned black and white, but as Pokémon with the Insomnia ability, the Noctowl quickly recovered and avoided being put to sleep by Dark Void. The Mytina then followed up with another round of taunt, ensuring that Darkrai couldn't use its status-altering moves. Meanwhile, the Macamp moved to the front lines, using moves like Vital Throw and Focus Punch to land hits on Darkrai. Unfortunately, Darkrai's innate ability to become intangible as a shadow rendered many attacks ineffective. Even the disruptive taunt strategy couldn't prevent it from slipping through Machamp's defensive lines. Trainers could only watch helplessly as the legendary Pokémon effortlessly bypassed their Pokémon wall. Being a legendary Pokémon, Darkrai possessed remarkable intelligence. After realizing that Team Magma's repeated efforts aimed to nullify its nightmare tactics, it shifted strategies. It launched a relentless assault on the Mytina and even attacked the trainers directly. Darkrai's overwhelming strength left most of Team Magma's Pokémon unable to withstand its casual moves. Over time, while Darkrai sustained minor injuries, Team Magma's forces were worn thin. Aside from Courtney's 3 Pokémon, the rest were severely injured, with only 3 Mytina still able to fight. Though Team Magma continuously rotated in fresh Pokémon to fill the gaps, the replacements were noticeably weaker and quickly defeated. Why haven't they retreated yet? They should have realized by now that they stand no chance against such a legendary dark type. Once their Pokémon are defeated, they'll be finished. Peering out cautiously from behind a large rock, Sato watched the fierce battle with a puzzled expression. From the looks of it, Darkrai was slowly gaining the upper hand. Its shadowy form rendered most attacks ineffective, and its heal orb continuously restored its health and stamina. In Sato's opinion, Team Magma had no hope of victory. Yet, the purple-haired officer showed no signs of retreat, maintaining a calm demeanor. The other members also showed no intention of backing down. Could they have some sort of secret weapon? Wait, Courtney is a scientist for Team Magma. Could she have a hidden trump card prepared for dealing with Darkrai? Recalling Courtney's background from the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Sato's mind raced with speculation. Soon, his guess proved correct. After a significant sacrifice, Team Magma managed to exploit a momentary opening. A Medicam highly trained in Mirror Coat successfully reflected Dark Void back at Darkrai, putting it to sleep. Under a barrage of attacks from Team Magma's remaining Pokémon, Darkrai was gravely injured. Still, as the embodiment of nightmares, it quickly woke from its slumber, but for the first time, it retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Courtney swiftly retrieved a glass container holding numerous strange feathers. Acting on her command, Team Magma members set up a mysterious device at lightning speed. Once the feathers were placed into a recess on the machine, it activated. The feathers emitted a radiant, dreamlike glow, forming a protective barrier that enveloped Team Magma. To Sato's astonishment, the barrier was impervious to Darkrai's attacks, leaving the legendary Pokémon stranded outside. Darkrai was relentless, continuously unleashing Dark Pulse and Dark Void attacks to bombard the radiant barrier in front of him. However, the light seemed to be the bane of these moves. Before they could even approach, the radiance emitted by the barrier disintegrated them instantly. As Courtney pressed a button on the machine, the peculiar feathers inside the glass chamber began to glow even brighter. Simultaneously, several members of Team Magma retrieved weapons resembling handguns from the machine. These weapons were not ordinary firearms. The magazines were filled with a glowing liquid, and the bullets were light projectiles rather than traditional metal rounds. The glow of these projectiles matched the light emitted by the feathers exactly. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots echoed. The light bullets struck Darkrai with astounding speed, eliciting cries of pain. Even when he turned into a shadow to evade, the projectiles pursued him relentlessly, ignoring his defensive techniques. Remarkably, the bullets had homing capabilities and bypassed Darkray's shields. Under the barrage of these light bullets, Darkrai could no longer withstand the assault and retreated, his pained cries echoing in the cavern. Moreover, the bullets had debilitating effects, severely hindering his regenerative abilities. If Darkrai underestimated them, there was a real chance he could be eliminated by these strange weapons. So this is their trump card. Were those feathers inside the glass sphere? Their light nullifies Darkray's power entirely, and these light bullets are incredible, like holy projectiles meant to counter undead beings. Darkrai truly met its match this time, thought Sato, hidden in the shadows, awestruck by Team Magma's secret weapon. His eyes locked onto the feathers encased in the glowing glass chamber, his mind racing about their significance. To repel Darkrai so decisively, these feathers must be extraordinary treasures. At the same time, Sato reevaluated Team Magma. Once dismissed as a minor villainous group in the games, their technological prowess was now undeniable. Developing a weapon capable of countering a legendary Pokémon like Darkrai was no small feat. As Darkrai fled, Courtney and her team tried to pursue him, but the limitations of the light bullets became apparent. The bullets' range was only about 10 meters. Beyond that, they dissipated rapidly in the air. Darkrai, with his immense speed, especially in his shadow form, quickly vanished into the darkness of the cavern, leaving Team Magma unable to follow. Additionally, the light emitted by the feathers began to dim within minutes, and in mere seconds, it would fade entirely. It was clear that Team Magma's secret weapon was powerful but situational. It required careful timing and the accumulation of Darkray's enmity to be effective. If Darkrai had retreated upon seeing the weapon, its brief duration would have rendered it useless. Nevertheless, with Darkrai severely injured and his healing suppressed, he was temporarily incapable of hindering Team Magma's advance. However, just as Sato anticipated the team to push forward, internal conflict broke out within Team Magma. Courtney, with arms crossed and a stern expression, was arguing with two high-ranking members of the group. "No way. We've come this far. We must achieve something here, or how am I supposed to report back to the boss?" Courtney snapped coldly at the two elite operatives before her. To fulfill her mission, Courtney had gone to great lengths to acquire the lunar feather of Cresselia and developed a machine to amplify its power to counteract the nightmare Pokémon. Now that she had successfully driven away Darkrai, the greatest obstacle in their path, she was determined to seize the opportunity. If the Mikuri clan, who governed the volcano, caught wind of their actions, another chance like this would be nearly impossible to come by. Moreover, Darkrai, being cunning, would undoubtedly be more cautious next time. But Lady Courtney, we've already sacrificed nearly all our Pokémon to lure Darkrai into attacking. This weapon is still experimental, and Darkray's regeneration is terrifyingly fast. If he returns, we'll face complete annihilation, argued one of the operatives, a man wielding a level 52 Camerupt and a level 49 Machoke. His reputation within Team Magma was second only to Courtney's, and more than half the operatives sided with him as he spoke. "Exactly, Lady Courtney. We've suffered significant losses, far beyond expectations. Both we and our Pokémon are severely injured. The unknown dangers ahead are too great. If we continue, we may perish before reaching the summit. Moreover, those outside and behind us may have already fallen victim to Darkray's nightmares. We must rescue them immediately," added a female operative standing beside the man. Their words caused some of Courtney's initial supporters to hesitate, several even stepping behind the two dissenters. As the elites pointed out, the path ahead was fraught with unknown peril. They had already been severely weakened by the battle with Darkrai. Proceeding further would only lead to greater sacrifices or even complete annihilation. The answer was clear to most. It wasn't worth the risk. Though they had driven Darkrai away, which was already an impressive feat, the operatives believed they could return later with improved weapons and better preparation. "Are you defying my orders?" Courtney's expression darkened, her cold gaze directed at the two dissenters. "Not at all, Lady Courtney. We merely hope you won't put everyone in jeopardy. Even the boss wouldn't want you to act recklessly," the male operative replied, lowering his head but holding firm in his stance. Hidden in the shadows, Sato observed the heated argument, his eyes glinting with amusement. "A disagreement? Perfect. With Darkrai gone, I wasn't sure how to proceed against these guys. They're too strong, especially that magma admin. A head-on fight would be suicide." Just as Sato anticipated a potential split in their ranks, he noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere. The temperature around him plummeted, and Galbit nudged his hand urgently, baring its fangs at something behind him. "Damn it, this could be bad." Sato's face fell as he realized what was happening. Something ghostly had arrived, hidden and deadly. When Sato sensed something was amiss, a Banette suddenly materialized in front of him. The Banette's scarlet eyes glowed malevolently, making it look like a wrathful spirit filled with intense resentment. It opened its mouth wide, extending a long, crimson tongue aimed at attacking Sato. The tongue darted forward with incredible speed, like a blood-red sword aiming for Sato's head. However, its attack was doomed to fail as Maitina intervened. With lightning-fast reflexes, Maitina positioned itself protectively in front of Sato, sidestepped slightly to the left, and clamped its jaws around the extended tongue. Using Crunch, it delivered a decisive blow. In the next instant, the Banette let out a sharp, piercing scream. As a Ghost-type Pokemon, it was especially vulnerable to Dark-type moves, and Maitina's attack landed a critical hit. The level 21 Banette was instantly defeated, collapsing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. However, the Banette's agonized cry immediately gave away Sato's location. The previously quarreling members of Team Magma shifted their attention toward him. Realizing the dire situation the moment Banette attacked, Sato knew things had taken a turn for the worse. After Maitina neutralized the immediate threat, Sato swiftly recalled his conspicuous Galbit into its Pokeball. He then rolled a few times on the damp ground, smearing himself with dirt to appear disheveled and pitiful. "Lady Courtney, it's me, Erita. The others outside, they've all been taken by that demon." Sato emerged from his hiding spot, feigning panic and exhaustion. His voice was hoarse as he addressed the wary Team Magma members, who were now watching him intently. Before entering the cave, Sato had prepared Ditto to mimic the face of a lookout Team Magma member stationed outside. This member, unconscious and hidden aboard Team Magma's ship, was a perfect disguise target due to his similar height and build. To enhance the ruse, Sato had studied the man's identification and personal details, ensuring his act was convincing. Dressed in Team Magma's uniform and appearing battered, Sato's pitiful display managed to alleviate some of the members' suspicions. When they heard his account of the dire situation outside, a flicker of sympathy crossed their faces. After witnessing Darkray's power firsthand, the Team Magma members were already predisposed to believe that the outside squad had likely perished. They assumed Sato had narrowly escaped the nightmare, though the improbability of a sole survivor left a lingering doubt. However, their scrutiny was cut short when the surrounding darkness suddenly filled with countless glowing red eyes. The corridor grew icy cold, and an ominous wind began to howl, transforming the space into a ghostly realm. Maitina's defeat of the Banette had not only drawn the attention of Team Magma, but also attracted a horde of ghost-type Pokemon lurking invisibly nearby. The malevolent creatures now stared hungrily at Sato and the rest of the group. "Oh no, I've stumbled into a ghost nest. There are ghost Pokemon everywhere. There's no way to fight them all. We need to escape. Darkrai must have sent reinforcements." Sato's heart pounded as he surveyed the sea of glowing red eyes. Abandoning his efforts to gain Team Magma's full trust, Sato devised a plan to escape the encirclement. Spotting the group as his best chance for survival, he feigned terror and scrambled toward them alongside Maitena, presenting himself as a frightened ally. Realizing they were surrounded by hostile ghost Pokemon, Team Magma members quickly shifted their focus from interrogating Sato to defending themselves. Break through and retreat immediately. Protect the descendant of the Volcano Guardian, ordered Courtney. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, the Team Magma elites unanimously agreed with Courtney's command. They rallied their remaining Pokemon to clear a path and prepared to retreat under her leadership. Using his system's detection function, Sato estimated that most of the ghost Pokemon were in their early 20s in level, with only a few exceeding level 30. However, the Team Magma members were already weakened from their battle with Darkrai. The Pokemon they had left were far from their strongest, and they struggled against the ghost type's bizarre and unpredictable moves. Particularly troublesome were ghost Pokemon that used the self-sacrificial move Curse, which hastened the defeat of Team Magma's remaining Pokemon. Fortunately, Courtney's Ninetales proved invaluable. Commanding it with exceptional skill, she led the group in a daring escape, using blazing flames to carve a path through the encircling ghost Pokemon and providing a glimmer of hope for survival. Throughout the retreat, Sato stayed as inconspicuous as possible. He directed Maitena to use Taunt, rendering many of the ghost Pokemon unable to employ their tricky status moves, effectively reducing the chaos. By the time Maitena felled its 6 ghost Pokemon, its battle aura had reached a peak. Its intimidating presence and ferocious attacks deterred many of the ghost Pokemon from approaching further. Maitena's impressive performance didn't go unnoticed by the Team Magma members, though Sato's apparent cowardice led them to pity the exceptional Pokemon for being stuck with such a timid trainer. Thanks to Courtney's Ninetales, the group successfully broke through the ghost Pokemon's ranks. While some sustained injuries, none of the elite Team Magma members lost their lives, unlike those who had been dragged into nightmares by Darkrai earlier. However, as they emerged from the passage, relief turned to despair. A sinister shadow awaited them outside. Under the gaze of its malevolent eyes, a suffocating sense of hopelessness gripped Sato and the Team Magma members. I knew it was him causing trouble behind the scenes. This just got even more interesting. How does this guy recover so quickly? Wait, what's up with those Team Magma members and their Pokemon? Why do they all look half dead? Could he have used Dream Eater on all of them? Sato's heart sank as he observed the terrifying shadow floating above the Team Magma vessel ahead. His gaze shifted to the listless Team Magma members and their Pokemon near Darkrai, his sense of danger intensifying. The Team Magma members stationed outside the cave, along with their Pokemon, were all pale as ghosts. Their faces bore a bloodless pallor, and many had rolled back, wide eyes, as if they'd been subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Thankfully, their faint chest movements confirmed they were still alive for now. Previously, Darkrai had been severely injured by Team Magma's secret weapon. Given its prolonged absence, it was clear the injury had been grave. Recovering fully in such a short time through its natural healing abilities should have been impossible. But now, Darkrai appeared reinvigorated and fierce. Considering the state of the Team Magma members and their Pokemon, Sato quickly recalled the Nightmare Deity's terrifying power, not just to induce nightmares but to feed on them for its own recovery. It seemed that Darkrai had issued an order, as the Ghost-type Pokemon in the secret passage had stopped pursuing Sato and the Team Magma members after they escaped. These ghost types remained lurking in the passage, their chilling gazes fixed on their quarry. Noticing this reprieve, Sato and the others felt a slight reduction in their tension. Ignoring how terrifying Darkrai was up ahead, they hastened to descend from the cliffside cave entrance to the small beach below using their flying-type Pokemon. Sato, still maintaining his disguise as a low-ranking Team Magma grunt, climbed down the rope ladder sluggishly, ensuring he was the last to rejoin the group. This thing absorbed our team members' dreams to heal itself significantly. But don't worry, it's not in peak condition yet, said Courtney, one of Team Magma's top 3 executives. Its energy keeps waning, which means the weapon we created using Cressilia's lunar wing is still inflicting sustained damage. If we hold out long enough, it will retreat on its own. Sato could see what was happening, and Courtney, as of the Team Magma executives, naturally also saw what was happening, and she also noticed that the Nightmare Pokemon's aura and energy was constantly weakening. Those who were still able to stand here were not weak trainers. After hearing her analysis, they too carefully observed Darkrai in front of them again. After confirming that it was indeed getting weaker, the hope of survival was suddenly reignited in their hearts. Upon scanning Darkrai, Sato also noted new entries in the data: severely injured and bleeding. Courtney's analysis was indeed accurate. So, it's the lunar wing from Cressilia? No wonder it's so effective against Darkrai. The lunar wing dispels nightmares, and with its residual energy still affecting Darkrai, even its nightmare absorption abilities are significantly weakened. It might even backfire. Seeing Darkrai's weakened state and connecting it with Courtney's explanation, Sato finally felt a glimmer of relief. Courtney was right. Darkrai's current strength was likely boosted by something akin to a stimulant, granting it temporary peak performance. Once the effects wore off, it would revert to its injured state. But even now, Darkrai remained a formidable foe. Temporarily reinvigorated, its level of danger hadn't diminished in the slightest. Understanding its condition, Darkrai launched its next attack the moment Sato, the final Team Magma member, rejoined the group. A surge of dark pulse radiated from Darkrai. The black energy rings, small at first, rapidly expanded, covering an area large enough to engulf the entire group of Team Magma members. Ninetales used Fire Blast. Camerupt Stone Edge. Macamp Light Screen. Mytina Taunt. Darkrai's actions triggered immediate responses from the Team Magma trainers, who commanded their Pokemon to counterattack. Their teamwork was impeccable. Stronger trainers like Courtney led the offense, while others focused on support roles. Thanks to Macamp and other Pokemon setting up Light Screen, Darkrai's Dark Pulse was significantly weakened. This allowed the offensive Pokemon like Ninetales to successfully intercept and neutralize the attack. Meanwhile, trainers with Pokemon capable of using Taunt quickly issued commands to prevent Darkrai from deploying Dark Void. Darkrai, a Dark-type legendary Pokemon, was visibly incensed by the repeated use of Taunt to lock it out of its signature move. It glared at the trainers responsible, then transformed into a shadow and darted toward the group at blinding speed. "Damn it, still using that move? You think we can't counter it?" roared one of the male Team Magma elites, visibly furious. Camerupt, use Earthquake. Darkrai's shadowy evasion technique wasn't invincible. It simply exploited the confined space of the earlier cave. Now, out in the open, the trainers had no reservations about unleashing powerful ground-type moves. At the command, Camerupt and other Pokemon with Earthquake poured their strength into the ground. The earth beneath Darkrai cracked violently, unleashing surges of ground-type energy that erupted from below. Caught mid-movement, Darkrai was struck by the earthquake and sent hurtling into the air, sustaining serious damage. Darkrai let out a sharp, piercing screech as it reeled from the attack. Its once blue eyes turned blood red, as if it had entered a berserk state. Intense waves of dark energy radiated from its body, sending shockwaves through the air. Moments later, the environment around Darkrai began to lose its color, turning into a terrifying grayscale void. Everyone present, humans and Pokemon alike, found themselves wrapped in ominous black tendrils that bound their bodies, rendering them immobile. "My gosh, this guy's going berserk. Move now." Watching Darkrai in a frenzied state, Sato immediately realized it had likely lost all reason in its rage. The terrifying power it now unleashed all at once was evidence enough. If Sato's assumptions were correct, the black energy waves emanating from Darkrai were its nightmare energy stored within its body. In the Pokemon Special manga, It was likely this sinister energy that turned Ash and his friends to stone. It also seemed that the place they were currently in was a barrier created by Darkrai using this nightmare energy. Sato decided to call it the Nightmare Barrier, a truly fearsome construct. Within this barrier, Sato felt as though his body was paralyzed by an overwhelming fear, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, a powerful drowsiness gnawed at his nerves, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to fall asleep. Under normal circumstances, intense fear can drive living beings to faint as a defense mechanism, sparing them from further torment. This primal instinct was causing the drowsiness within Sato and the others to grow stronger and stronger. But Sato, with his unusually strong will, witnessed a horrifying scene that jolted him awake. For those with less resilience, trainers and Pokemon alike, the colors drained from their bodies as their eyes slowly closed, turning them monochrome like the rest of the environment. The black mist entwined around these trainers began to envelop them completely. Those fully covered in mist started sinking into the ground, vanishing into the endless darkness below. Where were they going? What fate awaited them? Sato was certain it wasn't anything good. He clenched his teeth, fighting the fear and sleepiness, desperately trying to stay conscious. Time seemed to crawl within the nightmare barrier. Sato felt as though he had endured this torment for over half an hour, though only 7 or 8 seconds had passed. At this point, his bloodshot eyes and bulging veins made him look like a man on the brink of insanity. Yet he had managed to remain conscious. Not a single hint of color had faded from his body. After another 10 seconds, only a handful of individuals still retained their color. Sato, Courtney, the male Team Magma elite who had earlier defied Courtney, and, surprisingly, Marcus. As for the Pokemon, only Courtney's Ninetales and the male elite's Camerupt remained. The rest had been completely wiped out, all dragged into the darkness below. Throughout this period, Darkrai continued to rage, radiating waves of black energy. However, its output was noticeably declining, indicating the massive energy drain of maintaining the nightmare barrier. This was now a battle of wills. Whoever held out the longest would emerge victorious. After several more seconds, Marcus and the male Team Magma elite succumbed, despite their struggles. Their bodies grew increasingly monochrome, and black mist eventually engulfed them completely, pulling them and their Pokemon into the abyss. Now, only Sato and Courtney remained. Hey Courtney, where are those lunar wings? Take them out now, or we're all going to die here. Perhaps due to Darkrai's waning strength or Sato's growing resistance to the torment, he found himself able to move slightly. He immediately turned to Courtney and shouted with difficulty. Courtney, who no longer bore even a semblance of her usual beauty, had a face twisted in agony, resembling a banshee. She heard Sato's voice, but nearly lost consciousness in the process of trying to respond. Ultimately, she stayed silent, enduring the torment in grim determination. Are we really going to die here? Seeing Courtney unresponsive and nearly monochrome herself, Sato's heart sank in despair. The moment this emotion arose, the monochrome began spreading rapidly across his own body. As the black mist and monochrome color reached up to his head, Sato suddenly thought of his tragic experiences in his previous life and the bright new path he had just begun to walk. A life lived twice. How could he accept dying here without even fulfilling his dreams? He couldn't. No, I won't die here. Not again. Never. A surge of unyielding determination filled his heart, and Sato found himself able to move freely. Letting out a roar of defiance, he drove back the fear Darkrai had instilled in him through his mind. The black mist surrounding him recoiled as if in fear, and the monochrome parts of his body instantly regained their color. Ray, from above, Darkrai's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at Sato. Letting out a furious roar, it tried to muster the last remnants of its strength to subdue him once again. Swampert, knock this fucker out with Hammer Arm. Now, recognizing the momentary opportunity, Sato acted swiftly, tossing a now fully restored Pokeball into the air. From within emerged Swampert, its massive blue body appearing in a flash of light. Following Sato's command, Swampert's right arm bulged with energy, doubling in size as it delivered a devastating upward punch to Darkray's chin, brimming with fighting-type energy. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as Swampert's powerful attack, enhanced by its incredible strength, landed squarely on Darkray's weak point. The legendary Pokémon was sent hurtling skyward. Crash! Darkray's body shattered through the nightmare barrier, creating a cracked hole in the monochrome sky. A small patch of blue peeked through. The barrier began to crumble rapidly, cracks spreading like wildfire. Black and white fragments rained down as the entire nightmare barrier disintegrated. With the barrier gone, Sato once again saw the clear blue sky and ocean. Those who had been dragged into the darkness reappeared, lying unconscious on the ground alongside their Pokémon. Relieved, Sato slumped to the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He felt as though his entire body had fallen apart. Just as he began regaining some strength and attempted to stand, a loud thud echoed. A shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a large crater. Initially thinking it was Darkrai, Sato prepared to have Swampert finish it off. But as he approached the crater, he realized it wasn't Darkrai. It was a black crystal, shrouded in ominous mist. What is this thing? Where's Darkrai? Looking at the mysterious black crystal in the pit, Sato didn't pay it much mind initially. His primary concern was Darkray's whereabouts. Shielded by Swampert, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, but there wasn't a single trace of Darkrai. After a moment, Sato turned his attention back to the black crystal in the pit. His instincts told him that this mysterious crystal was deeply connected to Darkrai. Still, Sato didn't rush to investigate the crystal. If Darkray's immediate crisis had been resolved, there was only one remaining threat. Turning his gaze, he looked at the purple-haired woman who was struggling to get up from the ground. Sato's movement didn't go unnoticed by Courtney. She turned her head to meet his gaze, her eyes full of deep wariness. During the Nightmare Realm earlier, she had seen it clearly. It was because of this boy that she had survived. Courtney also understood that this boy was likely an enemy, not an ally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity and infiltrated their team. The possibility that he was from the League loomed large. Now, gravely injured and with her Pokémon incapacitated, her life might have been spared, but she remained in an extremely precarious situation. Don't worry, Ms. Courtney. I won't kill you or any of your Team Magma members. However, I'd like you to take a nap now. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Sato spoke with a faint smile, releasing his Bellisum as he addressed the injured woman in front of him. Of course, go ahead. I hope you'll keep your word. I'll remain silent about everything that happened here and will send you a great gift in the future for this favor. Oh, by the way, I have some valuable items on me. These are yours now, as are the belongings of the other Team Magma members. Courtney had also noticed the pit and the mysterious object within it. However, she showed no interest in it. Hearing Sato's words gave her some reassurance, and she forced a weak smile. Instead of issuing empty threats like most Team Magma members would have in such a situation, she tactfully offered up all her valuables. From the Nightmare Realm earlier, Courtney had discerned that Sato was a ruthless and unyielding person, far more resolute than she was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned the tide at the last moment. Threatening someone like him would be a joke, only backfiring. Then please excuse me, Miss Courtney. Bellisum, use sleep powder on her. Pleased with Courtney's tact, Sato's cold gaze softened. He nodded at her with a smile before instructing Bellisum to act. Could I ask for your name? It'd be good to recognize you in the future. Perhaps we could even become friends someday. Courtney said, her voice sweet as she inhaled the sleep powder. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation before she willingly drifted into sleep. However, Sato remained silent, not answering her question even as she succumbed to slumber. Once Courtney was asleep, Sato finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was now the only conscious person nearby. Besides Courtney, who had been put into a normal sleep state, The others were trapped in nightmares created by Darkrai. Without the aid of lunar wings, they wouldn't wake up. Now, Sato could fully focus on the mysterious black crystal in the pit. His eyes gleamed faintly with blue light as he used the system's identification feature on the crystal. Item: Darkrai's Nightmare Crystal. Effects: significantly enhances the power of Dark-type moves. Absorbs nightmares, granting immunity to all sleep-inducing effects. Grants perpetual keen eye ability to the holder. Enables Shadow Stealth, allowing the user to merge with shadows. Restrictions: non-Dark-type Pokemon cannot use it unless they possess exceptional dream manipulation abilities. Notes: this is a peculiar crystal nurtured within Darkrai's body. Though only a fragment, it contains immense nightmare energy and grants extraordinary powers. It's a nightmare crystal born inside Darkrai, with such incredible effects. This is truly a priceless treasure. Wait, only a fragment? That means Darkrai isn't dead. Sato's initial excitement vanished as he read the notes. He scanned the surroundings nervously, but even after over 10 minutes, there was no sign of Darkrai. Darkrai isn't dead, but it must have suffered severe or permanent injuries this time. This crystal being forcibly broken out of its body must have been excruciating. It probably fled. After deliberating, Sato came to this conclusion. Without hesitation, he pocketed the Nightmare Crystal. It was a hard-earned trophy, and he had no intention of returning it to Darkrai. With the crystal safely stored, Sato turned his attention to Courtney. As she had mentioned, everything here was now his, effectively her payment for sparing her life. Being one of Team Magma's top executives, Courtney had a trove of valuable items. From her, Sato obtained 12 lunar wings and a rare flame orb. Alongside these treasures, he found various miscellaneous items, a substantial amount of cash, and a League silver card. Since the card required a password for withdrawals, he only took the cash and useful items. After thoroughly searching Courtney's belongings, Sato moved on to the other Team Magma members. Unfortunately, their wealth paled compared to hers. Among the group, only 2 elite members contributed anything noteworthy: a flamethrower TM and a light screen TM. Collectively, the rest yielded about 3 million poke dollars in cash and some odds and ends. The wealth gap within Team Magma is as vast as ever. Their most valuable assets are probably their equivalents of Team Rocket's internal currency, but I have no use for that. Still, this haul is plenty. Contentment is key. Half an hour later, Sato had finished his search. With his inventory now full, he was visibly satisfied. After tidying up the battlefield, Sato turned to his original targets, Marcus and Maitina. Both were trapped in Darkrai's nightmare realm. Without a lunar wing, they wouldn't wake up. After a brief hesitation, Sato made his decision. He placed the two together and pulled out a lunar wing. A few minutes later, Sato was piloting a Team Magma speedboat toward Route 123. On the shore, Marcus and Maitina stood silently, watching as he disappeared into the distance. 2 days later, around noon, on Route 123 near the area connecting to Route 118, a clearing surrounded by trees lay still under the sun. At this moment, a shiny Beautifly and an Ursaring were engaged in an intense battle in the clearing, where patches of wild grass grew sporadically. Both trainers were focused on the battlefield, watching every move of their Pokémon before issuing attack commands. From the current battle situation, it was evident that Beautifly held the upper hand. Its elegant, agile, and swift aerial maneuvers left the ground-bound Ursaring helpless, as all its attacks were effortlessly dodged. Ursaring, run faster and try another Thunder Wave. The trainer of the Ursaring, seeing his Pokémon panting heavily from relentless chasing, gritted his teeth and gave another attack command. Upon hearing the command, Ursaring also clenched its teeth, pushed off with its limbs, and abruptly doubled its running speed. It quickly widened the distance between itself and the colorful Beautifly hovering above it. Sparks of electricity began to flicker on Ursaring's body as it prepared its attack. Close in and use Aerial Ace to interrupt its move. Before Ursaring could launch its Thunder Wave, Beautifly's trainer swiftly issued a countercommand. Almost instantly, Beautifly flapped its wings sharply. The next moment, a thunderous crack split the air, and Beautifly's figure appeared right in front of Ursaring. Seeing its opponent suddenly appear in front of it, Ursaring's eyes gleamed with determination as it continued to charge forward. However, it was taken aback to find that it had only hit a fading afterimage. Before Ursaring could react, Beautifly's ethereal figure reappeared behind it, striking decisively and sending the startled Ursaring flying. The Thunder Wave attack was immediately interrupted and rendered ineffective. Stop playing around. Use the simplest and most effective move to end the battle. Show respect to your opponent and finish it quickly with gust. Frowning at Beautifly's habit of showing off by taunting its opponent with its speed, Sato sternly reprimanded the Pokémon, who was fluttering playfully instead of pressing its advantage. Upon hearing Sato's admonishment, Beautifly's eyes flashed with discontent. However, seeing the serious expression on Sato's face, it quickly dropped its dissatisfaction and followed his command. With a mere thought, Beautifly summoned flying-type energy from its surroundings. The energy joyfully converged, forming a towering white whirlwind nearly 2 meters tall. The whirlwind moved with astonishing speed, engulfing Ursaring just as it struggled to its feet. When the whirlwind dissipated, Ursaring lay on the ground, unable to battle. This was just a casual one-on-one roadside battle. After defeating the bug catcher who had emerged from the tall grass, Sato and his opponent exchanged handshakes as per tradition. Wow, your Beautifly is amazing. I've never seen one fly so fast. My Ursaring was completely outmatched in speed, said Shiro, the bug catcher, looking enviously at the Beautifly now perched on Sato's shoulder. As a veteran bug catcher transitioning into more competitive training, his sharp eye quickly discerned the extraordinary capabilities of Sato's Beautifly. Beautifly. Hearing the praise, Beautifly paused its drinking from the glass of water infused with melted gemstone-grade poke blocks in Sato's hand. It lifted its head, straightened its proboscis, and chirped proudly. Don't encourage her. She's strong, but way too conceited. Anyway, as agreed, lead me to Route 118, Sato said, shaking his head with a smile. After rescuing Marcus, Sato didn't return to the village to report back to the elder. He knew the incident had escalated beyond what he anticipated. Darkrai, the guardian Pokémon of Mt. Pyre, placed there by the Mikuri clan, had been gravely injured. This was bound to provoke their wrath. While Sato had no choice but to injure the weakened Darkrai in self-defense, the fact remained that he had severely wounded it and even obtained a shard of the Nightmare Crystal. Looking at the situation, it was clear that Team Magma was the main culprit behind the invasion of Mt. Pyre. However, Sato, initially an unexpected third party with the pretense of rescuing Marcus, ended up inadvertently assisting Team Magma in their battle against Darkrai. The Mikuri clan, a powerful family with vast influence in the Hoenn region, wouldn't bother distinguishing between masterminds and accomplices. Their normal response would likely involve eliminating everyone involved, considering the severity of the injury inflicted upon their legendary guardian Pokémon. To avoid entanglement, Sato decided to leave immediately, even skipping out on claiming the second half of his reward from the village elder. That said, Sato wasn't going to forget the elder's promise payment. He had entrusted Marcus, who was endlessly grateful to him, to relay a message to the elder. Send the reward to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City. The Mikuri clan's influence was undeniable, and their intelligence network spread across Hoenn. Before half a day had passed, they had already tracked down Sato. Surprisingly, instead of blaming him, they expressed their gratitude. They claimed he had thwarted Team Magma's plot and restored Darkrai's sanity. As a token of their thanks, they gifted him a TM containing the Surf move and 10 million Poke Dollars. Not a single word was mentioned about the Nightmare Crystal Shard. To top it off, Wallace, whom Sato hadn't heard from in a while, finally reached out to him. Wallace also offered words of thanks, exchanged stories of their journeys, and finally requested another batch of gemstone gray poke blocks. Sato followed bug catcher Shiro's lead, swiftly making his way through the dense forest of Route 123 before emerging onto a sandy beach along the coastline. According to the map, this area marked the boundary of Route 118. All you have to do is head straight across this section of the sea to reach the western side of Route 118. Don't worry, the water separating the land isn't too vast. If you have a water-type Pokemon big enough to carry you, it'll take about half an hour of swimming to see the opposite shore. Otherwise, you can follow the coastline to a boat rental place over there. But let me warn you, those guys charge a steep price. 10,000 poke dollars for a single trip, Shiro explained, smiling at Sato as they reached the beach. His eyes, however, couldn't help but wander repeatedly toward Sato's Beautifly perched on his shoulder, his envy apparent. That'll do. Thanks for guiding me here. Come on out, Swampert. The rest of the journey is in your hands, Sato said with a smile as he pulled out a pokeball and released his Swampert. In an instant, the imposing figure of Swampert materialized on the sand. Swampert, perhaps to loosen up, Swampert let out a resounding roar and pounded the sandy ground beneath him with mighty punches. The tremors that followed were intense enough to mimic a small, localized earthquake. The sheer power emanating from Swampert's presence was undeniable. Ever since he had sent Darkrai, fleeing with a single punch, Swampert's aura had grown even more commanding and sharp. Even Beautifly, usually proud and unyielding, lowered its head meekly, clearly unwilling to provoke Swampert. Shiro, on the other hand, paled visibly at the sight of Swampert's overwhelming display of strength and aura. The envy on his face vanished entirely as he hastily bid Sato goodbye, darting into the forest and disappearing from sight. As Shiro fled in a panic, the rustling sounds of others retreating quickly followed before the forest fell silent again. At least you know your place. It's true what they say. When traveling, you have to stay vigilant. People everywhere have been worn down by the grind of life, Sato thought, his expression unreadable as he watched Shiro run off. During their trek, Shiro had repeatedly tried to trade his prized bug-type Pokemon for Beautifly. He even went so far as to offer all his Pokemon in exchange, but Sato declined every time. It seemed Shiro had some influence in the Route 123 area, and he had been contemplating ambushing Sato to steal Beautifly. However, Swampert's intimidating presence had shattered that idea completely, forcing him to retreat. Sato soon dismissed the incident from his mind. He released his shiny Pelipper as well, climbing on a Swampert's back and allowing Pelipper to lead the way across the sea. Shiro's directions had been accurate. After about half an hour, guided by Pelipper, Sato and Swampert began to see the coastline of the western side of Route 118. Unlike the quiet, deserted beaches of Route 118's eastern edge, the western side was bustling with life. This area connected to Mauville City, famously known in the Hoenn region as the vibrant city of joy. The beach was packed with people enjoying various activities, creating a lively, joyful atmosphere. Sato's arrival, riding Swampert across the sea, drew the attention of many swimmers nearby. However, seeing Sato's friendly demeanor, they quickly resumed their activities without much concern. Hey there, buddy. This area is a recreational zone, so you can't dock here. Follow me. There's a designated spot for landing over there. A staff member riding a whale mare called out as he approached Sato. Sato nodded at the lifeguard, signaling Pelipper and Swampert to follow. After navigating a wide arc, they finally reached the designated landing spot on the western shore of Route 118. Coming from the eastern side of Route 118, Welcome to Mauville City's beach resort. I'm Troy. Nice to meet you. By the way, if you haven't had lunch yet, there's a great seaside restaurant nearby. Their food is fantastic and very reasonably priced. Troy, a lifeguard with a bodybuilder's physique, greeted Sato warmly, his bright smile revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. I'm Sato. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll take you up on that suggestion. Lead the way, Troy, Sato replied with a small smile after some hesitation. It was already past 1 p.m., and after the half-hour journey under the scorching sun, Sato was starving. His Pokemon needed rest as well. Troy's grin widened even further, his dazzling teeth standing out starkly against his tan skin. The sight reminded Sato of toothpaste commercials, and he couldn't help but think Troy would be better off advertising toothpaste than working as a lifeguard. To Sato's surprise, Troy led him to a restaurant owned by his family rather than simply promoting someone else's business. As promised, the food was exceptional. Both Sato and his Pokemon enjoyed the meal immensely. Swampert's enormous appetite became a spectacle, inadvertently drawing more customers to the already popular seaside restaurant. Pleased with Sato and his Pokemon's remarkable spending, Troy even stayed back to help his father prepare grilled seafood to satisfy Swampert's voracious hunger. Sato, are you planning to take Movile's cycling road to Slateport City later? If so, I'd advise against it for now, Troy said suddenly, carrying a large platter of grilled seafood, just as Sato was asking a bikini-clad woman about the cycling road's condition. Why, Troy? What's wrong with cycling road? I need to get to Slateport City today, and I was hoping to make it there by nightfall, Sato asked, turning to him with a frown. Malville City is one of the larger cities in the Hoenn region. Strategically located, it's the only city in Hoenn with connections in all directions. To the east lies Route 118, to the south Route 110, to the west Route 117, and to the north Route 111. When people in Hoenn think of Malville City, what often comes to mind is the famous cycling road, a high-speed bicycle route constructed on an elevated bridge that connects Malville City to Slateport City. This impressive route was built because the stretch of land between Malville and Slateport is mostly sea. While there is some winding land connecting the two cities, high tide often submerges it. Perhaps in the distant past, this overwater route was meant for vehicles, but for reasons unknown, it eventually became exclusively for bicycles. Thanks to this cycling road, both Malville and Slateport have developed rich cycling cultures. Malville even has a bicycle company that developed two unique types of bikes, the mock bike and the acro bike. Riding along the cycling road has become a fashionable leisure activity, especially during sunset. Couples often enjoy riding bicycles together while watching the sunset over the sea, creating a romantic atmosphere. As a result, during sunset, the road is typically crowded with pairs of young couples. Singles are better off avoiding the area during this time to spare themselves the sight of such romance. Additionally, Malville and Slateport's cycling associations host an annual bicycle race that is a favorite event for cycling enthusiasts. Participants compete alongside their Pokemon, working together to complete the race. All this information about the cycling road was gathered by Sato from a bikini-clad woman standing nearby. The woman's name was Lilina, a florist in Malville City and the owner of a flower shop. She was initially drawn to Sato because of his shiny Beautifly. Unfortunately, the Beautifly displayed an inexplicable hostility toward anyone other than Sato, ignoring all of Lilina's attempts to engage with it. Eventually, Sato ended up treating her as a source of information. However, Lilina didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about cycling. She preferred swimming to maintain her figure and wasn't well-versed in the latest updates about the cycling road. In contrast, the muscular Troy had the much-needed first-hand knowledge. Since the cycling road is the fastest route from Malville to Slateport, Sato was eager to learn more about it. After all, the road is quite long, and a lack of security there could easily give rise to trouble. "Oh, there's been a lot of trouble recently," Troy said angrily as he placed some grilled seafood before his Swampert. "The bicycle gangs on the cycling road have been unusually active. There used to be several small gangs, none of which amounted to much, but now they've been united under a powerful leader. They frequently rob travelers on the road, to the point where people now avoid it, opting for the slower sea route instead." Troy's expression darkened further as he emphasized the word robbery, revealing he might have been a victim himself. "Really? Have they gotten that bold? Isn't the League police doing anything about it?" Sato asked, his face turning serious. "Brother Sato, have you ever ridden a mock bike? Let me tell you, those bikes are faster than most cars. The gang members are expert cyclists, and they always wear masks during their heists. Most importantly, their leader is both incredibly strong and clever. The League police have attempted several raids, but their plans were all foiled. Troy's frustration was palpable as he explained the situation. I see. So the person uniting the gangs must be quite formidable. I guess the cycling road is a no-go for now. There goes my plan to experience riding there, Sato said with a disappointed sigh as he finished the last bite of his seafood bowl. Yeah, it's a real shame, Troy agreed, his tone equally disheartened. The annual bicycle race scheduled for tomorrow might even be canceled because of them. My Manectric and I have been preparing for this event all year. It's really frustrating. After finishing his meal, Sato bid farewell to Troy and Lalina. Although Lalina tried to invite him to a seaside resort, he politely declined, citing his need to stay on schedule. Nevertheless, they exchanged contact information for future correspondence. Despite her primary interest in butterflies, Lalina's true motive for approaching Sato was transparent. She wanted her male Beautifly to breed with his shiny Beautifly in hopes of obtaining an exceptional offspring. However, when it became clear that Sato wouldn't agree, she gave up. Sato proceeded along Route 118 and entered Malville City proper through its eastern gate. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with vibrant energy. Interestingly, the main streets of Malville had very few cars. Instead, bicycles of all kinds dominated the roads. Students, office workers, and even Pokémon were riding bicycles alongside their trainers, creating a lively and unique atmosphere. Sato was also able to witness the speed of the Mach bike firsthand. Although it didn't quite reach sonic speeds, its swift movement was a blur on the dedicated cycling lanes. Clearly, Mauville's cycling culture was thriving, and the city's vibrant energy reflected that. Not long after entering the city, Sato came across a bicycle shop named Windy Bicycle Store. Outside the shop were numerous bicycles on display, including Mach bikes for sale. However, Sato wasn't particularly interested in the Mach bike. The high speed of those bicycles required exceptional skill, making them dangerous for novices. Moreover, without a Mach bike license issued by the Cycling Association, no shop owner would sell one. Instead, Sato set his sights on the acro bike. This versatile bike was perfect for trainers who frequently traveled in the wilderness. It could handle complex terrains with ease. This one seems great. With this, traveling will be much more convenient, Sato thought as he examined a brand new black acro bike, admiring its intricate parts and advanced design. Sato casually leaned against the bike shop's wall, instantly catching the attention of a nearby, charming female employee. She promptly walked over with a warm smile, asking what kind of bicycle Sato was looking for. What stood out about her was that she didn't underestimate Sato for his simple and modest trainer attire. Instead, she maintained a high level of professionalism as she assisted him. After a brief conversation, the employee realized Sato was particularly interested in an off-road bicycle, the second most expensive model in the shop. Her smile grew even brighter, and she launched into an enthusiastic sales pitch, eloquently highlighting the bike's many advantages. When it came to the bike's drawbacks, primarily its exorbitant price, she cleverly countered them with the shop's current promotions, including a major discount, a 1-year return policy, a 10-year warranty, and a generous supply of spare parts. To be honest, when Sato heard the bike cost a staggering $3 million poke dollars, his heart skipped a beat. The price left him momentarily stunned. However, the off-road acro bike's steep price was justified. Its frame was made entirely of a special alloy, making it both incredibly sturdy and exceptionally lightweight. Despite its solid appearance, the bike weighed only about 10 kilograms. The tires, crafted from a special synthetic rubber, were not only durable and wear-resistant, but also highly buoyant. With air-filled inner tubes, the bike could float on water effortlessly. Equipped with additional weight-reducing gadgets, the bike could handle challenging terrains like swamps, uneven ground, and lakes with ease. It even doubled as an emergency flotation device. To demonstrate its features, the employee threw the bike into a demonstration pool in the shop. She then stood on the floating bike herself, further proving its capabilities. The off-road bike also had versatile assembly options. It could be quickly reconfigured into various outdoor essentials, such as a one-person boat, a makeshift table with a chair, a tent, or climbing gear, using its accompanying parts. In her words, owning this off-road acro bike allowed trainers to traverse most terrains effortlessly. It does sound impressive. Is this bike the latest model? Sato asked with a smile after patiently listening to the detailed introduction. No, sir. The ones displayed outside are last-generation demo models. The latest models are inside the shop. If you'd like to see them, please follow me, she replied eagerly, realizing Sato was serious about buying. Without waiting for his response, she enthusiastically led him into the shop. Having worked in sales for over 2 years, the employee had developed a keen eye for spotting potential customers. Despite Sato's plain attire, his strong trainer aura was unmistakable, not to mention the well-trained Grolai by his side. She could tell at one glance that he was a skilled trainer. Typically, a trainer's strength correlated with their wealth. Her hospitality proved well-placed, as Sato's behavior confirmed her assessment. Half an hour later, the employee bid Sato farewell with a beaming smile. He rode out of the shop on a newly purchased acro bike. This latest model bike originally cost 3.88 million poke dollars, but was discounted to 3 million. For Sato, this purchase was well within his means. Before leaving Slateport City, Sato had only 1 million poke dollars left. After receiving 2 million from the village elder for his first rescue mission, 4 million from looting the Team Magma at MT Pyre, and 10 million from the Duford clan, his wallet was well padded. Even after buying the bike, he still had over 14 million poke dollars to spare. Under Sato's request and an extra 200,000 poke dollars for modifications, the shop's mechanics transformed the originally sleek, jet-black off-road bike into a plain-looking one. Despite its appearance, the bike retained all its original functionality. Riding his seemingly ordinary bike through the streets, Sato sped along effortlessly. Grolive lay in a metal basket at the front, poking its head out with its pink tongue wagging as it happily took in the sights. Behind Sato, Bellisum sat gracefully on the rear seat, hugging his waist and sharing in the joyful experience. This was worth every poke dollar, Sato thought with satisfaction as he pedaled. Even on bumpy roads, the bike handled smoothly and steadily. If I'd had this bike before, I wouldn't have spent 2 days crossing Route 123. I could have done it in just one. Sato soon reached Malville City's Pokemon Center from the bike shop on the city's eastern edge, covering the 12-kilometer distance in just 20 minutes, an impressive speed of 36 kilometers per hour. Amazingly, he wasn't even tired, feeling as though he'd only jogged a couple of laps around standard track. After folding the bike and storing it in his spatial gear, Sato entered the Pokemon Center. His eyes immediately landed on a prominent red mission board displaying a league task. A white paper on the board detailed the recruitment of trainers to combat a gang of reckless bikers on the city's cycling highway. The request was issued jointly by the Malville City and Slateport Bicycle Associations. Sato first handed all his Pokemon to Nurse Joy, asking her to provide them with a full checkup. After that, he slowly made his way to the board where the missions were posted. Since unexpectedly obtaining the identification of a League-affiliated trainer in Saffron City, Sato had yet to participate in any official League activities or complete any missions that non-mainstream trainers usually pursued with great enthusiasm. For a non-mainstream trainer to establish themselves within the League, the first step was to become a recognized League trainer. To achieve this, they needed to complete various League missions distributed across different regions to earn contribution points. Typically, once a non-mainstream trainer accrued 10,000 contribution points, the League would assign them a promotion task. Upon completing this task, they would officially become a recognized League trainer. However, earning League contribution points was no easy feat generally. Only C-rank missions offered contribution points. The missions were categorized into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D, in descending order of difficulty. Each rank corresponded to trainers of varying skill levels. S-rank missions were exclusively for Elite 4 level trainers or above, A-rank missions for Quasi-Elite 4 and Elite level trainers, while B, C, and D missions catered to professional trainers, advanced trainers, and rookie trainers, respectively. Note, Elite 4 level trainers are not synonymous with the Elite 4 themselves. The title Elite 4 and Champion simply denotes the top 5 trainers of a region. Please don't equate the two. They're distinct concepts. Initially, trainers could only accept D-rank missions. To access higher-rank missions, they needed to undergo a trainer-level evaluation test at a league branch in a major city. Passing this test would officially upgrade their trainer rank within the league records. S-rank and A-rank missions, however, were exceptions. These missions were exceptionally difficult, often impossible to complete single-handedly. The league only permitted Elite 4 level or Quasi-Elite 4 level trainers to accept these missions first and recruit others to assist. The mission Sato was looking at now, an operation against a road biker gang, was classified as an A-rank mission. It had already been taken by a trainer named Watson, a Quasi-Elite 4 level trainer certified by the league, who is currently recruiting other trainers to help. Yes, this Watson was the same character appointed as the Malville City gym leader in the games. However, it seemed he had yet to assume that role officially. Watson, huh? It must be the same person. If he's leading this recruitment, it could be worth considering. But passing his test might be troublesome. I remember he's also a tech engineer, Sato thought, carefully recalling what he knew about the Malville gym leader. From Sato's memory, Watson was a jovial old man, kind and approachable. He had once been the project manager for New Malville under Malville Holdings, a rival to the Devon Corporation. However, after the project failed and Malville Holdings went bankrupt, Devon gained dominance in the Hoenn region. Watson returned to Malville as a city designer and later became a gym leader. Watson's strength was commendable. Though ambushed by a member of Team Aqua's admin trio, he managed to defeat the Polyper and Ninjask using his Manectric before eventually falling in the skirmish. Having encountered one of Team Magma's admins at MT Pyre, Sato had experienced firsthand the strength of such individuals, who were undoubtedly at the Quasi-Elite 4 level. He assumed other Team Aqua's admins were similarly skilled. Thus, Sato had no doubts about Watson's Quasi-Elite 4 level strength. He even speculated that Watson might have been an Elite 4 level trainer in his youth, but had declined with age, unlike trainers like Price, who grew stronger over time. Wah! Young man, are you interested in joining this operation? You seem quite capable, a sudden voice exclaimed, startling Sato as he turned to find a chubby old man standing silently behind him, smiling warmly. The old man was accompanied by 2 trainers. One was a stern-faced man with an intimidating air, while the other was a sweet-looking young woman with lively, mischievous blue eyes. "May I ask who you are?" Sato asked, feigning ignorance despite recognizing the man as Watson. The sudden approach made him wary, as he hadn't yet interacted with the gym leader personally. "Wah, I am Watson. So how about it? Want to do some good for Malville City and the League? If you're interested, I can waive the recruitment test," Watson offered with a hearty laugh, clapping Sato on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "So you're Mr. Watson. It's an honor to meet you," Sato replied politely. "My name is Sato. I would like to join, but I have urgent matters back in Kanto and can't afford any delays. Without knowing the mission's duration, I can't accept your invitation." "Wah, no worries, young man. Everyone has their own priorities. Perhaps we'll meet again someday," Watson responded kindly, shaking Sato's hand warmly before leaving. Once Watson was gone, Sato found a quiet corner in the waiting area, ordered a juice, and opened a trainer magazine while waiting for his Pokemon to finish their treatment. While pretending to read, Sato discreetly unfolded the slip of paper Watson had given him, noting its contents before tucking it into the magazine and resuming his act. Eventually, Sato's name was called, signaling that his Pokemon were ready. Collecting them, he quickly rode his off-road bicycle out of the Pokemon Center. He stopped in front of Malville City's urban park. As he entered, he noticed the mischievous female trainer from before waving at him. For PM, the city park wasn't particularly crowded. A few scattered pedestrians wandered leisurely through the area. Sato calmly observed a female trainer seated on a park bench ahead, waving him over. Keeping his expression neutral, he folded his mountain bike and stored it before walking toward her with Grolai at his side. I can't believe you actually came. The mysterious hero of MT Pyre himself. Hi, I'm Chris, but you can call me Chrissy. Now come on, follow me. Mr. Watson is waiting for you. The trainer named Chris jumped up from the bench the moment Sato approached, bouncing over to him with a peculiar grin. She didn't give him a chance to respond before spinning around and walking ahead. Wait, I never agreed to anything. If you're calling me here, shouldn't you explain what's going on first? Until you clarify the situation, I'm not going anywhere. When Chris realized Sato wasn't following her, she returned reluctantly, her earlier excitement replaced by frustration. Sato, expressionless, made his stance clear. From Chris's earlier words, it was evident that Watson and his team knew about his recent actions, likely due to the MT Pyre incident. That probably explained why Watson had personally sought him out. Still, if they wanted his help, they'd have to earn it. Sato only showed up out of respect for the elderly man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with the note or its address. You're so difficult. Just follow me, and you'll find out. I'm not going to trick you. Besides, this place isn't safe. Who knows when one of those cycling gang spies might show up? We had a hard time shaking them off as it is. Chris's cheerful demeanor faded as she frowned, visibly irritated by Sato's lack of trust. However, Sato remained unfazed, ignoring the young woman's displeasure. He stood his ground, waiting silently for the explanation he demanded. Despite her youth and beauty, these weren't reasons for him to trust her. Stop wasting your breath, Chris. This guy's just an ungrateful fool. Thinks he's so great because of one heroic deed. If he doesn't want to come, then drag him here. Maybe then he'll understand who's in charge. A young trainer who had been observing from the shadows stepped forward, glaring at Sato with disdain. His tone was full of mockery and challenge. This was Pat, a fellow trainer who had been with Watson earlier. Standing taller than Sato, he looked down at him with open hostility, his expression betraying jealousy. Don't, Pat. Mr. Watson will be angry if he finds out. Chris tried to reason, her face darkening as she addressed her companion, a trainer from an influential lineage within the league. Since the MT Pyre incident, Sato's reputation had begun spreading among young trainers in Hoenn. Pat, however, scoffed at the idea of a nobody being hailed as a hero. To him, Sato's humble background made the story unbelievable. After all, how could such a person possibly accomplish such a feat? How about this? A Pokemon battle. If you win, I'll tell you everything. If you lose, you'll come with us quietly and admit you're no hero. Pat ignored Chris's protests, staring at Sato with contempt. Pathetic. Where does this dog superiority complex even come from? I admit, your words annoyed me, but I'm not interested in an unfair battle. Explaining things is your responsibility, not a favor to me. If you won't talk, I'm leaving. Having lived 2 lives, Sato had long outgrown youthful arrogance. Without hesitation, he turned away, unfolding his bike to leave. Pat's face turned red with anger, especially after being called a dog. In his fury, he swung a fist towards Sato. Unfortunately for Pat, he forgot about Grolai, who had been watching angrily ever since Pat insulted his trainer. Without waiting for Sato's command, Grolai charged and sent Pat flying with tackle. Pat landed face first on the ground, sprawled out in an undignified heap. Sato smirked at the sight, but said nothing. He patted Grolai's head and placed him in the bike's front basket before preparing to leave. Wait, how about this as a condition for our battle? If you win against both Pat and me, this Pokemon egg is yours. But if you lose to either of us, you must help us with everything you've got. Chris's voice stopped him. She pulled a Pokemon egg from her bag, holding it up as she made her offer. The egg's upper half was bright orange, while its lower half was black. The 2 colors met in a jagged pattern, resembling a two-toned, oversized novelty egg. Sato paused, curiosity piqued. When he turned and saw the egg, A faint blue glow flashed in his eyes, and his expression became serious. You're offering such a rare Pokemon egg as a condition? Yes. If you defeat us, it's yours, Chris declared confidently, her posture straight and proud. No takebacks. Sato pressed. None. If I go back on my word, I'm a toad. Chris's firm reply left no room for doubt. Very well. I accept this Pokemon battle. Sato nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. After receiving Chris's confirmation, Sato's concerns finally eased. As he looked again at the Pokemon egg in her hands, a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. This egg wasn't ordinary by any means. Using his system's detection feature, Sato discovered that the Pokemon inside not only possessed astonishing potential, but also had inherited impressive moves. If his guesses were correct, this Pokemon egg must have come at a great cost to Chris. Indeed, the Pokemon developing inside had a profound connection to the iconic Pikachu that ran through the entire Pokemon series. It was none other than Piku, Pikachu's pre-evolution, a cute, high-potential little Piku. Piku's details. Pokemon Piku. Level 1. Type, Electric. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, Male. Known moves, Thunder Shock, Charm, Wish, Egg Move, Volt Tackle, Egg Move. Held item, None. IVs, Individual values. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. Special Attack, 31, 31. Special Defense, 28, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, 180, Gold tier, greater than 175. When Sato saw Piku's stats for the first time, he was as shocked as if hit by an earthquake. A Piku with such terrifying potential might even rival Ash's Pikachu. What made it even more extraordinary was that this Piku started at a higher baseline than Ash's Pikachu. Before even hatching, it had already inherited Wish, an exceptional healing move, and Volt Tackle, an extremely powerful offensive move. As someone who grew up watching Pokemon, Sato had always harbored a special fondness for Pikachu. As a child, he often dreamed of embarking on thrilling adventures with Pikachu by his side. Now, Sato had only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he had to defeat these 2 proud League elite trainers and obtain this precious Piku egg. This determination burned brightly within him, intensifying his fighting spirit and sharpening his focus. His intensity and change in demeanor was quickly noticed by both of them. Sato's journey from Pewter City, though somewhat short, had been packed with battles and adventures far beyond the experiences of average trainers. His recent, grueling battle with Darkrai had especially forged him, both mentally and spiritually, into a new person. Pat, originally arrogant, began to grow serious. Unlike some pampered heirs in his family, he had chosen not to idle away in Pokemon academies, but to venture out into the world. Pat's pride wasn't baseless. At the academy, he consistently ranked among the top students, and with steady progress, he was on track to graduate with honors and secure a spot in the Hoenn League. But 3 months before graduation, Pat had opted to forego the exams and venture out on his own. Over the past month, he had collected 6 gym badges from some of Hoenn's toughest gyms. His starter Trico had evolved into a formidable Sceptile, and he had captured several strong Pokemon. Among his peers, Pat was undoubtedly a standout. Yet today, he realized he had encountered a peer much similar to himself, someone whose background was far less privileged. This left him with a sense of unexpected defeat. Sato's aura, distinct to powerful trainers, was something Pat had only ever felt around accomplished and confident professionals. I know, all this aura BS is kind of annoying, but I already tried to improve it as best as I could without making it too distracting and or annoying. It filled him with both awe and an odd sense of inferiority. Chris, too, was having second thoughts. Initially full of confidence, she now kind of regretted underestimating this peer, who suddenly seemed formidable. I'll go first. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Sato. I was overly presumptuous earlier. Please forgive me, and let's battle with everything we've got, Pat said, nodding politely at Sato. No problem. Lead the way. Let's have a one-on-one Pokemon battle, Sato replied, slightly surprised at Pat's sudden shift in demeanor. In the city park's public battlefields, the three quickly found a suitable arena. As soon as the battle began, a small crowd of spectators began gathering. Come out, Swampert. Go Sceptile. Chris acted as the referee. At her signal, both trainers released their Pokemon. Swampert and Sceptile faced off, their intense gazes locking before launching in a battle without awaiting commands. Pat's Sceptile's details. Pokemon, Sceptile. Level, 38. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, male. Held item, Miracle Seed. IVs, individual values. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 27, 31. Defense, 26, 31. Special attack, 28, 31. Special defense, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Total IVs, 166, purple tier. Known moves, Leaf Blade, Quick Attack, Slam, Agility, Double Hit, X-Scissor, Absorb, Pursuit, Leaf Storm. Egg Move, Dragon Breath. TMs, Seed Bomb, Dragon Claw, Protect, Hyper Beam, Dragon Pulse. Sceptile showcased its immense battle prowess from start. It used agility to enhance its speed and began firing seed bombs at Swampert to maintain its distance. However, Swampert countered deftly. Using Ice Punch and the muddy terrain it had created earlier, it built ice walls to block Sceptile's vision before tunneling underground with Dig. Use Leaf Blade around your feet. Force it out, Pat shouted, immediately guessing Swampert's strategy. Sceptile obeyed, its arm blades glowing as it slashed the ground. Deep cracks appeared around it, eventually forcing Swampert to emerge, but not without suffering deep cuts from Leaf Blade. Swampert, no need to evade. Close in and hit with Ice Punch. Full power, Sato commanded, his calm voice masking a rising excitement. Sceptile charged in for another Leaf Blade, but Swampert met it head-on. It parried the attack with one icy fist and landed a devastating crushing blow with the other to Sceptile's midsection. Sceptile didn't even have time to cry out before being flung several meters away, crashing into a wall. It was knocked out cold. One punch. Just one punch. This decisive victory left Pat, Chris, and the surrounding spectators in stunned silence. It was a humbling moment for Pat, who realized the grave mistake of letting Sato's Swampert engage in close combat. The Swampert's terrifying strength, defeating Sceptile with a single punch, left the battlefield in utter silence. The sound of people gulping nervously was particularly jarring in the quiet. It took a while before the audience regained their composure from the shock. When they looked at the imposing Swampert and the trainer standing behind it again, their eyes were filled with deep reverence. Sato's Swampert had defeated such a powerful Sceptile in one hit. To them, for a trainer like Sato, dealing with unarmed people like themselves would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. The mere thought of being targeted by Sato was horrifying. What would happen if that Swampert hit them with a punch? Thank you for the match. Next time I won't lose. Pat took a deep breath, retrieved his fainted Sceptile into its pokeball, and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Sato. He was seething with frustration. If only he hadn't been impulsive and had kept Sceptile at a distance from Swampert during the fight, the victory would have been almost guaranteed. He had lost due to his youthful recklessness. Knowing you have such a strong Sceptile, I won't use Swampert next time. You know, the type disadvantage is too harsh. I can't fight like that, Sato replied with a sly smile. Hearing this, Pat regretted everything. He knew there might not be another chance for revenge. With Pat's defeat, it was now Chris's turn to battle, with Pat serving as the referee. Despite witnessing the Swampert's overwhelming strength, Chris wasn't willing to give up. She had her pride, and she wasn't ready to hand over her beloved Piku egg so easily. Sato, not underestimating his opponent, recalled his injured Swampert and prepared for a new match. Both he and Chris threw their Pokeballs simultaneously to ensure a fair fight, as neither knew which Pokemon the other would send out. Your turn, Galbit. I'm counting on you, Tropius. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Sato and Chris released their Pokemon. Tropius? Does she still think I'll use Swampert? This is hilarious. Sato chuckled at the sight of Tropius, a grass/flying type, which was a perfect counter to Swampert. However, Sato had chosen Golbat, an excellent counter to Tropius. While Sato grinned, Chris's face darkened. She couldn't believe Sato had sent out Golbat. The disadvantage from the previous match had reversed, and now she was the one on the back foot. Golbat had both the type advantage and a higher level compared to Tropius. Sato even confirmed through his system's scanning ability that Tropius lacked any moves effective against Golbat. Sato shifted tactics completely in this battle. Unlike his aggressive commands with Swampert, he patiently directed Golbat to corner Tropius bit by bit, leaving no room for a comeback. His calculated strategy was unshakable. The final blow came when Tropius, in an attempt to turn the tide, fell victim to Golbat's toxic. With Tropius poisoned, Chris's plan to use Synthesis and outlast Golbat was thwarted. Darn it. Tropius used Leaf Storm. As Tropius approached defeat, Chris resorted to its strongest move in a desperate attempt to turn the tables. Even then, Sato didn't recklessly pit Golbat against Tropius. Instead, he had Golbat use Protect and Steel Wing to minimize damage and avoid Tropius's final assault. In the end, despite Tropius's best effort with Leaf Storm, it couldn't deal significant damage to Golbat, who had a quadruple resistance to Grass-type moves. The poison finally took its toll, leaving Tropius unable to continue. No gentlemanly conduct at all. Couldn't you let a girl win? After the battle, Chris puffed her cheeks, reluctantly handing over the Piku egg to Sato, looking as though she were on the verge of tears. Come on, you were the one who insisted on gambling. Who is it that said anyone who reneges would be a toad? You don't want to be a toad princess, do you? Sato teased, seeing her reluctance. Hearing the words toad princess, Chris shrank back, feeling guilty. She loosened her grip, allowing Sato to snatch the Piku egg. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, Sato said happily, placing the egg in a specialized incubator before tucking it into his backpack. Afterward, Chris composed herself. As per their agreement, in addition to the Piku egg, she and Pat fully disclosed their plan to raid the road bikers. They explained how Watson had organized several raids, only for them to fail due to leaked information. While they had managed to capture some members, the leader and core group always escaped. Realizing there was a mole among them, Watson, Pat, and Chris worked tirelessly to root out the traitor, ultimately discovering the bikers' hideout. However, Watson's reputation in Malville City had suffered due to repeated failures. Few trainers responded to his latest call for reinforcements. Just when the plan seemed doomed due to a lack of manpower, Sato's unexpected appearance in the area gave them hope. As a local hero, Sato's reputation had grown immensely. After discussing it, the trio decided to approach him for help. They initially planned to test his strength subtly, but Sato ignored their schemes, leading to his match with Pat and Chris. That's the story. Please help us, Mr. Sato. With you on our side, we can finally wipe out those road bikers and make a name for ourselves. Pat said, his eyes burning with determination. Chris, too, looked hopeful. For people born with wealth like them, fame was far more enticing than fortune. Fame, huh? No wonder these idle heirs of influential families are so invested in this matter. It seems that this bicycle gang really has become a cancer in Malville City. Whoever eliminates them will gain immense prestige in the city. Watson will probably leverage this achievement to secure her position as a gym leader in the future. Sato's sharp eyes caught the fervor in the two trainers' gazes. He instantly understood the motives of these two league-bred trainers from noble families and Watson's ambitions. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of just how troublesome the bicycle gang had become. For Sato, who still operated primarily as a member of Team Rocket, fame was nothing but a burden. The aftermath of the MT Pyre incident was still unfolding. If he helped Watson and the others eliminate this gang, his reputation would soar even higher. At that point, Sato would inevitably attract the attention of major powers, especially the League itself. He wasn't entirely confident in Team Rocket's ability to keep his identity under wraps. If the League discovered that his trainer ID was secretly processed by Team Rocket, he would be in serious trouble. Although Sato had already reached the level of a professional trainer, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that this strength could make the League overlook his affiliation with Team Rocket. Once his Rocket identity was exposed, no amount of goodwill or contributions to the League would save him. The League was unforgiving in such matters. They'd rather kill by mistake than let someone with ties to Team Rocket slip through. This was likely a price Sato knew he had to pay when he chose to join Team Rocket. Power always comes at a cost, though the true extent of that cost might not be clear at the beginning. As Sato had grown to his current level, he could now see the lifelong price he'd paid for gaining his starter Pokemon and resources from Team Rocket. Essentially, there was no escaping them for the rest of his life. The moment he joined, Team Rocket had branded him with an indelible mark. As long as that mark existed, Team Rocket didn't have to worry about betrayal. They knew that even if someone defected, the outcome wouldn't be favorable. The League would never fully trust a trainer with a Rocket past. Such a person could never reach the upper echelons of the League. At best, they'd be treated as a glorified enforcer. So, to live more comfortably, staying with Team Rocket was the correct choice for Sato. At least this way, he had a shot at reaching the top of the organization. Of course, there was another option, a win-win scenario. He could follow in the footsteps of people like Sabrina, Lieutenant Surge, or Koga, maintaining his Rocket identity while aligning with the League to balance both worlds. However, that approach required exceptional skill, particularly in acting. It also depended on how much Team Rocket was willing to invest in him. If Team Rocket could completely erase his past and his acting skills were convincing enough, he could live openly under a dual identity. After all, life itself is like a play, and he was willing to give it a shot. Koga was an excellent example. Not only was he a master ninja, but he was also a deeply hidden double agent. He eventually became one of the Indigo League's Elite Four while maintaining his Rocket ties. With such a vivid precedent, Sato didn't care much about the stigma of being a Rocket member. As a transmigrator, he had his pride. Over the years, he had honed his acting skills to seamlessly integrate into this strange world. During his growth from infant to child, he'd cried, played, and behaved perfectly like a local. He was terrified of being exposed as abnormal and suspected of being possessed by a ghost-type Pokemon or some other entity, only to be executed by the superstitious villagers. In the Pokemon world, where odd creatures abounded, rural areas were especially steeped in superstition. Historically, there were records of ghost-type Pokemon controlling humans from the shadows, adding to the villagers' fears. Given the chance to live under a dual identity, Sato would seize it without hesitation. He believed his future achievements would rival, if not surpass, those of Koga. After all, he was a man with a decade-long goal: become the world's strongest or perish trying. I see. I understand your plan to eliminate the gang. For what I gather, your preparations seem thorough, and your chances of success are high. Honestly, if I weren't in a rush, I wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. So, I have a proposal for you. Sato paused, then spoke as the two trainers looked at him eagerly. As he continued, their eyes burned even brighter. 10 minutes later, Sato bid farewell to the two, who left with smiles plastered across their faces. Clearly, they had gained exactly what they wanted. In truth, Sato's proposal was simple. He offered to help them eliminate the bicycle gang, but he wanted none of the fame. All credit would go to Chris and Pat. In return, he demanded 50% of the profits from the operation. This included mission rewards and any gains from the gang. The proposal sounded steep, but Chris and Pat immediately agreed without consulting Watson, who remained in the dark. The three quickly reached an agreement, settled on a time and place for the operation, and left satisfied. Truthfully, neither Chris nor Pat cared about the mission rewards or loot. What they truly valued was the reputation they'd earn after the operation. A stellar reputation would open doors in the exclusive circle of League trainers, and elevate their family standings, securing them greater benefits. Prestige mattered immensely in noble families, where social standing determined inheritance. I underestimated how much these League heirs value reputation. I should have asked for 60%. Judging by their enthusiasm, they would have agreed. Watching Chris and Pat disappear into the distance, Sato's smile faded, replaced by regret. Reputation was invaluable, a precious, intangible asset. Compared to it, mission rewards paled in comparison. If circumstances allowed, Sato would have claimed it for himself. But the matter was settled, and Sato wouldn't dwell on it. He had to reach Slateport City tonight and catch a flight to Saffron City the next morning. With only 6 days remaining, he needed to continue strengthening his team. Sato knew that once he returned to the Pewter City rocket base, his carefree days were likely over. If he wanted to maintain his current lifestyle, he had to amass overwhelming strength. Only then could he avoid becoming a target for opportunists. After bidding farewell to Chris and Pat, Sato mounted his mountain bike and swiftly left the city park. He then headed to a modest, budget-friendly inn. Using his trainer ID, he booked a deluxe single room and paid for a day's stay. Once settled in the spacious, quiet room, Sato enjoyed a restful sleep alongside his Pokemon. He woke up around 6 p.m. thanks to his alarm clock. Afterward, he called room service to request a sumptuous dinner and prepared meals for his Pokemon himself. Once everyone was well fed, Sato checked out of the inn. He mounted his bike again, accompanied by Growlithe, and headed to the rendezvous point he had agreed upon earlier with Chris and Pat. Since Sato had declared he wouldn't take any credit for the operation, he needed to remain incognito. This wasn't difficult for someone with a Ditto. A simple disguise mask was all it took. This anonymity also allowed Sato to avoid direct confrontations with the stronger members of the bicycle gang. His main role in the operation was to deal with the gang's lower-ranked members. In truth, the upper echelon forces for this operation, led by Watson, weren't lacking. What they needed were mid- and low-tier forces. The saying, "too many monks and too little gruel," applied here. Only those who managed to take down the core members of the bicycle gang had a chance to earn renown. As a result, the top-tier operatives, including Chris and Pat, were unwilling to waste their time on underlings. But this led to a problem. If both sides' upper echelons were evenly matched, but there was a significant disparity in mid- and lower-tier forces, the operation would be doomed to fail. If the elite forces couldn't quickly eliminate the gang's upper ranks, the operation would end in disaster. This deadlock was caused by human selfishness. Everyone refused to handle the grunt work. But with Sato, a top-tier operative, willingly stepping in to support the mid- and low-tier forces, the numbers issue could be addressed effectively. Having witnessed Sato's strength firsthand, both Chris and Pat knew he could easily handle the workload of over a dozen average trainers, if not more. The meeting point was a small forest south of Malville City, near the cycling highway. Disguised as an ordinary, low-profile recruit, Sato arrived to find 12 trainers already gathered there. Watson, Chris, and Pat had arrived earlier and stood at the center of the group, basking in the admiration of the other trainers. Growlithe and Sato's mountain bike, which featured a front basket, served as his identification. As soon as he arrived, the trio nodded in acknowledgement. In another 10 minutes, 25 trainers had gathered. Once Watson confirmed the head count, he led the charge on his bike. With 25 trainers on 25 bikes, the group formed an impressive convoy as they set out. Sato followed at the rear of the line with Growlithe. The cycling gang's base wasn't hard to find. According to intelligence gathered from informants, their headquarters was hidden beneath a house in the southwestern outskirts of Malville City. The task force launched a surprise attack, quickly taking down the lookouts stationed outside and surrounding the house. The gang was caught off guard. When the gang leader and a few core members emerged, it was already too late. They were surrounded by the task force and their Pokemon. Watson and the other elite operatives wasted no time engaging the gang's leader and core members, preventing them from escaping. The gang had over 40 mid- and lower-tier members pouring out of the underground base. If not for some being stationed on patrol along the highway, the numbers would have been even higher. Fortunately, apart from the leader and a handful of core members, the rest of the gang was relatively weak. Most of their Pokemon were Gulpins, easy-to-capture species from nearby habitats. The lower-tier members typically had 3 Gulpins each, averaging level 14, while the mid-tier members had 4 or more, often including Electrike for those with better resources, averaging level 20. To maintain his low profile, Sato refrained from sending out his Swampert or other powerful Pokemon. Instead, he relied on his shiny Beautifly and Growlithe. Growlithe's role was to ensure Sato's safety, while shiny Beautifly handled the bulk of the grunt work. Though only level 20, shiny Beautifly was armed with a top-grade, mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, making her nearly unstoppable in this low-level skirmish. Her graceful, lightning-fast aerial maneuvers struck despair into her opponents. A single swift aerial ace was often enough to incapacitate multiple Gulpins at once. On the battlefield, a dazzling silhouette flitted through the fray. Wherever she passed, Gulpins were sent flying and left unconscious. Simultaneously, her stun spore left their trainers paralyzed and incapacitated. Shiny Beautifly was Sato's most promising Pokemon to raise at the moment. Firstly, as a bug type, she was already biologically mature upon evolving into Beautifly. Sato didn't have to worry about rapid level-ups hindering her potential. Secondly, her individual values were near perfect, and combined with her innate Bug Monarch ability, her base stats reached an impressive 592.5. Her strength noticeably increased with every level. Finally, like Bellisum, shiny Beautifly demonstrated unparalleled talent in manipulating bug and flying-type energies. This allowed her to quickly master new moves without worrying about proficiency. These factors gave Sato hope that she could become as strong as a Swampert in the near future. In fact, shiny Beautifly was shaping up to be his secret trump card within Team Rocket. If she could grow strong enough quickly, alongside Swampert and his other Pokemon, Sato could hold his own within the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket. Within moments, shiny Beautifly had decimated most of the lower-tier gang members before the other operatives could react. Her elegant yet fearsome display struck fear into the gang and even unsettled some of the task force members. With the lower-tier members incapacitated, Sato shifted his attention to the mid-tier members still locked in battle with the task force. By this point, many on the battlefield had taken notice of Sato, the trainer behind the formidable Beautifly. Every gang member who caught his gaze couldn't help but shiver. After Sato's shiny Beautifly defeated her 43rd Swalot, her level finally reached 25. At this point, the overwhelming presence emanating from the shiny Beautifly made the surrounding Pokemon feel unusually oppressed. The majesty of a bug queen was beginning to manifest. However, the shiny Beautifly's commanding display also drew the attention of some mid- and high-ranking members of the gang, whose Pokemon were notably stronger. These individuals, understanding the importance of their lower-ranking members, decided to sacrifice one of their significant combat assets by sending out their Pokemon to intercept the shiny Beautifly and stop her rampage. The Pokemon deployed by these mid- and high-ranking members were far stronger than the fodder Beautifly had faced earlier. Most of them were at least level 20. Among them, a Manectric radiating electric energy proved especially troublesome with its swift and relentless electric-type moves. Though shiny Beautifly's speed was unparalleled, allowing her to dodge attacks and even use her opponents as shields to redirect electric-type attacks, she was reaching her limit. The high-intensity battle against multiple foes of comparable level was taking its toll on her stamina. Unlike earlier opponents that could be dispatched with a single blow, the current adversaries were on par with her. This highlighted her biggest weakness. Having risen in strength too quickly, shiny Beautifly lacked in stamina training. Furthermore, she had not yet mastered the healing moves Absorb and Mega Drain, which could have allowed her to recover during battle. This made her ill-suited for prolonged fights. Don't linger in battle. Break through their encirclement. You can't handle this many enemies of the same level on your own yet. Lure them to our allies, and then take them down one by one. Scatter Stun Spore. Seeing that shiny Beautifly was struggling to fully exert herself amidst the siege of similarly leveled Pokemon, Sato frowned. After commanding Growlithe to take care of a few sneaky enemies attempting to ambush him, he shouted instructions to Beautifly. Although Beautifly was reluctant to retreat, she didn't disobey Sato's orders. Over time, she had learned one thing. Her trainer's commands were absolute, and defiance generally didn't end too well in the end. After defeating a level 21 Swalot using an air cutter move, often favored by Golbat, she flapped her wings, used Aerial Ace to knock away several Volbeat, and broke free of the encirclement. However, Beautifly's delayed retreat gave the lurking Manectric an opening. The electric type launched a long-range discharge attack, striking her hard. Fortunately, Beautifly's special defense was decent, so she wasn't knocked out. The searing pain across her body, however, served as a humbling lesson. Realizing her overconfidence, she no longer dared to take risks. She immediately scattered a large amount of Stun Spore and bolted from the battlefield without looking back. Beautifly's speed allowed her to weave through the chaos. The encircling Pokemon failed to stop her, and after a few quick strikes of Aerial Ace on nearby Volbeat, she successfully escaped. The Stun Spore she released, while ineffective against electric types like Electrike and Manectric, worked wonders on Volbeat, Zubat, and Swalot/Gulpin, significantly reducing the number of pursuers. Following Sato's strategy, Beautifly led the remaining pursuers toward allied trainers who had been idly waiting to reap benefits. The pressure on her eased considerably. At this point, those who had been slacking off were in for a rude awakening. Although they were disgruntled, they dared not complain under Sato's cold, commanding gaze. Embarrassed, they directed their Pokemon to alleviate the pressure on Beautifly. Use Morning Sun under the streetlight now, Sato instructed. Seeing that Beautifly had broken free of the pursuit and that the idle teammates were finally pulling their weight, Sato quickly commanded her to use her only proficient recovery move, unsuitable for active combat. Hearing the command, Beautifly flew to the brightest streetlight nearby and activated Morning Sun. A soft, milky white glow enveloped her as many of her injuries healed rapidly. Unfortunately, since it was nighttime, the energy gained from Morning Sun was limited, restoring only a little over a quarter of her stamina and health. Still, it was enough for Beautifly to rejoin the battle. With her pain significantly alleviated, Beautifly immediately set her sights on the Manectric that had struck her earlier. Its attack had hurt her deeply, and she wasn't about to let it go unpunished. A sharp gleam flashed in Beautifly's eyes as she summoned Flying-type energy. 6 crescent-shaped blades of white energy, each a meter in diameter, materialized around her before shooting toward Manectric. The electric type, noticing Beautifly's gaze, knew trouble was coming, but it was now entangled with allied Pokemon and couldn't escape. Despite its best efforts to dodge 2 of the air cutter blades, the remaining 4 curved mid-flight and struck true. With a howl, the Manectric collapsed, fainting on the spot. Beautifly stopped them with Stun Spore. After Beautifly eliminated the Manectric, Sato noticed a group of about 10 cycling gang members speeding toward them from the bike highway. Without hesitation, he directed Beautifly to intercept them. Immediately after the command, Beautifly flew toward the approaching bikers. The gang members only saw a flash of vibrant colors before a shower of orange-yellow powder descended upon them. Within moments, the gang members were paralyzed, toppling off their bikes like dominoes and writhing on the ground. The reinforcements, who had raced back from the highway, were now incapacitated. Witnessing their reinforcements defeated, the remaining gang members, who had momentarily regained morale, fell into despair. Run! If we get caught, it's all over. At someone's panicked shout, a low-ranking member turned and fled. Seeing this, the others abandoned their opponents and bolted as well. Before long, the battlefield turned chaotic as fleeing gang members on bicycles were relentlessly pursued by a single, beautiful, shiny Beautifly. The shiny Beautifly's dominance sealed the battle, breaking the gang's spirit and ensuring victory for Sato and his allies. During the battle, the first deserter had finally appeared. If they couldn't stop the chain reaction immediately, it would be nearly impossible to prevent a complete collapse. Unsurprisingly, these bikers, accustomed to dominating with favorable odds, lacked the resilience to hold their ground. As soon as one person fled, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions. Sato and the other members of the strike team made no significant effort to stop the deserters. Their strategy, discussed before the operation, was simple. Ignore the deserters and focus entirely on capturing the mysterious gang leader and their core members. Without their leader and the core group, the disbanded rank-and-file members would pose no further threat, and the bike highway's order would soon be restored. As the disarray among the bikers became apparent, Sato called his Beautifly back and stepped aside to observe. The rest was no longer his responsibility. He only needed to wait for the outcome. Watson and the other senior members of the strike team, embroiled in fierce battles with the gang's core members, had no complaints about Sato's decision to stand down. On the contrary, they were inwardly relieved. Those in the know understood that if Sato and his shiny Beautifly continued assisting, their chances to gain recognition would vanish, as they'd only serve as his backdrop. Even without Sato's further involvement, victory was already within grasp. The remaining gang leaders were fully surrounded, their escape impossible. Moreover, the strength of the bikers' leader and core members couldn't match the strike team's senior members. The gang leader, with their level 47 Bennett and level 43 Sevaper, was formidable at the peak elite level, but no match for Watson, a seasoned elite trainer. Had the leader not fought recklessly, risking life and limb, and exploited Watson's cautious, conservative approach, the battle would have ended far sooner. After another 10 minutes, the remaining gang members were defeated and captured. When the strike team removed the gang leader's mask, shock rippled through the group, leaving many members ashamed. Sato, too, was stunned to see the leader's true identity. The person who unified the bikers and repeatedly outwitted the strike team was actually a young woman. Specifically, she was a rebellious teenager, around 17 or 18 years old, her face adorned with heavy makeup and tattoos covering her body. Despite her menacing appearance, her talent as a trainer was undeniable. Given another year or two and the resources she'd amassed from her gang, she could have reached the ranks of an elite trainer capable of challenging even Watson. However, the scars on her once beautiful face and the marks of abuse on her body spoke volumes about her tragic life. Her eyes, filled with hatred and despair, revealed a soul crushed by her circumstances. What a waste, Sato thought as he observed her. She must have quite the story, and if she'd taken the right path, her potential would have been limitless. With the battle concluded, the team moved on to dividing the spoils. As the operation's key contributor, Sato was naturally involved in distributing the loot. Inside the gang's hideout, they discovered a wealth of stolen Pokemon items and valuables, neatly organized and labeled with their corresponding contribution values. In a small vault, stacks of Poke Dollars and rare items like nuggets, known for their high in-game resale value, awaited them. Sato estimated the total worth to exceed 50 million Poke Dollars. Clearly, the gang leader had ambitions beyond their current operation. If given more time, she might have transformed her gang into a fully fledged criminal organization in Malville City, with herself as its leader. This makes being a highway bandit seem like a viable career option, Sato joked internally, marveling at the horde before him. Highway bandit Sato Kaede. However, his musings were cut short by the distant sound of approaching police sirens and news reporters. He took one last look at the young leader, committing her face to memory, before mounting his mountain bike with Growlithe and slipping away unnoticed. While he wouldn't witness the official announcement of the raid's success, Sato had no concerns about his share of the rewards. He'd already made arrangements with Watson and the others. The reputation boost would be theirs, while he'd take half the mission rewards and loot. Watson's integrity, combined with the wealth of his colleagues Chris and Pat, assured him they wouldn't covet his share. With the gang eliminated, Sato resumed his journey. Riding his acro bike along the now peaceful highway, he pedaled steadily towards Slateport City. By 9 p.m., under the tranquil night sky, Sato was speeding alone along the highway. Nearing 11 p.m., the glittering lights of Slateport City finally came into view, feeling like a welcoming sight to the slightly winded trainer. Phew, finally made it. This bicycle expressway is quite long, took almost 2 hours to ride through. Sato rode his acro bike past the entrance checkpoint of the bicycle expressway into Slateport City, then looked at the still brightly lit city ahead and let out a long sigh, thinking to himself while covered in sweat. Hey, young man, coming through the bicycle expressway this late? You look pretty good. Seems like you didn't run into those pesky bike gangsters blocking the road and robbing people. Did those bastards call a day already? By the way, let me see your ID. As soon as Sato came out of the checkpoint, a portly lead police officer on night patrol noticed this rare visitor and quickly walked over with a chubby Grolive. He pressed his chin with his right hand shaped like a gun, squinted his small eyes, and questioned him with a look of suspicion. That's not the case. Tonight, someone in Malville City wiped out those nasty bike gangsters. That's why I dared to ride the bicycle expressway to Slateport City so late. Here, officer, this is my league ID. Seeing the chubby police officer looking at him with suspicion, Sato's mouth twitched slightly. He then took out his league ID from his pocket and answered with a smile. The chubby police officer was clearly very surprised by Sato's news. He didn't even bother to look at the league ID Sato handed over, quickly pulling out a black walkie-talkie from his belt and stepping aside to start a conversation with someone. That's great, kid. You're not lying to me. Those bastards are finally done for. What a relief. Oh, from Kanto, huh? It's been a while since I had a Pokemon battle with a young man from Kanto. Come on, kid. Let your Pokemon have a match with my Grolive. A few minutes later, the chubby police officer turned off the walkie-talkie with a smile and walked over to Sato, who had been left waiting. However, when the chubby police officer saw the information on Sato's league ID, he suddenly changed. His squinting eyes opened wide, revealing a fiery gaze, and he raised his chubby right hand to point at Sato, challenging him. Woof, woof, woof. The chubby Grolive was also ignited by its owner's fiery emotions. It stood up from the ground and barked a few times at the fellow Grolive peeking out from the basket on Sato's acro bike, declaring its fighting spirit. Indeed, young men from Kanto are always impressive. 5 minutes later, the chubby police officer watched seriously as Sato rode his acro bike away quickly, muttering to himself. Beside him, the chubby Grolive stood with a bruised face, looking resentfully at its unreliable owner. Phew! A gust of wind blew past the chubby police officer, carrying some drifting leaves with it. Then, a sudden newspaper slapped onto his face. After easily dealing with the unreliable chubby police officer, Sato obtained a decent city map from him. The chubby officer was clearly a big foodie, as the map marked the locations of various restaurants and the best routes to get there. At the same time, important places like his home, workplace, and the Pokemon Center were also marked. Sato was now following the best route to the Pokemon Center as indicated on the map. About 10 minutes later, Sato successfully arrived at the Pokemon Center in Slateport City. He handed over his shiny Beautifly and Grolive, who had battled that night, to Nurse Joy for treatment and booked a single room. Then, he waited in the lobby. While waiting, Sato quickly took out his laptop, connected to the Pokemon Center's Wi-Fi, and logged onto the official website of Slateport Airlines. He then booked a flight ticket to Saffron City for the next day. Airplanes were considered very high-end transportation in the Pokemon world. Even economy-class tickets were ridiculously expensive, especially for cross-continental flights, with a single ticket costing 100,000 Poke Dollars, something ordinary people couldn't afford. Despite this, cross-continental flights were almost always fully booked every day. After all, in the Pokemon world, the only means of cross-continental travel for ordinary people were ships and airplanes. Compared to ships, which were time-consuming and cheap, airplanes, though expensive, were much faster and far safer. Except for Pokemon like Spearow, most flying-type Pokemon in the sky were quite gentle. Moreover, because airplane tickets were expensive, the passengers were usually valuable social elites. Thus, The league specifically assigned powerful trainers specializing in flying-type Pokemon to ride alongside the planes for protection, a treatment far superior to that of ships. That's why every year, TV reports were filled with news of ships being unfortunately attacked by Pokemon, leading to maritime disasters. But there were rarely any reports of airplane accidents. When Sato was booking his ticket, both economy and business class were sold out, leaving only a few expensive first-class tickets. A single first-class ticket cost a whopping 600,000 poke dollars, almost like daylight robbery. Fortunately, Sato was quick, or he would have had to wait for the next flight to Saffron City in Kanto. When he bought the ticket, it was the last one available. The flight was scheduled to depart at 5 a.m. the next morning. If everything went according to plan and no unexpected incidents occurred, Sato would arrive at Saffron City Airport in Kanto around 8 p.m. the next day. "Oh, it really is you, Mr. Sato. I didn't expect to run into you here." Just as Sato was intently reviewing the information about his flight on the computer screen, a sweet voice filled with surprise suddenly appeared beside him. Hearing the voice, Sato immediately turned his head and saw a girl who looked strikingly similar to Nurse Joy smiling at him. She was wearing a trainee nurse uniform, and beside her stood a Chansey also dressed as a trainee nurse. "This is Eileen, right? It's been a while since we last met. I really didn't expect to bump into you here. Looking at your outfit, are you working as a nurse here now?" Recognizing the girl, Sato quickly stood up and smiled, not feeling the least bit embarrassed as he gave her a big hug. This trainee nurse was Eileen, whom he had worked with on the St. Louis before. During the shipwreck, she had participated in the rescue operations with him, making them comrades who had faced life and death together. After their reunion, the two sat down and began to talk about their experiences over the past few days. It turned out that after parting ways with Sato, Eileen had traveled with a few companions from the rescue team, following a route similar to Sato's to Slateport City. Because they had ventured onto the bicycle expressway, they unfortunately encountered the bike gangsters, who robbed Eileen and her companions of their valuables. Fortunately, the bike gangsters knew better than to push their luck and didn't steal their Pokemon, which would have seriously provoked the League. Thus, Eileen and her companions' Pokemon remained unharmed. Afterward, to earn travel funds, Eileen and her companions had taken up jobs in Slateport City. Thanks to Eileen's connections with the Joy family and her excellent healing skills, she managed to get a job at the Pokemon Center, while her other companions worked as waiters on the beach. It turns out that's what happened, huh? You guys are quite bold. Those biker gangs have a lot of people, and even with all of you, you'd barely be enough to fill their teeth. Still, it's lucky that neither you nor your Pokemon got hurt. Hearing that Eileen and her group had naively joined a crowd of ordinary trainers to force their way through the bike highway controlled by the biker gang, Sato couldn't help but shake his head, his expression somewhat speechless. Eileen blushed at his comment. Truthfully, she had opposed the idea at the time, but in the end, her own greed to save a few thousand poke dollars by using the toll-free bike highway to get to Slateport City had led her into trouble. As a result, not only did she lose all her money, but she also had to deal with the consequences. By the way, Mr. Sato, I saw your battle in LaRue City. It was amazing, 10 consecutive wins. And then you defeated that other strong trainer who was also on a 10-win streak. Oh, can you show me a Marshtomp? I'm a huge fan of his. His fighting style is just so cool and inspiring. Trying to shake off her embarrassment, Eileen quickly changed the subject. Her demeanor suddenly shifted, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked at Sato with starry eyes. Her Chansey mirrored her enthusiasm, eagerly looking at Sato as well. Haha, really? Well, my Marshtomp has already evolved. He's now a Swampert. All right, come out, Swampert. Here are two of your fans. Seeing Eileen and her Chansey suddenly transform into ardent fans, Sato twitched slightly but managed a smile. He retrieved Swampert's Pokeball and released him. In the next moment, Swampert's towering, muscular figure appeared before Eileen and her Chansey. Hearing Sato mention that these two smaller beings were his fans, Swampert was visibly pleased. He flexed his muscles, making himself look even more imposing and manly. Eileen and Chansey, seeing their idol now so tall, robust, and powerful, grew even more starstruck, their eyes sparkling as they immediately began giving Swampert a thorough massage. Their massage techniques were evidently far beyond Sato's ability. Swampert was so relaxed he nearly let out a groan. Feeling pampered by his two fans, Swampert scratched his head sheepishly, a bit embarrassed. Swampert's fan base was surprisingly large. Trainers resting or waiting for their Pokemon to recover overheard the conversation, and, after seeing Swampert in person, several young trainers, around 10 years old, also rushed over. They gazed at Swampert with awe and admiration, like fans meeting their idol. Who would have thought this guy was so popular? What about me, his trainer? I deserve some recognition too, don't I? Sigh. It seems people favor Pokemon over humans. Sato felt a bit unbalanced as he watched 7 or 8 fans, including a few pretty girls, fawn over Swampert, while he stood there largely ignored. Soon, the waiting hall echoed with an announcement calling Sato to the front desk to pick up his Growlithe and Beautifly. He promptly headed over and retrieved his 2 Pokemon. When Sato returned, Swampert was facing off against a sharply dressed young trainer and a snarling Feraligatr. Several trainers, seemingly the young man's entourage, had separated Eileen and the other fans from Swampert and were subtly surrounding him with their Pokemon. The air was tense, charged with an impending sense of battle. What's going on? Do you all have a death wish or something? Huh? Seeing his Swampert surrounded, Sato's expression immediately darkened. He strode over, his face stern as he addressed the young trainer. Swamp. Relieved to see Sato return, Swampert's previously tense demeanor relaxed. He quickly moved to Sato's side and cast a disdainful look at the Feraligatr, whose right arm hung limp. Sato's commanding presence was palpable. Having recently led a decisive victory in a large-scale battle, his aura as a seasoned, strong trainer was even more intimidating. His arrival caused the young trainer and his entourage to feel immense pressure, their expressions shifting dramatically. A misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Hello, I'm Karu. I just wanted to spar with your Swampert earlier. Nothing more. I had no intention of harming him. I deeply apologize for my earlier rudeness. The young trainer, who introduced himself as Karu, was evidently not an ordinary figure. Despite his earlier arrogance, he quickly adapted, putting on a bright, apologetic smile. He recalled his level 40 Feraligatr and had his entourage withdraw their Pokemon as well. Is that so? Since Swampert's unharmed, let's chalk this up to a misunderstanding. I'm new around here and don't want any trouble. But if anyone dares provoke me, I won't fucking take it lying down. Do you understand? Sato first checked with Swampert to ensure he was unscathed. Once he received a reassuring response, he turned back to Karu, his gaze sharp and menacing. Of course I understand. This was my fault. Please accept this small token as an apology. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship. Okay. Karu, eager to de-escalate the situation, smiled even more brightly. At his signal, one of his entourage stepped forward, carrying a thick briefcase. The case was opened slightly, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 1,000 Poke Dollar bills. A rough estimate put the total at about 2 million Poke Dollars. Money delivered to his doorstep was not something Sato would refuse, especially since this amount didn't mean much to him. His expression remained neutral as he accepted the case, a faint trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He waved dismissively, indicating Karu could leave. Karu noticed Sato's slight contempt but wasn't offended. Instead, he felt frustrated at his own lack of foresight. As he departed, Karu couldn't help but speculate about Sato's background, pondering how best to truly make amends. As the heir to a wealthy real estate mogul in Slateport City, he understood all too well how dangerous people like Sato could be. Mr. Sato, that guy lied. He was actually trying to capture Swampert earlier, thinking it was alone. Luckily, Swampert is strong. That Feraligatr couldn't handle him and even got its arm broken. After Karu left, Eileen, who had been anxiously observing the situation, quickly approached with Chansey and quietly shared the truth with Sato. I know, that guy's nothing but trouble. Follow me, Eileen. Sato smiled faintly as he spoke. He stood up from his seat, recalled all his Pokemon, and quickly headed toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Eileen clearly trusted Sato immensely. Without hesitation, she followed him up the stairs, her cheeks reddening slightly as she nervously walked into the single room he had booked at the Pokemon Center. "Here, Eileen, take this money. There should be over 2 million Poke dollars in here, enough to keep your travels in the Hoenn region going for quite a while." When Eileen truly entered the room, Sato's expression softened into a warm smile. He retrieved the briefcase full of money that Karu had handed him from his space equipment and offered it to her. "No, no, no. I can't accept this. Please take it back, Mr. Sato." Eileen was visibly shocked by Sato's generosity, though she showed no hint of greed toward the money in front of her. She immediately shook her head in refusal, her expression one of firm determination. "Don't say no just yet, Eileen. We're friends, aren't we?" Sato placed the briefcase on the ground and pretended to be upset as he spoke. "Of course. We're good friends who have been through thick and thin together." Eileen nodded vigorously, like a little chick pecking at rice, in response. "Well then, that settles it. You're in trouble now, so I'm definitely going to help you. Think of this money as a loan. You can pay me back when you can, right? Don't worry about me. I made a good amount at the Battle Tower, so I'm not short on cash for now." Satisfied with her response, Sato nodded. Finally, Eileen was convinced. She expressed her gratitude with teary eyes and promised that she would repay the money as soon as she could earn it. After Eileen left, Sato let out a small sigh of relief. He gestured toward his Ditto, which had disguised itself as a trainer's cap, and it quickly morphed into a generic, unremarkable human face mask. Sato donned the mask and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He understood the concept of a strong outsider being unable to suppress a local tyrant. Karu, the young trainer, was clearly one such tyrant. Although temporarily intimidated, Karu would pose a threat once he investigated Sato's background and recovered his confidence. To avoid any complications, Sato opted for a strategic retreat. This was where Ditto's transformation ability became invaluable, allowing him to leave unnoticed at any time. As for why Sato gave Karu's money to Eileen, there were two main reasons. The first was to deepen his bond with Eileen, who had immense potential as a healer trainer. Although she wasn't aware of it yet, Sato had scanned her team using his systems detection abilities. All her Pokemon had purple-level potential, and one of them, Araltz, even had gold-level potential. The second reason was Eileen's strong ties to the Joy family. This connection essentially granted her unparalleled freedom across the continent. Unless she courted disaster herself, her future was boundless. With this background, even Karu wouldn't dare harm her, unless he and his family had a death wish. Thus, giving Eileen the money not only helped her with her financial troubles, but also strengthened their relationship and irritated Karu. For Sato, it was an immensely satisfying move. Minutes later, Sato quietly left the Pokemon Center. He was now riding an acro bike toward a 24-hour clothing store. As Sato's Pokemon steadily grew stronger, his life and lifestyle was improving. No longer the struggling trainer he had been before, he now had millions of Poke dollars to his name. He understood the importance of appearances. The clothes someone wore often left an impression and reflected their social standing. Previously, Sato had worn standard trainer outfits due to his financial struggles. These budget-friendly clothes often attracted disdain and trouble, as many saw him as a weak and easily bullied commoner. Now, as a professional trainer almost at an elite level with ample funds, Sato decided it was time to dress appropriately for his new status. The clothing store Sato visited was one of the most famous in Slateport City. Initially, the staff, accustomed to dealing with the wealthy, were indifferent to him. But once Sato showcased his financial power, their attitudes quickly shifted to enthusiasm. By the time he left the store, Sato had completely revamped his look. He wore the latest in elite trainer fashion, paired with a freshly styled haircut. His sunny, handsome face and well-proportioned physique made him far more attractive, enough to draw lingering gazes from the female staff. Additionally, Sato purchased over 50 different outfits, including a few women's outfits and makeup kits. These were specially prepared to maximize Ditto's disguise capabilities. Since realizing someone had been tailing him, Sato's sense of danger had grown stronger, especially as he got closer to Kanto. Preparing for potential threats with disguises and stealth was now essential. This shopping spree wasn't cheap. Sato spent 4 million poke dollars in total. As he left, the store owner personally escorted him out and even presented him with an exclusive VIP card for future discounts. After finishing his clothing preparations, Sato checked into a well-furnished inn and rested early. The next morning, he woke at 4:30 a.m. and, by 5:30 a.m., successfully boarded a flight from Slateport City to Saffron City, beginning his return journey to Kanto. At 7 a.m., 10,000 meters above sea level, a massive airliner belonging to the Pokemon League/Alliance Airline Company had just departed from the Hoenn region's Slateport City Airport, en route to the Kanto continent. Thanks to a first-class ticket, Sato was among the first passengers to board the plane. He now sat in a spacious, luxuriously decorated private room, quietly enjoying a luxurious breakfast with his Pokemon. The first-class ticket, priced at a staggering 600,000 poke dollars, was undoubtedly expensive. However, the treatment offered more than justified the cost. Compared to the cramped economy class, where there was barely enough space for one person, first class felt like a world of luxury. First-class passengers enjoyed exclusive access to private rooms of over 50 square meters, lavishly decorated and furnished with all kinds of high-end amenities. If he wanted, Sato could lie comfortably on the bed and sleep through the flight to Saffron City. Most importantly, all food and beverages on the plane were free and offered in unlimited quantities. This was a feature Sato particularly appreciated, as he saw it as an opportunity to eat back the value of his first-class ticket. The quality of service, including the meals provided in first class, was top-notch. In fact, the airline was accustomed to passengers attempting to recover their ticket costs by indulging in the luxurious food options. Of course, the airline had measures to prevent passengers from bringing Pokemon with extraordinary appetites, such as Snorlax, onto the plane, citing overweight and safety risks as a perfectly reasonable regulation. Nevertheless, for the first time today, the 3 stewardesses serving the flight encountered a passenger capable of nearly matching Snorlax's legendary appetite. This was already their 6th trip, delivering a trolley full of an assortment of grilled meat to room 6 in the first-class cabin. As they struggled to push the trolley into the room, they saw the handsome trainer sitting there, having just finished his sumptuous breakfast. He was now gently wiping a Pokemon egg with a warm towel, while his Pokemon lounged comfortably on the sofa, resting after their meal. A golden ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in a serene and picturesque glow. The scene would have been perfect if not for the bulking blue figure sitting amidst a pile of bones in front of the trainer. Is that Swampert a monster? How can it eat so much? Its appetite rivals a Snorlax's. The 3 stewardesses couldn't help but think the same thing as they glanced at the now empty trolley beside the Swampert. After witnessing it devour an entire trolley of grilled meat in mere minutes for the 3rd time, they had grown somewhat numb to the sight. Swampert let out a dissatisfied grunt, clearly annoyed at how long it took the stewardesses to deliver its food. Without hesitation, it strode over, effortlessly grabbed the trolley from their hands, and waved them off as if to say, "Go away and stop bothering me while I eat." My apologies for Swampert's rudeness. That trolley must have been heavy. Thank you for your hard work. Here, this is a tip for each of you. Oh, and please bring 3 bottles of honey fruit juice next time. My Beautifly loves that drink. Sato smiled gently as he took out 3 1,000 poke dollar bills, handing them to the slightly startled stewardesses. Still, the allure of money worked wonders. Upon hearing Sato's words, the stewardess's eyes lit up, immediately drawn to the cute little bills in his hand. Those stewardesses working for the Pokemon Alliance Airline Company earned modest salaries. Their job often provided opportunities for extra perks, such as acting as personal shoppers for wealthy clients. Naturally, being assigned to serve first-class passengers was a highly coveted role. The generous tips from elite customers made the effort worthwhile. The stewardesses eagerly accepted the tips without a hint of embarrassment, thanking Sato profusely before leaving the room. Shortly after, one of them returned with 3 bottles of honey fruit juice. Seeing the juice, Sato's shiny beautifly excitedly flitted off the sofa. Using its long proboscis, it deftly retrieved a bottle from the stewardess's hands. Without waiting for assistance, Beautifly pierced the steel cap with its proboscis and began happily sipping the honeyed beverage. Unlike Sato's other Pokemon, which could consume solid food, Beautifly could only consume liquid nutrition, with nectar being its favorite. However, Sato had discovered that honey, especially the premium variety produced by Combi in the Sinnoh region, offered even greater nutritional value. Sato had invested heavily in purchasing this top-grade honey as a substitute, and Beautifly quickly grew to love it. Recently, Sato found that mixing honey with fruit juice made for an even better treat, as this drink greatly improved Beautifly's appetite. Unfortunately, the beverage's packaging didn't disclose its exact recipe, listing only the nutritional content of the honey and fruit juices used. Recreating it was a challenge, but the drink inspired Sato to experiment with crafting specialized poke blocks tailored for Beautifly. Sato's previous attempts in Viridian City to mix Beedrill honey with berries had yielded unique poke blocks. This experience encouraged him to further refine his recipes to create a blend that would perfectly suit Beautifly's dietary needs. In Pokemon training, proper nutrition was a critical aspect of Pokemon care. By tailoring his Pokemon's diets, Sato could potentially accelerate their growth and enhance their abilities. Although store-bought Pokemon food was decent, it was designed for the general market, offering basic sustenance without much customization. Both the Lily Cove Compendium, a gift from Elsa, and the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, provided by the village elder in White River Village, emphasize the importance of specialized diets in Pokemon development, even offering detailed recipes. To become a top-tier Pokemon trainer, one must also be a competent Pokemon breeder. Currently, Sato had acquired recipes for crafting customized food for his Swampert and Pelipper from the Lily Cove Compendium. Once he returned to Saffron City, he planned to source the necessary ingredients and start preparing these specialized meals. The plane departed at 5:30 a.m., and by nearly 9 p.m., it began its descent. Finally, at 9:10 p.m., the aircraft Sato was on landed at the Saffron City Pokemon League Airline Airport. Sato descended the temporary staircase from the plane to the ground. Looking up at the moon peeking out from the clouds, he felt that the moon over his homeland appeared rounder and brighter than in foreign lands. During the flight, aside from repeatedly reading through the Lily Cove Compendium and the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato's only activity had been sleeping. Unlike the passengers in economy and standard class, he was full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue. Saffron City, the heart of Kanto and a renowned international metropolis, was at its most vibrant and lively at night. Sato could barely resist the urge to explore the bustling streets of the city. Having already dined on the plane along with his Pokemon, Sato politely declined the offers of numerous female promoters handing out flyers for various delicacies in the airport's passenger exit area. He followed the signs and headed directly out of the airport. As Sato exited the airport gates, several taxis stationed nearby scrambled to reach him. Ultimately, an experienced driver closest to the gate managed to pull up first and courteously invited Sato into the cab. "Sir, where to?" The seasoned driver immediately noticed Sato's elite trainer attire, a clear indication of his affluent status. Having successfully ushered Sato into the cab, the driver eagerly asked for his destination. "Take me to 21 Saffron Road," Sato replied after a brief moment of thought. This address was the only Rocket Team contact point he currently knew, and it was also the entrance to the underground black market he had visited before. Sato was well aware of Saffron City's dual nature. While the surface bustled with prosperity, its underground market thrived just as vibrantly. However, it had been a long time since his last visit, which lasted less than a day due to a league crackdown forcing him to flee. He had no idea how the current power dynamics of Saffron's underground forces had shifted. Saffron City, steeped in immense interests, was a hub of hidden dangers and formidable trainers. The League and various factions engaged in overt and covert struggles here. Without caution, Sato knew his current strength might not suffice to ensure his survival. To play it safe, Sato decided to gather intelligence first. As a Rocket Team member, his best bet was to reconnect with his organization and obtain information through them. Sato firmly believed that with Sabrina acting as an insider for the League, Rocket Team had not only survived the last crackdown, but might have even reaped some benefits from it. The seasoned driver, living up to his reputation, instantly recognized the address and confidently set off with a cheerful "got it." Within moments, the cab sped away from the airport, heading toward the city center. About 10 minutes later, Sato arrived at a somewhat familiar location. Following his memory, he turned a corner and walked down a narrow alleyway, eventually arriving at the entrance of a general store he had visited before. The store was still open, as were a few neighboring shops. Sato's arrival drew the attention of several people who peered out from their shops, warily observing him. Previously, Sato might have felt a tinge of danger from the older shopkeepers in the vicinity. But now, they were hardly a concern. He could easily handle the Pokemon these shopkeepers relied on. Clearly, the elderly proprietors realized Sato was no ordinary trainer. As they debated whether to call for reinforcements, Sato raised his right hand, revealing a black wristwatch on his wrist. The tense atmosphere immediately eased. Recognizing Sato as one of their own, the shopkeepers visibly relaxed and quietly returned to their shops to keep watch. "Sir, how may I assist you?" As soon as Sato entered the general store, an elderly woman emerged with a warm smile and greeted him with exceptional respect. The woman seemed to have forgotten or failed to recognize Sato, who had previously been a rookie grunt with a much humbler appearance. Now, seeing his elite trainer attire, she assumed he was a high-ranking Rocket Team member and treated him with the utmost deference. "Take me to the underground black market's entrance," Sato stated, getting straight to the point. "Sir, here is your mask and cloak." Without hesitation, the elderly woman led Sato to the entrance of the black market and handed him the necessary attire for entering. She was too intimidated to ask for payment. "You've been stationed here all day. It must be tough. Take this and treat yourself to something nice," Sato said, handing her 5 1,000 poke dollar bills before donning the mask and cloak to enter the dimly lit passage. "Thank you, sir. Safe travels." The elderly woman beamed with gratitude as she accepted the bills, bowing deeply in thanks as Sato disappeared into the passage. The tunnel remained much the same as before. Sato navigated the long underground staircase, passed through a wide corridor teeming with Zubat and Golbat, and finally arrived at the transit station brimming with Psychic-type Pokemon. Familiar with the rules here, Sato bribed a Rocket Team member with 30,000 poke dollars to acquire a black token labeled number 2, allowing him to bypass the long queues. With the help of a level 41 Alakazam's teleport, Sato experienced a brief disorienting shift before arriving at the Rocket Team's base in Saffron City's underground black market. However, upon entering his designated room, Sato noticed a significant change in the map detailing the power distribution within the black market. Previously, Rocket Team's red areas occupied about 60% of the map. Now, nearly the entire map was drenched in red. The once prominent yellow zones, representing Saffron's local gang, the Golden Gang, had completely vanished. Meanwhile, the green zones indicating Pokemon hunter groups had slightly expanded. It seems the entire underground black market of Saffron City has fallen under Rocket Team's control. As expected, during the League's last crackdown, Rocket Team survived unscathed, while the Golden Gang was sacrificed as an example, Sato thought, narrowing his eyes as he studied the map. After memorizing the map in his mind, Sato left the teleportation hall and made his way out of the base, heading to the reception area to pick up a new Rocket Team exclusive mask and cloak. Currently, the entire underground black market in Saffron City was under the control of Team Rocket. Wearing this outfit granted Sato almost unrestricted movement in the market. Team Rocket's dominance was undeniable, and even a low-level member like him benefited from its influence. This control over the black market also meant that Team Rocket had successfully eliminated other criminal forces in Saffron City, solidifying its position as the absolute ruler of the underworld. It wasn't hard to imagine that with such a powerful cash cow under its command, Team Rocket would enter a rapid growth phase in the coming years. Eventually, it might unify the criminal underworld of the entire Kanto region. Controlling Saffron City's underground market is probably the key to Team Rocket's rise in the next few years. I can't fathom why the League would allow this to happen, letting Team Rocket siphon Saffron's resources unchecked, growing stronger until it becomes unstoppable. Sato mused as he stepped out of Team Rocket's base in Saffron City. Looking around, he saw Rocket Team members stationed everywhere on the black market streets. Compared to the previous visit, their presence had increased significantly, indicating Team Rocket's growing influence in the city. Sato's goals for tonight were twofold. First, he wanted to find suitable TMs for Shiny Beautifly to learn. Having been busy traveling recently, he hadn't had the chance to look for good moves for the Pokemon. Now that he was in Saffron City's enormous black market, he aimed to solve this issue. Second, he needed rare ingredients to prepare food for his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. While most of the ingredients listed in the Dewford Compendium could be easily obtained through normal channels, a few rare ones might only be found here. Sato currently had about 57 million Poke Dollars. Earlier that day, Watson and his group had transferred half of the earnings from their raid on the cycling gang to him via bank transfer. The group had sold off all the gang's loot for 80 million Poke Dollars, and combined with the 20 million mission reward, Sato's cut alone amounted to over 50 million. Though the raid didn't bring him fame, the financial gains more than made up for his recent expenses on an off-road acro bike and branded clothes. In addition, Sato earned 2,000 League contribution points. Being an A-rank mission, the League had been generous with its rewards, significantly boosting Sato's progress toward the 10,000 points required to qualify for his formal promotion. Armed with 57 million Poke Dollars, Sato felt confident entering Saffron's black market, where money spoke louder than anything else. He hopped onto his acro bike and quickly rode toward the free trade zone, the place he was most eager to visit. He had a feeling he'd find plenty of interesting items there. Although he had enough funds to shop at the major stores run by influential groups in the black market, TM prices were notoriously high. Even with his wealth, he doubted he could buy much from those greedy vendors. Thus, Sato decided to try his luck at the free trade zone first. This area attracted trainers looking to sell items they didn't need, including rare finds like TMs. Compared to official stores, prices in the free trade zone were significantly lower. If he was lucky, he might even encounter someone selling bootleg TMs, like he had once seen in Pewter City's underground market. Bootleg technology in the Pokemon world was surprisingly advanced. Despite the efforts of major organizations to prevent piracy, ingenious individuals still managed to produce counterfeit TMs. However, due to technical limitations, these knockoffs often had high failure rates and were usually low-tier moves. Even so, they were incredibly popular among trainers of modest means. Of course, the crackdown on counterfeit TMs was relentless. Anyone caught buying or producing them faced corresponding consequences. Arriving at the bustling free trade zone, Sato was immediately struck by the crowd. The sheer number of people could only be described as a sea of humanity. Thanks to his Rocket Team affiliation, Sato not only avoided the entrance fee, but also bypassed the long lines, entering through a dedicated Rocket Team member passage. Under Team Rocket's management, the free trade zone was highly organized. Patrols of Rocket Team members, exuding an intimidating aura, ensured strict order. Even the most hardened trainers, accustomed to living on the edge, dared not cause trouble here. After the League raid over a month ago, Team Rocket had firmly established its dominance. Anyone who violated its rules had already disappeared permanently. Saffron City's black market lived up to its reputation, offering treasures from around the world. Within minutes of exploring the vast free trade zone, Sato spotted several enticing items. For instance, he saw TMs for Solar Beam and Shadow Ball, as well as a talisman radiating an ominous aura. If Sato wasn't mistaken, the talisman was likely a spell tag, which enhanced ghost-type moves. Since Sato didn't have any ghost Pokemon, he wasn't interested in the talisman. However, the Solar Beam and Shadow Ball TMs caught his attention, as he remembered Beautifly could learn both moves. Unfortunately, the vendors selling these TMs had no intention of lowering their prices. The Solar Beam TM was priced at a staggering 10 million Poke Dollars, while the Shadow Ball TM cost 6 million. After some negotiation, only the Shadow Ball vendor relented, lowering the price by 1 million. Ultimately, Sato purchased the TM for 5 million Poke Dollars. Encouraged by his first successful transaction, Sato continued browsing the free trade zone. Within minutes, he found another intriguing item, a small orb radiating an intense electrical charge. Even from several meters away, Sato could feel the electromagnetic field, causing his hair and body hair to stand on end. Saffron City's underground black market truly lives up to its reputation. Items that are rare elsewhere are found here with surprising ease. I never expected to locate a light ball, Pikachu's exclusive item, so quickly. Let's ask the price first. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it. Sato muttered to himself with excitement as he quickly recognized the electrically charged orb. The light ball, also known as the electric ball/orb, is an exclusive Pokemon item for Pikachu. Unlike naturally occurring items, it is crafted by Pikachu themselves. While Pikachu frequently displays extraordinary feats in the anime, the reality is that Pikachu as a species are naturally weak in base stats and require a Thunderstone to evolve. These limitations make strong Pikachu rare in the wild, often leaving them at a disadvantage among other Pokemon species. Research by Pokemon experts reveals that elder Pikachu, to enhance their species' survivability, bathe in natural lightning before their death and use their lifetime stored electricity to create a treasure, the light ball. Typically found only within Pikachu communities, these treasures are usually reserved for exceptionally gifted Pikachu. A Pikachu holding a light ball becomes immensely powerful, with its physical and special attacks doubling in strength. This means a Pikachu with a light ball attains an attack stat of 110 and a special attack stat of 100. Paired with their naturally excellent speed stat, they gain the capability to challenge stronger Pokemon head-on. Note, according to the Pokemon Encyclopedia, Ash's Pikachu is indeed overpowered. Known as Partner Pikachu, its base stat total is 430, compared to a regular Pikachu's 320. With the light ball, Partner Pikachu's attack stat reaches 160, and special attack climbs to 150, giving it the edge to go head-to-head with legendary Pokemon. The light ball's properties are highly unique. Although its immense electricity makes it a valuable resource for electric-type Pokemon, the energy inside behaves almost sentiently, recognizing its rightful user. As a result, only Pikachu can fully harness its power. If used by other Pokemon, the light ball's energy will destabilize and explode, injuring the non-Pikachu user. The vendor selling this light ball was also a Team Rocket member, wearing a mask and cloak like Sato. However, from the silhouette under the cloak and the glimpse of pale legs, Sato discerned the vendor was likely a woman. In addition to the light ball, this female Team Rocket member was selling two other rare items: a sharp beak, which boosts flying-type moves, and charcoal, which enhances fire-type moves. A strong trainer, Sato evaluated. He sensed a faint aura of danger from her and, considering the rare Pokemon items on display, concluded she must be formidable. How much for this light ball? Enduring the electromagnetic force emanating from the light ball, Sato approached the stall and politely asked, 10 million Poke Dollars. Non-negotiable. The vendor replied in an indifferent tone, her gaze still fixed on the cliched romance novel in her hands without even glancing at Sato. Is the light ball worth 10 million Poke Dollars? Absolutely not. Only a fool would pay such a price. The light ball is an excellent item, but its utility is highly restricted to Pikachu. If not for this limitation, specialists and Electro Pokemon would compete to purchase it, even at prices exceeding hundreds of millions. In the anime's third episode, Ash outright states that the Pikachu species are extremely common. Beyond Ash and a select few trainers, almost no one used Pikachu in battle. They were primarily kept as pets. This indirectly highlights Pikachu's perceived value among trainers. Without a Thunderstone for evolution, Pikachu is viewed as a weak Pokemon, great as a pet, but unsuitable for combat. Moreover, once Pikachu evolves into Raichu, the Light Ball becomes unusable. Every sensible trainer knows how limited the Light Ball's utility is. From the general trainer's perspective, the Light Ball is decent but comparable in value to an ordinary Thunderstone, perhaps even less. After all, a Thunderstone evolves Pikachu into Raichu, whose base stats, 486, surpass those of Pikachu, 320, by a significant 166 points. While the Light Ball adds 110 to Pikachu's stats, Raichu remains superior, offering more powerful moves. The vendor's outrageous price of 10 million Poke Dollars made Sato think she was crazy. However, he did not let his irritation show. The immense electric energy contained in the Light Ball suggested there might be a reason for the price. He discreetly activated the system's appraisal function. The next moment, upon seeing the Light Ball's details, Sato's heart raced, and a wave of astonishment surged through him. Light Ball details. Item: Mutated Thunder Orb. Effects: increases Pikachu's attack and special attack by 2.5 times. Grants Pikachu a continuous charging effect. Bestows the static ability to Pikachu. Restriction: can only be used by a Pikachu with a Gold 4 rating and a Lightning Rod ability. Note: this orb was left by a powerful level 83 Pikachu with a Gold 4 rating who, due to its Lightning Rod ability, absorbed electricity from battles with Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, and Zekrom. Through various serendipitous encounters, it refined this energy into the Light Ball. Don't assume everyone's a fool. If you truly want to sell it, I'll offer 3.5 million. You know that's its actual worth, Sato said, keeping his tone calm while suppressing his excitement, ensuring he didn't betray any unusual interest. The moment Sato finished speaking, the female Team Rocket member closed her book and stared sharply into his eyes, seemingly trying to see through him or pressure him into yielding. Unfortunately for her, Sato remained unfazed, meeting her gaze directly. The tension between them grew, both exuding the kind of intensity that only those who had faced life-and-death battles could possess. With this book included, it's 10 million Poke Dollars. Not a single cent less, she said coldly, pulling out a makeshift book bound with staples and photocopy paper. Deal. The Light Ball and the book for 10 million Poke Dollars, Sato replied, crouching to flip through the book briefly before nodding in agreement. Sato skimmed through the book and quickly realized it was about raising electric-type Pokemon. Of course, this crudely compiled book was an abridged version, containing only information on raising Pikachu and the Magnemite family. Even so, the book's value remained exceptionally high. Knowledge about Pokemon training was indeed worth the price. This book could save Sato many missteps while raising Piku, ensuring he wouldn't waste Piku's natural talent. It would allow Piku to grow quickly without compromising its potential. After transferring 10 million Poke Dollars to the female Team Rocket member in front of him, Sato successfully acquired the precious Thunder Orb and the abridged book from her. Once both items were safely stored in his spatial equipment, the heavy weight pressing on Sato's heart finally lifted. At this point, even if the female Rocket member regretted the transaction, there was no way Sato would relinquish his newfound treasures. The Light Ball, classified as the Mutated Thunder Orb, was an exceptional item. Coincidentally, it would be perfect for his Piku once it evolved into Pikachu. When that happened, Sato's Pikachu would likely become incredibly powerful, perhaps even strong enough to mentor Ash's Pikachu if they ever met. Setting aside the mind-blowing effects of massively boosting attack and special attack by 2.5 times, the ability to keep Pikachu in a continuous charge state alone was astonishing. This meant that every electric type move Pikachu used would have double power, and its special defense would remain maximized. As for the third effect, granting Pikachu the static ability, it was highly practical. Pikachu, being a high-speed, high-offense but fragile Pokémon, was especially vulnerable to close-range attacks. The static ability could significantly mitigate this weakness. If luck was on their side and the opponent got paralyzed, the tide of battle could shift dramatically. In summary, spending 10 million Poke Dollars for such a powerful Thunder Orb, plus an electric Pokemon training book, was an incredible deal for Sato. Meanwhile, the female Team Rocket member, Mia, who had just completed the transaction with Sato, shared his sentiment. She was delighted at how much she had profited from this deal. Mia was a Team Rocket leader in Saffron City, a grass-type Pokemon specialist nicknamed Bloodythorn. She had the strength to stand against elite trainers. She had acquired the Thunder Orb and the book as spoils of war during an operation to eliminate remnants of the Golden Gang. The battle with a Golden Gang core member specializing in electric Pokemon had been grueling, almost costing Mia her life. In the end, her grass-type Pokemon's natural advantage over electric types, along with their superior healing capabilities, secured her victory. Without those factors, the outcome might have been very different. Mia was well aware of the Thunder Orb's uniqueness, but also its limited applicability, which significantly reduced its value. Since she had no interest in raising electric Pokemon, she decided to sell it. Initially, the Thunder Orb attracted attention, but most potential buyers were either too poor or too stingy, offering less than the price of an ordinary Thunderstone. Disheartened, Mia didn't proceed with any of those offers. After all, she shared the common belief that Pikachu was too weak a Pokemon to bother raising. If a trainer had the resources, they would have evolved it into Raichu long ago. Thus, the Thunder Orb had remained unsold for over half a month, until she encountered Sato, the proverbial big fish. At first, she tried raising the price as usual to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, Sato offered the highest price she had ever received, exceeding the cost of a Thunderstone by 1.5 million Poke Dollars. This confirmed her suspicion that he was a clueless, wealthy buyer. As expected, when she bundled the Thunder Orb with a copy of the rare training book, Sato agreed to her steep price without hesitation. Now, even if Sato regretted his purchase, Mia wouldn't give back the 10 million Poke Dollars. For a brief moment, as they looked at each other, their eyes betrayed not only joy but also a hint of pity, each secretly viewing the other as a fool. Yet, the sentiment was mutual and good-natured. All in all, the transaction was a win-win for both parties. Because of the substantial amount of money involved, combined with mutual respect for each other's abilities and their shared affiliation with Team Rocket, the two found their relationship unexpectedly deepened, almost like meeting a kindred spirit. Mia, hoping to profit further, enthusiastically pitched more goods to Sato. Meanwhile, Sato, eager to obtain more comprehensive electric Pokemon training knowledge, humored her while covertly prying for information. In the end, Mia sold him Electro-Ebb TM for 5 million Poke Dollars, and Sato confirmed from her that the copy of the book in his possession contained all the content of the original abridged version. Take care. If you ever need anything good, I'll contact you first, Mia said warmly after making her third big sale, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Fair enough. As long as it's good stuff, I'll offer a satisfying price. See you around, Sato replied, nodding. After exchanging contact information with Mia, Sato turned and left. His haul from this trip was substantial, and he hoped to score more treasures for Mia in the future. However, it seemed that acquiring the mutated Thunder Orb might have exhausted all the good fortune Sato had accumulated through good deeds. During the rest of his treasure hunt, Sato found little of interest. Even when he did, the items were either too expensive or not worth the price. After browsing through the free trade area, Sato left and rode his off-road bike toward the Pokemon Item Specialty Zone. Currently, Sato had obtained Shadow Ball and Electro-Ebb TMs, both usable by his Beautifly, fulfilling the first objective of his visit to Saffron City's underground market. Next, he aimed to accomplish his second goal, gathering ingredients to make Pokemon food for his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. The Pokemon item specialty zone gathered shops from major guilds worldwide. These guilds were often tied to various powerful organizations, and even though Team Rocket now controlled Saffron City's underground black market, they dared not target these stores. The shops established by these major guilds boasted a dazzling variety of items. One could confidently say that as long as the item existed in the Pokemon world and your wallet was deep enough, you could buy it here. Sato's visit to this place was for a specific purpose: to gather ingredients to prepare food for his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. Pokemon food primarily consisted of edible crops cultivated by humans, combined with powdered berries. The main crops used in Pokemon food were wheat and rice, with wheat being the most commonly used. Its purpose was to alleviate Pokemon hunger. Berry powders, on the other hand, acted as supplementary ingredients. The Pokemon world had a vast array of berries, each attributed to specific Pokemon types. However, the specific attributes of these berries were closely guarded knowledge, typically known only to top-tier Pokemon breeders, researchers, and experienced berry farmers. Ordinary people could only acquire this knowledge through dedicated study. Pokemon food had become a massive money-making industry controlled by the Pokemon League and elite breeders. Any attempt to disrupt this industry would face severe consequences from these stakeholders behind the scenes. To create food tailored to a specific Pokemon type, one had to know the berry's attributes, as Pokemon could only consume food corresponding to their type. Feeding them incorrectly could lead to indigestion, illness, or even poisoning. For example, a Fire-type Pokemon eating Water-type food would likely fall ill due to the opposing nature of the ingredients. Sato, however, lacked extensive knowledge of the names or attributes of the myriad berries in the Pokemon world. He only remembered a few common ones and their effects. Thankfully, through books and inherited knowledge, he knew some Pokemon food recipes and deduced a few berry attributes. Sato was most familiar with water-type berries, including orange berries, citrus berries, nepa berries, and pecha berries, which were commonly used in water-type Pokemon food. According to the Lily Cove compendium he acquired from Elsa, the ingredients for Swampert's food included high-quality wheat flour, beef powder, stardust, shoal salt, deep sea scale powder, pecha berry powder, lepa berry powder, citrus berry powder, pamtray berry powder, watmel berry powder, durin berry powder, baloo berry powder. For Shiny Pelipper's food, the ingredients were premium wheat flour, codfish powder, shoal salt, deep sea scale powder, flying type beak powder, nanab berry powder, pecha berry powder, blackberry powder, citrus berry powder, nepa berry powder, raspberry powder. Swampert, being a dual water and ground type Pokemon, had water as its primary type, so its food mainly required water type ingredients, supplemented with ground type components. Similarly, Shiny Pelipper, a water and flying type Pokemon, needed a diet dominated by water type ingredients, with flying type elements as a complement. Among the required ingredients, wheat flour, regular meat powders, and berry powders were easy to find. However, rarer items like stardust, shoal salt, and deep sea scales were more challenging. The deep sea scale, in particular, was exceptionally rare. Rich in pure water-type energy, it was a top-tier ingredient found only in the deep seas of Hoenn and required expert divers to retrieve. As a result, its annual supply was limited, and its price reflected this scarcity. A single deep sea scale cost around 1 million poke dollars on the black market and could go even higher when supply was low. Fortunately, the Lily Cove compendium specified that only a small amount of deep sea scale powder was required to make Swampert's food. A single scale could produce 50 servings of standard water-type Pokemon food. Otherwise, sustaining Swampert's voracious appetite would bankrupt Sato. After deducting his expenses in the free trade zone, Sato had over 37 million poke dollars left, which he estimated was enough to prepare ample food for his Pokemon, especially since Swampert's diet was the most costly. Swampert's immense strength required significant energy, and Sato was committed to providing it, even at great expense. Sato began with the easier ingredients, purchasing high-quality wheat flour, beef powder, and codfish powder. The flour and beef powder were relatively affordable, though the codfish powder was pricier. Spending 500,000 poke dollars, he bought 10 tons of wheat flour, 5 tons of beef powder, and 5 tons of codfish powder, storing them in a specialized spatial device. Next, Sato went to a renowned Hoenn berry store to purchase the required berries. Hoenn's tropical climate was ideal for berry growth, and Sato quickly collected what he needed. However, these berries were more expensive than regular ones. For instance, a single orange berry cost about 100 poke dollars, while the berries he purchased cost 5 to 6 times that. Thankfully, his bulk purchase of 1,000 units of each berry earned him a 20% discount, bringing the total to 4 million poke dollars. The store even gifted him a specialized berry bag with ample compartments for easy organization. Finally, it was time to acquire the rare items: stardust, shoal salt, and flying-type beak powder. Sato managed to find these after visiting several stores, but he couldn't locate the most critical ingredient: deep sea scales. Every shop he visited claimed they were out of stock, with any available scales already reserved. After so many setbacks, Sato finally realized how challenging it was to create specialized Pokemon food himself. Clearly, deep sea scales, a top-tier water-type ingredient, were always in stock in every trade association store. The unfortunate part was that Sato wasn't considered a customer by these stores. Because of this, he had no chance of purchasing deep sea scales from them. This highlighted the terrifying level of control the upper echelons of the Pokemon world had over such resources. Without the right connections, influence, or strength, Sato would likely have to venture into the deep sea to find the scales himself. After inquiring at the 82nd Trade Association store without success, Sato couldn't help but feel somewhat discouraged. However, he was well aware that deep sea scales were the key ingredient in the specialized Pokemon food for both Swampert and his shiny Pelipper. Without this ingredient, the chemical synergy created by the mix of other ingredients would be greatly diminished, preventing them from reaching their full potential. Fortunately, just as he was about to leave the Pokemon specialty zone and try his luck in the free trading area, Sato's eyes were drawn to the emblem on the signboard of a large store ahead. He felt a jolt of excitement, as if he'd stumbled upon a light at the end of the tunnel. The emblem depicted two intertwined fish, a symbol of the illustrious Ryurii clan, a superfamily renowned in the Hoenn region for their mastery of water-type Pokemon. Looks like it all comes back to connections in the end. "I owe you another favor, Wallace," Sato thought as he observed the grand and elegantly decorated store with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Ryurii clan, famous for their expertise with water types, boasted countless powerful trainers. Naturally, they would stockpile top-tier water-type ingredients like deep sea scales and even dispatch specialists to collect them from the ocean floor. If any store in this underground Saffron City black market had deep sea scales, this one was the most likely. Of course, given the clan's heavy reliance on water Pokemon, their daily consumption of water-type food would be astronomical. Their demand for deep sea scales must also be immense. This store's true purpose likely wasn't to sell to outsiders, but to serve as a base for the Ryurii clan to acquire critical resources from the underground black market. While they might have deep sea scales, they probably wouldn't sell them to outsiders. However, while stores controlled by other factions wouldn't sell to him, Sato had some confidence that he could persuade the Ryurii clan store to part with what he needed. To avoid exposing his secret identity as a Rocket member, Sato left the store and quickly headed to a nearby public restroom. When Sato emerged, he had changed into a polished, elite trainer uniform. He also wore a white mask created by Ditto. Thus prepared, Sato entered the Ryurii clan store. Instead of immediately stating his intention to purchase deep sea scales, he pulled out a particular item and showed it to the middle-aged shopkeeper at the counter. The initially haughty shopkeeper's expression changed drastically upon seeing what Sato held. His demeanor shifted instantly, and he adopted a sycophantic attitude, resembling a servile lackey. "Sir, what do you require of me?" I will do everything in my power to assist you, the shopkeeper said with utmost respect, quickly approaching Sato with a deep bow. As expected, this silver badge Wallace casually gave me is extraordinary. Solving the issue of deep-sea scales turned out to be effortless, Sato mused, watching the shopkeeper's transformation. The badge, featuring the Ryurei clan's double fish emblem, marked the bearer as a clan member. While it probably wasn't Wallace's personal badge, its high rank was evident. It was enough to intimidate the shopkeeper, who was clearly a subordinate serving the Ryurei clan. Fetch me 10 deep-sea scales. Here's 10 million poke dollars. Use it to replenish the stock, Sato commanded with a faint tone of authority, subtly projecting the presence of a powerful trainer to assert his dominance. Though puzzled about why Sato would pay for the scales, the shopkeeper dared not question someone wielding a second-tier clan member badge. He immediately complied, hurrying to the store's warehouse. Minutes later, the shopkeeper returned with a finely crafted box and handed it to Sato with both hands, bowing deeply. Upon opening the box and confirming the presence of exactly 10 deep-sea scales, Sato gave a slight nod, said nothing, and quickly left the store with the box in hand. Once Sato was gone, the shopkeeper and several young, attractive female staff members sighed in relief. Curious, one of the staff asked who Sato was, only to be met with a scolding from the shopkeeper. Sternly, he ordered everyone not to breathe a word about the encounter. Having obtained the deep-sea scales, Sato was in high spirits. Yet, rather than leaving the underground market to immediately prepare the Pokémon food, he visited a store specializing in Pokémon food production. As a novice in the craft, Sato lacked the skills of professionally trained Pokémon breeders. Handcrafting the food was out of the question. To compensate, Sato decided to purchase advanced equipment tailored for beginner Pokémon breeders. This would enable even an amateur like him to produce Pokémon food. Ultimately, Sato spent 3 million Poke Dollars on a set of food-making equipment ideal for beginners. Once everything was prepared, Sato switched back to his rocket uniform and left the underground market via the rocket base's teleport station. At 11:21 p.m., in a desolate, shadowy alleyway in the western district of Saffron City, ripples of spatial distortion flickered on the ground. A second later, an alakazam and a masked, cloaked figure in black materialized. The figure appeared unconscious at first, but after about a minute, he slowly regained awareness. As he stood up, the alakazam behind him suddenly emitted a flash of blue light from its eyes, then melted like water into the rippling space behind it and disappeared. Teleportation? Huh, what an impressive method of travel. If I ever get the chance, I need to capture a psychic-type Pokémon capable of it. It's just too efficient for escaping or chasing down enemies. Sato turned to watch the eerie disappearance of the alakazam into the rippling space. His pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the powerful spatial abilities of the Pokémon. Once the alakazam had completely vanished, Sato immediately released Golbat, a Pokémon perfectly suited for maneuvering in such darkness. Using Golbat's assistance, he quickly confirmed that no one was nearby. Relieved, Sato boldly began changing his clothes right there in the alley. Before long, Sato was dressed in an elite black trainer's outfit with gold trim, along with a matching hat. Guided by Golbat, he confidently left the secluded alley and made his way toward the bustling streets nearby. The place Alakazam had brought Sato to was extraordinarily remote, so much so that it was essentially a lawless zone. Not long after stepping out of the filthy, deserted alley, Sato encountered several groups of delinquents whose eccentric attire screamed rebellion. Each of these troublemakers carried 1 or 2 pokeballs on their person, making it clear that they were trainers of some sort. They eyed Sato like a pack of wild dogs sizing up an intruder, their gazes filled with ill intent. However, Sato's elite trainer attire, paired with the menacing presence of his Golbat, exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Even without actively showcasing his strength, his appearance alone was enough to intimidate most of the delinquents, making them think twice before approaching. The leaders of these groups, possessing some degree of judgment, forcefully restrained their subordinates' impulse to rob Sato. In the end, the gang leaders settled for having their lackeys tail him from a safe distance until he left their turf. It seems Team Rocket has thoroughly infiltrated these lawless parts of Saffron City. Many of these delinquents will likely become their pawns in the future. Under the dim light of the street lamps, Sato noticed numerous graffiti tags of the letter are scrawled on nearby walls. He also spotted several small, inconspicuous posters in hidden corners, containing coded recruitment messages for Team Rocket. Some of the posters had already been torn down by others. Additionally, Sato observed numerous rocket-related tattoos on the exposed skin of some of the delinquents. All these signs painted a clear picture. Team Rocket's influence had spread deeply into these areas, and many of the original residents from the lowest rungs of society were beginning to align themselves with the organization. These impoverished residents, unwilling to accept their bleak and miserable lives, sought power, wealth, and recognition. Like Sato himself, they nervously sold their souls to Team Rocket, embarking on a path of no return, a path where they discovered even harsher realities but could no longer turn back. Having experienced Team Rocket's initial trials and subsequent missions, Sato understood that the organization never invested in lost causes. Few passed the initial tests, while the rest became tools to be exploited for life, trapped in a cycle they could never escape. Still, Team Rocket's boldness in openly recruiting an elite-controlled city like Saffron couldn't be entirely separated from the League's selective neglect of these areas. Like any large organization, the Pokemon League started with noble intentions. Yet, over time, as some individuals' ideals shifted, signs of decay inevitably emerged. The Pokemon League had existed for over a millennium. Many once glorious noble families, after being suppressed by the League and forced to join it, gradually regained their strength under its shadow. These families, leveraging their inherent advantages, infiltrated various aspects of the League. Although each generation brought forth individuals embodying the League's founding spirit, the signs of corruption were undeniable. This very corruption served as fertile ground for dark organizations like Team Rocket. As the quintessential criminal syndicate, Team Rocket was like a vine wrapped around the League's great tree. At first, it sprouted in the limited soil beneath the tree, surviving on scant sunlight and rain. Then, it slowly climbed up the tree trunk. Its next stage was to vie for sunlight in the canopy, eventually overtaking the tree. Currently, Team Rocket was firmly in its second stage. Saffron City's underground black market had become the sustenance it needed to further entangle itself with the League. If the League didn't act swiftly, the vine would soon reach the canopy, competing with the tree for sunlight. Ugh, why am I even thinking about this? After all, I'm part of Team Rocket now, and this level of class struggle is far beyond me. Even if I know all this, what can I do? To make any real difference, I need to be at least at the level of the Elite Four or a champion. As he walked, Sato glanced at the impoverished people still struggling to make a living late into the night. His heart filled with mixed emotions. He had seen similar scenes in Pewter City, because he used to be one of them. Even as these thoughts crossed his mind, Sato couldn't help but recall everything he had observed along the way. A bitter sense of empathy lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. If I ever managed to gain real power, maybe I should do something about it. This world shouldn't be so unfair. At some point, such a thought took root in Sato's mind like a seed, planting itself deep within his heart. Sato stepped out of the impoverished western district of Saffron City and into a bustling, vibrant area. The stark contrast in scenery stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. Gone was the eagerness he had felt earlier when leaving the black market, excited to experiment with making Pokemon food. Instead, a restless agitation simmered in his heart, compelling him to seek an outlet. And what better outlet than battle? Hailing a cab on the roadside, Sato instructed the driver to take him to the Battle Dome in Saffron City's Central District. Saffron City, renowned as the City of Battles in Kanto, cater to the needs of the many trainers residing within it by offering numerous public and private battle facilities. Among these, the Battle Dome stood as the most iconic. Built and operated by the Pokémon League itself, its authority and prestige were unmatched in Saffron, even better than the Battle Arena he'd visited the last time he was in Saffron City. The Battle Dome promised trainers a fair environment and stringent rules. Every trainer who entered was logged into the league's vast database, and opponents of equivalent skill levels were algorithmically matched for battles. However, only trainers who had reached the elite level, owning at least 3 Pokémon above level 30, were eligible to participate. After a 15-minute ride, Sato arrived at the entrance to the massive Battle Dome. Paying the fare, he stepped out and gazed at the majestic structure, its grandeur reminding him of the Battle Tower in LaRousse City. In terms of stature and prominence, Sato thought the two facilities were almost on par. Unlike the Battle Tower, which operated under a floormaster system, the Battle Dome focused purely on combat. The Kanto League had built it to enhance trainers' battle skills and scout for potential talent. It also employed a point-based system. Trainers earned points by winning battles, with higher-level matches and win streaks yielding greater rewards. These points could be exchanged for various items from the Dome's extensive catalog, courtesy of its league backing. While the league had invested substantial resources in the Dome, it also reaped immense financial returns. The facility had become a golden goose for the league, drawing crowds daily, and seats were often sold out. The annual Kanto Elite Tournament held here was especially popular, with tickets fetching exorbitant prices as fans gathered in droves to witness the spectacle. As a competing trainer, Sato bypassed the long lines of spectators waiting at the main entrance and entered through the trainer's exclusive passageway. "Welcome, esteemed trainer. How can I assist you today? Would you like to schedule a one-on-one match, random battle, or a team tag battle?" A poised and elegant service attendant greeted him with a professional smile at the counter. "I'd like to register anonymously for a one-on-one battle," Sato replied, placing his league ID on the counter. He then presented the Pokeballs of his Pokémon: Golbat, Bellossom, Shiny Pelipper, Swampert, Growlithe, and Shiny Beautifly. "Don't worry, Nidoran, your moment will come very soon." The attendant nodded, her demeanor noticeably shifting as she inserted his ID into the system. Her eyes widened slightly as she read the data on the screen. She glanced at Sato with newfound respect before swiftly completing his registration with precision. Her smile became warmer and more genuine as she returned his ID and Pokeballs. "All set, Mr. Sato. Your battle is scheduled for 12:30 a.m. in Arena C, Room 3. Since you've opted for anonymous participation, your alias here will be Trainer 2569. This is your identification badge. Best of luck in your debut battle at the Dome." Sato noticed the shift in her attitude and correctly deduced that the information displayed on the system had impressed her. While curious about what exactly was listed under his name, he didn't dwell on it. Unbeknownst to Sato, the League database recorded several of his heroic deeds, rescuing numerous lives as a medical trainer during the catastrophic accident at Saffron City Station, saving 21 passengers during the St. Louis shipwreck, freeing over 100 hostages from Team Magma at the Route 122 harbor, playing a pivotal role in dismantling a rogue biker gang in Malville City. Each of these feats highlighted Sato's courage and dedication, earning him admiration from those with a sense of justice. Smiling faintly at the attendant, Sato turned and followed the signs to Arena C. He gestured to the Ditto perched on his shoulder, which promptly transformed into a stylish white mask with black accents. Sato adjusted the mask on his face, stepping into his role as the enigmatic Trainer 2569. Thus began Sato's journey to carve an illustrious legacy in the Battle Dome. At 12:25 a.m., as he sat in the contestants' lounge waiting for his turn, Sato finally heard the announcement of his code name, 2569, over the venue's broadcast system. Rising to his feet, he slowly made his way through the entry passage into the arena. As Sato walked further down the corridor, the sound of the audience's cheers grew louder, igniting a burning battle spirit within him. He relished the victorious thrill of being celebrated by the crowd, a sensation of honor that sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next challenger for our beloved Mr. Pallet has arrived. Let's give a warm welcome to the newcomer, Trainer 2569, making his debut here at the Battle Dome. The commentator, mounted on a Fiero circling above the battle arena, directed his microphone at the masked figure emerging from the far end of the stadium's entryway. His enthusiastic voice boomed across the venue, electrifying the atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. The nearly 1,000-strong audience erupted into a fervent round of applause, filling the expansive arena. The Battle Dome was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, one of which particularly delighted its visitors, an individual device at each seat. This device allowed spectators to view summarized profiles of the competing trainers' Pokémon and place bets on matches. By analyzing these profiles, attendees could wager on their preferred contenders. The arena's system would then calculate and generate payout odds based on the total amounts bet by both sides. Although it was Sato's first appearance at the Battle Dome, viewers who had examined his profile on their devices understood that he was a formidable trainer. They didn't underestimate him simply because he was new. Let's briefly go over the rules. This is a 3-on-3 battle. Trainers are not allowed to recall their Pokémon once they are sent out, except under specific circumstances. The match ends when all of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Now, let's spin the roulette to decide the battle terrain and the first move. 5 minutes later, after the contestants took their positions on the platforms and the betting window closed, the commentator officially signaled the start of the battle preparations. In mere seconds, the roulettes above the arena displayed their results. A grass field as the terrain and palette as the one to move first. Another brief wait ensued as the battlefield transformed into a lush grassland with small groves, a man-made stream, and sprawling patches of greenery. No matter who you are, you're just another stepping stone on my path to 10 consecutive victories. With you, I'll only need 4 more wins. Go, Victory Bell, and secure my victory. Dressed in sleek black battle attire, Pallet opened his previously closed eyes, his sharp gaze cutting straight towards Sato. He issued his declaration with unwavering confidence. The next moment, a Victory Bell, noticeably larger than its peers, emerged amidst the tall grass. As it opened its wide mouth, a peculiar sweet aroma began wafting through the air. The aroma quickly spread across the battlefield, carried by the breeze. Many spectators who caught a whiff of the scent seemed entranced, rising from their seats and instinctively moving toward Victory Bell. Fortunately, the arena's safety measures were impeccable. Staff members swiftly activated a large glass dome that enclosed the battlefield, containing the mesmerizing aroma. Grass-type Pokémon trained in aromatherapy were deployed to dispel the effects on affected spectators, and the situation was promptly brought under control. What a powerful, sweet scent! This Victory Bell has refined this move to the point of instinct. With this ability to influence its surroundings continuously, any opposing Pokémon with weaker willpower is destined to falter. Truly, high-level trainers have extraordinary Pokémon. Observing the pink haze lingering across the battlefield and recalling the spectators' earlier reactions, Sato quickly grasped the threat posed by Pallet's Victory Bell. This carnivorous plant was a fearsome predator in its natural habitat. As always, Sato's eyes glimmered faintly with a barely noticeable blue light as he accessed his system's scanning feature to analyze his opponent's Pokémon. Pokémon Victory Bell. Level 32. Type Grass/Poison. Ability Chlorophyll. Gender Male. Moves Leaf Tornado, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Vine Whip, Growth Wrap, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Acid, Knock Off, Sweet Scent, Leaf Storm. Egg Move, Weather Ball. TMs, Solar Beam, Protect, Energy Ball, / Hidden Power, Water. Held Item, None. IVs, Individual Values. HP 23 of 31. Attack 25 of 31. Defense 26 of 31. SP ATK 24 of 31. SP Def 25 of 31. Speed 23 of 31. Overall 4 rating, 146, purple tier. Let's go Beautifly. Watch out for the aroma and use air currents to disperse it. Sato's willpower remained unshaken. The sweet scent had no effect on him. After analyzing Victorybell's data, he made his decision. Tossing out a pokeball, he called forth his shiny Beautifly. Initially, Sato had considered sending out Growlithe, but recognizing the threat posed by the aroma, he quickly changed his mind. Growlithe's acute sense of smell, hundreds of times more sensitive than humans, would make it highly vulnerable to the scent, an unacceptable risk in battle. Thus, Sato chose Beautifly, a bug-slash-flying Pokemon, to counter Victreebel. Having gained significant experience during the Bite Gang mission, Beautifly had reached level 28. At this stage, battling similarly strong or stronger opponents was essential for its growth. Though Victreebel's level exceeded Beautifly's by 4, the type advantage narrowed the gap, even favoring Beautifly slightly. Victreebel was an ideal challenge for honing its skills. As the shiny Beautifly appeared, its dazzling, glittering powder shimmered in the light, eliciting excited screams from many female spectators. Despite its own sharp senses, Beautifly was prepared. Upon entering the battlefield, it immediately detected the lingering sweet scent. Its sharp eyes gleamed with a greenish glow as it summoned flying-type energy, creating a swirling current around itself. The gust expanded outward in a counterclockwise direction, dispersing the sweet scent. No matter how much Victreebel exhaled, the aroma could not reach Beautifly. In an instant, Beautifly nullified Victreebel's signature advantage with ease. Such a troublesome opponent. Victreebel used Sunny Day. Recognizing Beautifly's effortless manipulation of flying-type energy, Palette ordered his Victreebel to shift strategies, abandoning its passive stance. The Victreebel moved with incredible speed, clearly having started its preparations in secret right after emerging. Just as Palette finished speaking, a white orb of light shot out from its body, soaring high into the air. The orb rose higher and higher, eventually halting in midair several meters above the ground. It radiated an intense light and heat, resembling a miniature sun. This white orb was the Sunny Day move used by Victreebel, essentially creating a small, artificial sun through concentrated fire-type energy. In the games, this artificial sun typically lasts for 5 turns, which translates to roughly 5 minutes. During this time, the Sunny Day effect boosts fire-type move power by 50% and activates abilities like chlorophyll that depend on sunny weather. Although Victreebel's actions were swift, the speed of Sato's shiny Beautifly, equipped with a rare, mutated Supreme Sky splitting stone, was no less impressive. As Victreebel executed Sunny Day, shiny Beautifly had already closed the distance, its rapid aerial ace attack about to connect. However, with the artificial sun now in place, the sunny weather had taken effect on the battlefield, instantly activating Victreebel's chlorophyll ability. With a sudden whoosh, Beautifly's aerial ace narrowly missed its target. The attack struck only an afterimage of Victreebel, which had used its boosted speed to relocate 5 or 6 meters away onto a patch of grass. Well done. Use growth for now and avoid direct confrontation. Palette commanded with a satisfied smile after Victreebel's timely evasion, capitalizing on the explosive speed granted by its chlorophyll ability. What are you doing? Do you think a minor victory justifies arrogance? Don't underestimate your opponent. If you slack off even a little during battle again, I won't ever send you out to fight. As Palette spoke, Sato's expression under his mask turned icy, and his sharp reprimand was directed at the shiny Beautifly. Hearing Sato's stern words, both the audience and Palette were puzzled. It was entirely reasonable for Beautifly to lose out in speed against Victreebel, whose chlorophyll ability was active. Why such harsh criticism? The next moment, everyone, including Palette, understood Sato's scolding. The shiny Beautifly trembled slightly visibly after being rightfully reprimanded, and then its wings began beating at an unprecedented speed. In a flash, the audience saw a blur, and the next thing they knew, Victory Bell, which had been using growth while moving, was sent flying backward at astonishing speed. When the audience regained their senses, Victory Bell had been knocked several meters away from its original position, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Beautifly now stood where Victory Bell had been moments before. Even the dullest observers realized that Beautifly's speed was otherworldly. Despite the chlorophyll boost, Victory Bell couldn't keep up with Beautifly, who had clearly been holding back during its earlier attack. Now, Beautifly's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Where it had once resembled a serene, graceful butterfly, it now radiated the commanding aura of a battle-hardened Valkyrie. Reflecting on its mistake, Beautifly recognized the truth in Sato's words. It had been careless, underestimating its opponent. As a bug monarch with a naturally high-speed base stat of 97.5 and further augmented by the doubled speed effect of the mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, Beautifly still outpaced Victory Bell, even with chlorophyll active under sunny weather. Its failed aerial ace was purely the result of its own carelessness. Determined to atone, Beautifly resolved to redeem itself by winning decisively and restoring its trainer's faith. As an intelligent Pokemon, far more so than the average bug type, Beautifly understood Sato's character well. This was the same trainer who had meticulously cared for it as a Silcoon. Sato might usually be approachable, but he was uncompromising in his decisions. If he said something, he meant it. Beautifly knew that if it repeated the same mistake, Sato would truly stop sending it out for battles. The thought of being dismissed pained Beautifly deeply. It didn't want to leave Sato. It wanted to remain by the side of the trainer who had treated it so kindly. Although its innate talent was remarkable, Beautifly could sense the latent strength of its teammates, Swampert, Nidoran, Bellossom, the Pokemon still in its egg, and even Growlithe. Even without it, the team would carry on just fine. Pallet, meanwhile, was visibly shaken by Beautifly's incredible speed. He had never encountered anything like this before. Based on his advanced studies in Pokemon training, he knew that Victory Bell's chlorophyll ability raised its speed base stat to 140 under sunny weather, making it faster than most Pokemon. How could a Beautifly, with a base speed stat of only 75, move this quickly, especially without access to Quiver Dance? Impossible. This can't be real. Victory Bell, use Weather Ball on it. Struggling to compose himself, Pallet ordered the heavily injured Victory Bell to counterattack. Well trained, Victory Bell quickly recovered, disappearing in a blur as it began charging energy in its mouth. As it sped around, Victory Bell formed a white energy orb, which immediately transformed into a flaming ball as it launched the Weather Ball attack. Thanks to the sunny weather, Weather Ball was now a fire-type move with its base power boosted to 100, further amplified by the weather effect. If Beautifly were hit, it would undoubtedly lose its ability to battle. But to the astonishment of both Pallet and Victory Bell, the blazing Weather Ball passed straight through Beautifly, striking the grass instead and erupting in a fiery explosion. The flames spread rapidly across the battlefield until the venue's fire suppression systems kicked in. At the same time, a dazzling blur appeared behind Victory Bell. Boom! With a powerful aerial ace to Victory Bell's back, Beautifly sent its opponent hurtling forward, directly into the smoldering grass. A minute later, Victory Bell lay charred and motionless, clearly unable to continue. Victory Bell is unable to battle. The winner is Beautifly. The referee's whistle confirmed the outcome, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Wow, that Beautifly is amazing. Incredible. Look at that speed. Unbelievable. This is legendary level speed. The applause was thunderous, a testament to Beautifly's breathtaking performance.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.